schedule goes up on your website?
Yeah,
somebody's got to put it on the website.
Yeah, somebody's got to put it on the website, which we'll remember to put it on the website. Put it on the website, and so that we let people know, so that they won't come. And we have to do it in time too. And sometimes we can't do things in time, but we try to do things in time, because imagine there's a lot of work to do in a temple like this. We are transforming the garden too. If you can see there, we're we're putting new things onto the entrance to the farm, and we're putting patios behind the Avalokitesvara marble statue, and we're building a pathway leading to the cherry blossom for May and April, and we have to prune all the trees because of the wind. 3 weeks ago, the wind blew down a big, huge tree. It almost landed on the car, and then we have to do a lot of work to remove the trees, to remove the roots. There's a lot of work to do. And if you come to enjoy it, you may not know the work that we are doing. And also sometimes the culvert got all plugged up, and then we have to make sure that it goes through all the water, and the farm is flooding. And our temple has been here for 38 years. It's an old temple. And when the building has been here for 38 years, a lot of up-to-date repair and maintenance. So we have 21 staff in here, and everyone is working very hard. We have 50 volunteers. The kitchen has about 5 or 6. All these are volunteers, and they come every day. They volunteer their time, and there are who have been coming here for 25 years, 9 to 5. They're not receiving any remuneration, and they come all the time, and to serve meals. They even serve you before they eat. This old lady, senior ladies, there's 4 or 5 senior ladies who have been here for 25 years, and they're coming from downtown, and sometimes they throw in some desserts for us too. And so these desserts they pay. In addition to working as a free volunteer, they also buy pastries and serve everybody. You may not know about it. And some brought their desserts from home. Not many temples, I wouldn't say no temple, not many temples have a good garden at the entrance. But if you want a good garden at the entrance, that is a tremendous amount of work. Remember, we have a garden of 2 acres. And you may have a garden in the backyard, an acre, or half an acre, a quarter of an acre. How much work you have to do in order to build a good garden? You want to build a fence? You want to build all this? It takes time. And more, I have been a jack of all trades for 30 years. I'm getting old. I can't be a jack of all trades all the time. Everybody comes to me to say, oh, what is this, what is that? I said, no, I can't handle this anymore. I'm getting in to be a senior. So how can I do all this work? And talking about impermanence, I've seen a lot of members here, Caucasian members, come and go. And recently I still have Judy's images in my mind, going around in the circumambulations, and I haven't seen her for a few years. And so I have, it's like a tidal wave coming and going. That's impermanence. So I can continue talk about impermanence, but I have 2 questions to answer. So if say the volunteers who want to volunteer to work, you talk to Natalie or Tom. First question, thank you for your guidance. Is it important to train our minds to be in a state of continuous awareness? Of course. It is important to train our mind in the continuous awareness. Because if you're not aware of your own mind, your mind could be involved with a lot of karmic causes. The sutra is saying that if your mind is always involved with, for example, relationships, male and female relationships, if your mind is always involved with that, the Buddha said that is a mentality that's only belong to reincarnation, only belong to samsara. No one can be a successful meditator in one's lifetime, getting to Bodhi, enlightenment, without giving up relationship. So if somebody talks to you and he's not single, and he said, "I'm all supernatural power, I'm all enlightened," don't believe it, because he is still in samsara. Only when you walk out from Kamadhatu can you get really jhana. So to be a state of continual awareness, yes, simply but always know what you're doing. Put in a very simple word, know what you're doing. You have to be aware of what you're doing. Don't say, "I just hit that guy and I got into trouble." Why? Because I didn't know. I just get violent. He said something to me and I didn't like it. I was driving along the road and then I took a turn. I turned right, and then he's honking me and he was yelling at me with dirty words, and then I stopped my car and then I opened his door and he started to kick me. I started to hit back, and then the police came and all that and all that. And then he got into trouble. And then the lawyer said, "Why did you hurt him so seriously?" I didn't know. He was yelling at me and I didn't know how I react in that way. Because he's not aware of what he's doing. He just act on impulse. He just act on interaction. We should not interact. We should respond with awareness. There's a difference between interaction and response. Respond is rational, responding to it without emotion into it. Interaction, you should do it with emotion. You said something not nice to me, and I'm not going to like it. And I'm going to yell back at you. So if you're always in a state of continual awareness, that means what? What we've been talking about, samatha and vipassana, you calm down. You relax yourself. You stabilize in your mind in awareness. But that's not enough. You have to go beyond. You have to get wisdom of introspection. You are aware, but you don't know what is right and wrong. You think hitting someone, he's yelling at you, is right because you want to get even with him. This guy shouldn't be yelling at me. I am not to be yelled at. You don't want to be yelled at. You can hold yourself. You can control yourself. So you are aware. You're aware that my fist would hit your cheek, your jawbone, but you are aware, but you have no wisdom. You don't know what is right and wrong. So awareness is only the samatha part of it. You have to have wisdom. You have to know what is the right introspection, what is right and what is wrong. And sometimes what is right and what is wrong initially have to start with the standard of morality. We've been educated in such a way that since primary school, that if you go to a garden, a public garden, you can't just you cannot pick any flowers and fruits you like because that belongs to the public. You can't say, I'm in this garden, there are all these beautiful roses, and I start to get a basket and try to pick all these beautiful roses and bring them home. Because you know, by introspection, my teacher told me, I cannot pick public things. Public roses, daisies, rhododendron, because that's not the right way to do. So you got to know what is right and what is wrong. And there's certain norm in the society that allow people to do the right thing and wrong thing. Follow the norm of the society first, and then work in detail within the parameter of morality. Within the parameter, it's expounded by the Buddha, as I said, the 4 seals of the Dharma, Satipatthana, the four introspection of the body, introspection of sensation, introspection of perception, introspection of consciousness. And then you have the 37 factors of enlightenment, and also introspection of Vajnana Matrata. We all have to explain those. We haven't even finished the first one, the 4 seals of the Dharma. We have to know impermanence, non-self, suffering, and what? Nirvana. These are the 4 seals. How to get to Nirvana? Suffering in samsara, everything's impermanent, and also non-self. And I understand these, and I train myself not to attach to these. And in the process of training myself, these are the general guidelines. I'm leading myself to Nirvana, to be away from samsara. So, not just being aware, you have to introspect too. And when you introspect, you need the right concepts, the right prajna to introspect. So we are doing all that in meditation. We're doing all that. Yesterday I was talking about, I have been invited by many organizations in Hong Kong, in Singapore, and to give talks. But then I say, maybe I shouldn't go out that often. I should start talking at UBC, Simon Fraser, because a lot of university students, they're going through some stress, and they need to understand what is samatha, what is vipassana. And they are young people who should learn the Buddhist teaching at a younger age, not waiting till you and me, like seniors, coming to learn. You know, we should start with the young age people. So maybe more and more we should organize some talks at UBC and Simon Fraser. Plus, I have all this, samatha and vipassana as the basis for them. They may like it. They want to know how to train themselves into getting away from stress. How to recognize failures as not failure, as something that's experiential. That kind of experience is good for you to go into success. A lot of depressions, which lead to tragedies. And I think we should work towards that. Anybody who wants to volunteer to organize that, feel free to do so. Because we can't do too much work. I'll be away giving a talk to Hong Kong. I'll be away giving a talk in China. And then, I don't know, it's been all packed up. I forgot. I usually don't think about it until somebody say, next month you're going to Hong Kong. Oh, is it right? Next month I'm going to Hong Kong? Then I know I'm going to Hong Kong. What differentiates good karma from bad karma? How do I know the karma I perform is good or bad? Thank you for your time and wisdom. I just mentioned, you have to have the right introspection to know what is good karma and what is bad karma. And introspection involves 2 perspectives. The person who is introspecting and the concepts being introspected. The person has to be willing. The person has to have full awareness. This person must have learned to calm down the mind, stabilize the mind, and then introspect with wisdom. And this wisdom contains what? The 4 seals of the Dharma, the Satipatthana, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, the 37 factors of enlightenment, introspection with regard to Vajnana Matrata, introspection regarding to the 5 skandhas, and introspection regarding the body, introspection regarding sensation, regarding perceptions and consciousness. All these we need to explore into. It takes time. And when we explore into those, you always have to remember all these parameters, all these guidelines, so that when certain things come up, should I yell at that guy when I'm driving? All these things. No. There's endurances in the 6 parameters, the sila, endurance, wisdom, compassion, and all this loving kindness, humbleness. All these have to be in your mind. These are your security guards to help you from getting into trouble. How many security guards you have in your mind? Or you only don't have any security guards, you just have attackers in your mind. Attackers to protect the self, the ego. Yeah? Yeah, we'll try to post a sign on the door. Can you post a sign on the door, please? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we should post a sign on the door. We should even get it on the monitor outside. Yeah. But there's bound to be people who come. How come there's no meditation? There are bound people who don't even look. They just come. Yes?
Is there an actual ceremony in the main hall about?
Yeah, midnight. We count down. We count down too. We count down on February, I don't know, the 2nd, 4th? 4th is the countdown from midnight, and we count down. There'll be a lot of people coming. There's a lot of work in the Chinese New Year. You know, we have to get an application to the Richmond municipality. We have to hire a traffic control company. We have to hire a security guard company. We have to devise a traffic control plan. We have to devise a security guard plan. We have to position where we should stand. You just come to see it, but you don't know how much work we have put into it. A lot of work has been put into it. And there also, how many people volunteers for selling the incense, and what kind of artifacts to prepare to put on the exhibition, who is going to set up all the shelves, and what objects should we put on each shelf, and how do we decorate it, and how many salesmen and sales ladies will be standing by. Running a temple is more complicated than running a restaurant or a gift shop. You know why? Because we contain many facets of an organization. We have catering here, so we have a restaurant here, so we are running a restaurant too. I'm not saying that we are on a profit motive of running a restaurant, but all the facets of running a restaurant we have to know, because we have a restaurant open to the public for 3-4 days, right? And we have we even have a social welfare, because some members coming in and they have problems. You go down into the room and listen to them and tell them how to let go of the depression, how to be better, how to forget about the grief that strikes them in the family death. And then we also have to do constructions. We have to be gardener, we have to be farmer, we have to be a construction superintendent, we have to know how to put the roof tiles on, and we have to be a professor too. We have to talk, to lecture, to do PowerPoints, to prepare for our website, to put new articles on the website, to make the website look attractive. And so we have to run a website, we have to create. There's so many facets in here. We must know construction, because we don't rely on subcontractors because they charge, because we want to do everything ourselves. So you can see, if you go to the farm, you will see now we have 2 very good gate columns that we built ourselves. And then we have all this boxwood all along, and we have natural stones put on the boxwood. Don't leave without seeing the creation that we have for the past 2 weeks. I designed it, I can tell you the truth. I designed from 0 to 10. And you go into the farm, you see how the 2 columns. We designed the columns, we still have to put the tiles on. We plan the boxwood, we put the rocks in, we still have to buy more boxwood to plant on the 2 avenues, to the 2 sides. And we have to choose the right plants. And we have to be a plant expert too. Because how many trees we have in here? I can't count them all. Immeasurable. How many trees? For those who are interested in knowing the number of trees that we have, please give me a count. I'd like to know I think it's more than 1,000. But how many, I don't know. And if you go to Bowen Island, you can count for 10 days without knowing how many trees are there. Because we have thousands and thousands of trees on our acreage. So what else? Yeah? Oh yeah. Oh, we have a gift shop. We have to organize the gifts. Make sure that we know how to sell these gifts, and we have to have someone who organize tours. See, says expert in organized tours, and then someone who announced, someone who's a standby for leading the tours, organizing the tours, and if they complain, we have to handle those complaints, you know, and. Some people complain, complain on nitty-gritties. And how come the person in charge is late by 10 minutes? I've been here waiting for 15. There's always complaint. They only complain on others, not complain on themselves. So we also have, we also accountants too. We have to do the general ledger, the debits and the credits. We have to run the office. We have to tend to the telephone operation. People call up, and there's someone who answers the phone. This temple contains many facets of daily lives. We have classes too. Education. Within the education, restaurant, yeah, and gardening, constructions, tours, a lot of organizations too. We have to know artwork too, how to hang a tonkas, there's a lot to learn here actually. I've been learning when I'm working. I like to learn. Right now I'm learning cinematography. I want to do a movie. I mean, slowly. I mean, how to take pictures, how to use the stabilizers to make sure that I got the shots right, and what do you call that? The gabiel, so stabilizers. How do I do drums? How do I do a bird's eye view? How to get the cinematography right? Cinematography right, and how do you do a lot of things. I learned that just when I feel tired. Not when I'm all smart. So I learn very slowly. But I think it's good because I can do documentary. I don't have to rely on somebody to do documentary. And I like cinematography. And yeah?
Not too many people come to documentation know that we have a library.
Yeah, we are librarian too. We have a library. We do. We really have a librarian. His name is Assam, right? Assam, and we also have video editing. We have expert. You see all those YouTube, videos that I have, audios that I have. They were done by professionals. Hero, he was here for many years. Now he moved to Washington, but we always commute and send him all the product, so that he added on those. And there's some is also added on the Chinese side and Hero on the English side. And we'll put in our own music. We have copyright of our own music for all the YouTubes that we have. Get on YouTube to see the English version of all our episodes. The Diamond Sutra, the Heart Sutra. So we are also producing audios. And I have more than 200 audios on YouTube. If I include the Chinese ones, it's probably about 500. Because I have never stopped talking since 20 years ago. Every day on lectures. I never stopped lecturing. That's the reasons why I train myself to go on and on and on. I can't stop. I was an introvert before. When I was at university, my worst subject is presentation. When I went into a tutorial, I agonized myself because everybody talks so well and I was always silent. I was an introvert. I hate myself when I couldn't speak up. I got the lowest mark in class participation. I got a very high mark in paperwork. That's how I pulled up my mark. I was an introvert. And then I started to train myself, talking and talking and talking. Now I can never stop talking. Maybe time is up for me to shut up now, because we need to shut up and go. Okay. Any question? No more. Okay. First question is, let me read out the first question. Dear Venerable, thanks so much to give me a very important concept of non-self. However, I am just a layperson. I have my family, I have husband and wife and kids. How this concept can help us to attain more peace in our mind? Okay, self. When our senses personalize all these subjective experiences, you create I like, I hate, I am angry, I don't like it, I'm jealous, I'm happy, I'm glad, I'm joyful. You create all kinds of this kind of emotions, right? Not just wholesome ones, unwholesome ones, some wholesome and some are unwholesome. Is there a chance that you don't personalize subjective experiences? Is there a chance like that you don't personalize subjective experiences? Yes, there is a chance that you don't do that. When you are awakened, when you are enlightened, then you don't personalize. When you have anatta, when you have no self, when you don't have a self, you don't personalize. But I can tell you, me, we all personalizing everything. There's no exception. Is there any person who don't personalize? Raise your hands. You know, in some situations like this, some people raise their hands. I don't personalize when I sleep. When I'm asleep, no, I'm sleeping. How can I personalize? You know what? When you are sleeping, you also personalize. You personalize in your dream. In your dream, you still personalize. In your dream, your personalization is even more intensive. Your hatred is more intensive. Your pleasure is more intensive. So there's no 1 second that you don't personalize. So when you personalize, you have dangerously created a self. You know, how you personalize. When you personalize, then you create certain reaction, then you have this I. And you say, what is this I? When I say I, when I personalize something, then I identify something with something. This identity must have some time and space. If there is some time, then what is this I? This I must have a present, must have a future, must have a past. Then what is this I that exists? Anything that exists must have times and space. If certain existence has no time and space, how do you identify it? You tell me. If it's something that there's something that I identify with, and that thing has no times and space. What is that? Well, there's nothing. So anything you identify with, something you call I, right? I can see, right? I can see I. But when you say this is I can see, what can you see? You see your own body, right? My body is I. My body is mine. You see your own body, right? In the Buddhist language, that is Sakaya Ditti in Pali, and in Sanskrit is Sakaya Dristi. In Chinese is Shen Jian, personality belief. I believe in I. So you created the I out of identity, out of your reaction, out of your personalization. And this I, you have to identify it. Otherwise, you don't know what is I. The only thing you can identify with I is your body. Maybe your mind too. Your body and your mind, right? That's I. But then you say, my body and mind must have a past. My past began with my birth, and my future ends in death. Right? And in between, what do I have? I'm struggling for existence in between. In between, I'm struggling for existence. I don't have an existence, but I'm struggling for it because I think I have an existence. I'm struggling to exist, but sorry, you don't even exist. You're struggling for something that you have never existed. So what are you struggling for? You have never existed. So what are you struggling for? You think you exist. You think you exist, but you have never existed. So what did they say? The Buddha said, we're living in a dream of existence. We think we exist, but we have never existed. But you say, I have a body. I exist. But then what is this body? This body has passed. The body is aging, sickness, death, struggle for existence, going to party, getting married, having children, going to school, making sure that my children go to universities, making sure that I make all the money, making sure I go to party, I go to Europe for a trip, for an excursion. I go everywhere, I enjoy sensual pleasures, everything is like this. But all these ends with death. All these things that I have created for I to enjoy actually is aging, deafness, sickness, departure from beloved ones. I have created this I, and this I created suffering. So I created the suffering. Why am I creating this suffering? I don't know, you tell me. Why are you creating suffering? Because you think you have an I. And that I is delusive. The moment that you understand all this, you are on your way to enlightenment. The moment you understand all this, now you have, unless you're so stubborn that I deny whatever you say. I am I. I have to be rich. And you know, all this identity of I, all this thinking of I, is not someone doing it. It just comes. It's just happening without you, without your knowledge. You don't know it happened. When you're doing something, you make it happen, right? But actually, this existence is not doing an existence. You're not doing an existence. The existence has happened to you, and you think you exist. In philosophy, they call it existential philosophy, 存在主义. So you're asking me, how does it benefit the family, the kids, and the husband and wife? If you know all these, you're beginning to realize that you shouldn't be emotional. So if you're a mom, and all the kids, some kids are difficult to deal with. Some husbands always have relationships. Some husbands are selfish, egoistic. Then you know that you don't have, first of all, you don't attach to it. Because everybody has this reaction. They're not enlightened. But you are enlightened, so sort of you tied up a knot of hatred, hating your husband inside because your husband is, I don't know. Then you untie the knot because you know that I'm not going to arouse that kind of reaction. And how come that reaction comes up to make me unhappy? It's because I have created the karmic energy. I have all these mental afflictions in my previous lives that I brought forward to here. And the fact that my husband is treating me that way is because I treated him the same way before. I owed him $50,000, and now I have to be his wife, making sure that I repay the $50, and when the $50 is paid up, we have a divorce. Or something like that, I don't know. Everybody come with a relationship a relationship, a bondage, a relationship. When that relationship is clear, and accounting-wise, it's easy to understand, where the debits and credits get balanced, you don't have any liability anymore, your asset, your liability, they all balance out. No more general ledger. The general ledger is a zero balance because credit and debit, you used to have a lot of credit now on the accounting side because you owed him something. He has a liability to you that you have to fulfill, you have to repay. Now you come back to pay the liability. He has an accounts receivable. You have to pay them. Everybody is in debt. Emotional debt, materialistic debt. You know why your mom and dad raised you up with all the tuition fees? Probably he owed you that much. You have to come back for it. And some kids, some teenagers, they receive all this benefit from their moms and dads. They never think about filial piety. They never think about, I love my dad for paying me so much, for giving me so much. Because he owed you the debt and he doesn't owe you the feelings. So you have no respect for your mom and dad. You just receive your money from him, from her. I'm going too deep into these things. Just a few shit to say, how does it help the family? By knowing non-self, you are less egoistic. You are more sympathetic. You're more congenial in the feelings. Everything, if you have some setbacks, you have some emotions, you can easily relax the emotions by applying a non-self. And you can teach your kids to behave in the same way. You know why people become emotional, have a lot of sufferings? Because you cannot untie the knots of emotions inside of you. I think I've answered this. You help your family by knowing non-self, that you're not as emotional. Then when emotions come up, you can control them because your rational mind is stronger than your emotional mind. First of all, you'll be happier. When you encounter situations in your family that people are egoistic, then you know that you're not going to fight it. Because you understand that you cannot use emotions against emotions. Now you know that you have a rational mind to overcome emotions. If they raise in my emotional mind, you have forgiveness. So to practice the Buddhist teaching, a portion of it is forgiveness. You have to learn how to forgive. So if you know that your rational mind must be in control of your emotional mind, your magnitude of forgiveness is much deeper. And that brings up another concept, the Prajna concept. The four immeasurable hearts in the Pali language is metta. Metta is to render loving kindness. Metta is to render loving kindness. The second one, karuna. In the Pali language, karuna. My loving kindness is only to my family, my friends. But now, more than just to your friends and to your relative, you extend it to all sentient beings. The depth. How deep is your loving kindness? Your loving kindness getting to be very deep, it's so deep that you don't discriminate anybody anymore. You render your loving kindness and your metta and your karuna to everybody, not just to friends you know. What is si in Pali languages? Mudita. Mudita. M-U-D-I-T-A. Mudita. Then you have equanimity of mind, you have all the comfort in you. Why are you uncomfortable? Because you're selfish. We're all selfish. That makes us have emotional feeling. So you ask me, how does it benefit the family? If you don't have self, you must have ci, you must have bei, you must have metta, you must have karuna. Because what? Because you don't have a self anymore. So your loving kindness and your karuna must have a wide magnitude. Then you become very happy. You have this rapture of joy. We call it mudita. Dear Reverend, can you talk about your view of empty? First of all, Empty is not my view. It's the Buddha's view. I am not qualified to give you my view. It's not my view. It's the Buddha Sakyamuni's view. The recognition of cycles and dynamics is the awareness of the impermanence. But wouldn't the cycles themselves take the space and time, identifying the existence of its own? So empty is equal to dynamic existence? No, first of all, we don't have any existence at all. What is dynamics? Dynamic is moving. When you're talking about cycles and dynamic, when you're talking about cycles and dynamic, you are talking about evolution. Everything is evolved from one stage to another. You're talking about a cycle, talking about dynamics. When you're talking about cycles and dynamic, you're talking about life and death all the time, samsara. Like after you die, you'll be born again, you're reborn, you make all this karmic again, and then you go into the next life again. So dynamic and dynamics and cycles is what? It's always moving. And when we talk about, when the Buddha talked about nirvana, what is nirvana? Nirvana is no more moving. It is only when you don't move, it is only when there's no cycle and dynamics that you attain enlightenment. So existence, whatever have cycles and dynamics, always exist. What is a cycle? What is a dynamic? There must be existence in the cycle. There must be existence in dynamics. But I can tell you, there's no existence. Why is there no existence? We already have explained it. You think our senses exist? You think objects exist? Why can we see something? Just take one example. Why can we see? What are we seeing? We are seeing lights. When there's no light, you don't see, right? If it is complete dark, can you see anything? So the fact that you can see the cycle, you can see the dynamics, is when you're not at darkness. So what you are seeing is dependent on many conditions. The conditions is there is light. So when an object is formed, you are not looking at that object, existence of that object. You are looking at the temporal combination of lights. And usually there are 7 lights, right? Like a rainbow. You have violet, blue, orange, and all this light. When these lights perform together, they give a wavelengths, right? Light radiate to you wavelengths. This wavelength is in frequency. So there's frequency of light. Because of that frequency, your eyes can see. Because the light transport this frequency to you so that you can see. And your eyes can be tuned to that frequency. Sometimes your eyes cannot see certain light. We call it what? X-ray. Ultraviolet rays. You cannot see ultraviolet ray because the frequency is higher than what your eyes can see. So actually, you're not seeing the object. You're just seeing a whole bunch of lights. And this whole bunch of lights are dependent on many conditions for that light to be formed. So there's no existence of that object. There's not even existence of your eyesight, because your eyesight is dependent on many, many, many conditions. We call it what? We call it antecedental concurrence. In the Sanskrit language, is paticca samuppada. You may not, you have to study it to know. So there's no existence. What is the existence of I? I exist because you identify this body as I. And this existence of this body called I is dependent on many, many conditions. What are these conditions? First of all, a young man and a woman must come together to do that thing, to produce the sperm and the metazoa and the fusing of the ovary, and then you hide inside your mom's belly, and then slowly it will come out, based on many conditions. If some conditions don't fulfill, you don't come out. And you're so comfortable in your mom's stomach. You're so comfortable. because you don't have to breathe. The baby don't breathe, only come out when they breathe, because you have all the food is ready for you. You are in there, you feel you are squeezed, but you are still okay. So that's the reason why when you come out, you don't like it. You cry. Did you come out and laugh? If a baby come out and hee and start to laugh, then it must be so funny. So why does a baby always cry when it's coming out? Because, yeah? Yeah, because when you come out, you are so comfortable, so warm inside your mother's body that when you come out, it's air conditioning. And then you're touched by the doctor, and then you're pulled out from there, and then you cut the belt, that string, and you've been so used to the warmth. Now it's getting cold, and you've been put it in a cradle or something, and you have to touching your body, and then you're just too lazy to breathe. When the doctor say this baby is not moving, so he hold up the baby upside down and then spang his bottom, and then you cry, and then you start to cry. You come with nothing. You're not carrying any piece of cloth when you come. Maybe, if I can say, you come with an accompanying cry in you. And when you leave, you can bring nothing with you. Not your bank account, not your house, not your money, not your status. You come with nothing, you go away with nothing. No exception. And some people say, no, I go away with a coffin in me, and I go away with a location that I bought in Ocean View, and that cost me $8,000, and I was raised to 12. I can sell it if I don't die to make about $4,000. So you're thinking about all these things. So psychodynamics is equal to existence. But existence is empty, is sunyata, is antecedental concurrence. It has no inherent existential nature. It is void, it is empty. So I don't know how to go on with this, but suffice it to say, there's no existence. The existence is sunyata. The existence is conditional. What is it? What is true existence, though? We say existence. What is existence? Existence means it has its own existential nature. When something has its own existential nature, there must be three conditions. The one condition is it arises on its own. Like God. God is God. There's no such thing as who created God. I'm God. You don't need anything. You just, I exist, then I exist. That's the first one. You must be able to exist on your own. The second is you never change. You never change. The third, you don't depend on conditions. You always remain. You never die. But can you find anything that has those characteristics on earth? Can you find anything that never die? Can you find anything that never change? Can you find anything that does not depend on conditions for this existence? Cannot. So there's no intrinsic existence. There's only delusive existence, which means that this existence will die. This existence will change. Anything that exists will not exist. Just exist on a temporary basis. That makes us unhappy, you know. Why do we have suffering? Because nothing is permanent. You know what the Buddha was thinking about this problem is that I want to transcend existence. I don't want aging. I don't want death. I don't want sickness. I don't want sufferings. How can I go about transcending existence and suffering, or the belief of existence and suffering? He found a way. And he put it down in sutras. That's nirvana, but I think if you're interested, you should start venturing into it. Not immensely saying that you want to study it because, like a Buddha for people, for yourself. Should you start venture into this for yourself? Or you still think about the temporal way of living, which has very little value? Anybody who was here in the Chinese New Year's Eve? I was talking about something about the values of life, and some people expressed that that's quite meaningful, and that also triggers the idea in my mind that whenever someone asks, when we teach the younger generation, what do we tell them? Say when we teach Buddhism, how do we tell teenagers about Buddhism? If you tell teenagers about existence, about all these things, they may not listen to you. How do you teach teenagers Buddhism? And I've been pondering on this, and I wrote out 3 values that everybody should be pursuing. The one is to be good. Second is to be happy. The third is to be wise. No exceptions. These are the human values. To be good, right? Goodness is a human value. But what's the standard of being good? How to be good? How to cultivate goodness? The Buddha said we have to observe sila to be good. Raise your morality standard. To be good, you have to raise your morality standard, and that is abstain from killing, abstain from stealing, abstain from sexual misconduct, abstain from lying, abstain from intoxication. Now these are the basic moral parameters of being a good person. Have you got all these? If you haven't got all these, you're not even good, judging by the parameters of this goodness. And then to be happy. How do you to be happy? To be happy is not to have a lot of money. It's not just to live in a big mansion in Shaughnessy. To be happy is not just social status and title. To be happy, the happiness is within. You're surrounded by money, but you're not happy. To be happy is the peace of mind in you. If you have that peace of mind, tranquility of mind, you are happy. You have no emotions, no greediness, no passions, no jealousy. Then the happiness is not external; it's internal. How do you have internal happiness? It is only when your mind is peaceful that happiness will come. How to have a peaceful mind? The Buddha pointed out that we should what? We should learn samadhi. To be wise. We have to be wise, right? The human value. Is anybody here who say, I don't want to be wise? Raise your hand. I want to be stupid. Raise your hands. Nobody wants to be stupid, right? You want to be wise. You want to be wise, so what do? If you want to be wise, you have to understand the true intrinsic characteristic of existence. You have to understand what is impermanent. You have to understand what is non-self. You have to understand what is suffering. You have to understand all these prajna concepts the Buddha expounded to you. And that's how you view everything. How do you use a non-self to view everything? How do you get rid of your emotions? So, to be good is to practice sila. To be happy is to practice samadhi. To be wise is to practice vipassana, prajna. First question, I have opinion because I believe. where do opinions and belief come from? Is belief an illusion? Can belief in Buddha also be an illusion? So what you're saying is, you have opinion, you have a belief in your mind. Where do this opinion and belief come from? Well, if such is the case, then I believe in the Buddha. Does that mean believing in the Buddha is also an illusion? Good questions, and there's a little logic in there. One leads to the other. What does opinions and belief come from? Certainly, opinions and belief do not come from externalities. It's come from your own mind. But I can say, no, I'm being affected. I'm being affected by what's surrounding me. I'm being affected by all these circumstances working on me. Yes, you're being affected. But some people are not affected. And how come some people are affected? Opinion and belief, if you want to know where opinions and belief come from, you have to understand what your mind is structured. The mind basically contains three things. This is in line with modern psychology too. The first one is mano, the thinking, rational mind. The thinking mind, that's the first part. We call it the mano. The second part is the emotional mind. We call it chitta. In the Pali language, chitta, emotional. The third, vijnana, is the Pali word. In the Sanskrit language is vijnana. Vijnana is the perception. So basically, you have perception, you have emotion, and you have rational thinking. If we just take two into perspective first, because perception we know, because all these eyes, ears, nose, we perceive, right? We perceive. That's a natural, automatic, spontaneous perception. That is easy to understand. How about the thinking and the rational mind? The thinking mind is something like this. When I have never seen fire before, I touch a hot object and I get burned, then I know that I cannot touch fire. I cannot touch a hot object. So the thinking mind accumulates a lot of learning since avidya, since when you were a baby. Because your mom teach you, don't touch fire, and you automatically know that a flower is soft, a flower is beautiful, or you automatically know from your learning accumulated from since kindergarten that certain things is pleasant, certain thing is unpleasant, and you know it by touch, by senses, by hearing, by smelling. That's from the perception that you learn. You don't touch fire. You want to drink when you're thirsty. I'm thirsty, I want to drink. I'm hungry, I want to eat. I listen to some sound, it's pleasant. It gives me a pleasant feeling. I want to hear the sound again. All this is the thinking, the learning part that everybody learns since birth. And there are some learning which is in concept. What is this concept? Say, every time I'm hungry, my mom gave me some milk and I drink it and I find satisfying, very satisfying. So I know that I have to get food to satisfy my hunger. So I know that whenever I'm hungry, I'm looking for food. And food is good for me. So that's the thinking part. And the other part is, the teacher told us that if you forgot to bring your lunch, you can't just take your lunch box from your classmate, because that's equivalent to stealing. The teacher said, don't steal your neighbor's lunch box. It's not right, because if you steal his box of food, then he wouldn't have anything to eat. So you cannot steal. So there are certain thinking is accumulated in the family, we're learning in the family, in your interaction. There's certain thinking you learn at school, there's certain thinking you learn in the society, and all this learning accumulated into opinions and concepts. So these are the concepts and opinions that you learn. We just talk about the dependent origination, the 12 links. So avidya, with being a baby, you get into sankhara, sankhara, you get the vinana, vinana, you get the salayatana, salayatana, you get in, various other things. That's the reason why we have to learn the paticca samuppada in knowing this is a question that should be asked after learning a little bit about paticca samuppada. Your opinions will form based on your background, based on your education, and based on all those you are in contact with, they were teaching you. So these are the background information. You could have formed a bad opinion. You could have thought that when I'm hungry, I can just take any food I want. I don't care about my neighboring classmate. I just take it. So that's a bad learning from someone who didn't tell you stealing is not right, even though they were hungry. These opinions will form if we use psychology from two very basic psychological concepts. One is the cognition, the other cognitive. Cognition is how to perceive, how to receive. The other is affective. Affective is affectionate, arousing emotions. These are the two parts working to you. And unfortunately, our emotional mind is always in control of the rational thinking mind. Why is that? Why is our emotional mind is always in control of the rational thinking mind? Because we were born from previous birth. And in the previous birth, you also accumulated the karmic thinking. In previous birth, you believe in killing. In the previous birth, you believe in stealing. You brought yourself karmic energy from previous incarnations. You brought it and you were also influenced by it. Those were the past experiences, not only of this life, but previous lives. So you were surrounded, you were affected, you were influenced by a lot of past experiences, not only of this life or previous life too. So sometimes you can think that a baby is born with an opinion, although he could not express the opinion. Certain baby is more obstinate than the other baby. Certain baby cry more often than the other babies. Certain baby were born with the tender loving attitude, and some baby were born with cruelty attitude. So we're all different because of our karmic structure in the past. Well, forget about this accumulated long time past about this life. These lives were born based on your education, your background, your family, everything counted to form opinion and belief. And this opinion and belief, unfortunately, are always mixed with emotion. Some of these opinions were mixed with greediness, jealousy, hatred, anger, selfishness. This opinion were being influenced, affected by emotions. Is to believe in illusion? Sure, they're illusion. Because they will form because of all these conditions that will make sure that influence you. Because you were influenced from previous life. And not only are beliefs and opinions delusory, our existence is delusory, is an illusion. How do we know that existence is an illusion? How do we see things? How do we see everything? We see things, we think things exist, right? Existence. How does the eye, just take an example because I can take, time will go on and on explaining this. How do our eyes see things to form an opinion, to form an image? Can you see in the dark? No. You cannot see in the dark, in complete darkness. If you can see things in complete darkness, raise your hands. Be honest. You can, right? So we can see in darkness. We can only see in the brightness of the sun or the lamp or of the light. So we know that seeing concerns with light, right? How does light form? Let's talk about science. People who are scientists, how does light form? Light is a kind of electromagnetic waves. Light gives out waves to you, right? Light waves. And this light wave is like electromagnetic waves. And these waves come in the form of what? Frequencies, right? Frequencies. A frequency strikes you, you can see it. Without frequency, without light waves, you can't see it. In other words, without light, you can't see anything. So even if you have your eyes, now remember, we're talking about just one thing, about existence, about illusion, about the thinking of existence. So I can see is because my eyes perceive waves, lights. And these frequencies comes in usually in the light of a rainbow, like 7 colors. Red, yellow, orange, green, indigo, violet, you know. We can only see 7 colors. You cannot see more than 7 colors. Do you understand? Well, if you don't believe me, get check into Google. How do you see? You can only see lights that comes in 7 colors. You cannot see ultraviolet light. There are certain lights. You think your eyes are all wonderful? Our eyes are very limited. We only can see 7 colors. So when this 7 color, when you see, actually your eyes are not seeing. When I look at you, I'm not seeing you. I only see the formation of 7 colors put together to form a pattern of you. You're not there. You're not you. I only see you as a form of colors. And when this color get into my mind, then all of a sudden this color is conjured up into a picture. If I see David, so David get me a picture of David. And David has that particular picture. David wouldn't be Ellen. If I see David, I said that's Ellen, then that means the picture is not right. So it's a combination of colors that form the image. And that image exists in my mind. That's existence. That's the existence of an image, not of you. You not exist. You only exist as an image in my mind. And this image of my mind, I insist on this existence, so that's existence. The same applies to you. Everything you see, every sight you see is only color, not actual existence. But nobody will believe it. Because you are you, you're a flower. How can I see you have no existence? I remember there was many years ago, there was some other religion, people of other religions, they were criticizing the Buddhist religion and say, our religion is better than yours. Well, how come your religion is better than me? Because we can go to heaven. We have a happy place to go to. And you Buddhists, you were talking about nirvana. What is nirvana? Nirvana is to die. You can't get nirvana until you died. We have hope because we can go to heaven, but when you die, you cannot go to heaven. But there was a very intelligent monk who said, yes, nirvana is to die. Nirvana is not just to die, it's to die forever. You don't have to die again. You do not have to die again because you died it once. No more death. No more death for you. But you have to die all the time. Nirvana is to die and just die permanently. You think you exist, but you don't have an existence because you only exist on all the combination of necessary conditions. That's why you exist. When the conditions are not there, you don't exist. This body has to die out. And you think we have an existence? We don't have an existence. That is paticca samuppada. Because we think we exist. And because we think we exist and we struggle for existence. We don't have existence. If you have true existence, you do not have to die. If your existence is true, you don't have to die. You don't depend on conditions to exist. You only have a temporary becoming. You only have a temporary, if you want to call it existence, it's existence. But this body will die out. You don't have an existence. Because we think we have an existence that we suffer. If you know that you don't have an existence, then you don't personalize your subjective experiences. Everything will subside. No more suffering. Because you don't attach to existence anymore. So talking about all this belief in illusions, Buddhism does not have to exist. Buddhism is not Buddhism. That's why it's called Buddhism. There is no Buddhism. When there's nirvana, what's the use of Buddhism? Buddhism is only for those who don't have nirvana. We don't need a road if you have the destination already. The road is not a destination. The road only leads you destination. You always think that you need a road. The road only leads you destination. All right, maybe I talk too much about this. I don't know if you understand what I mean. But nowadays you can always get into Google or some other places that you can get more information about. The existence is a delusion. Many monks said existence is a dream. We are living in a dream of existence. And one day that dream will end. And you go into another dream. A dream of existence. Only when we know we are in dream that we begin to enlighten ourselves. Otherwise we never know that we are in a dream. All right, next question. Could you please outline a meditation practice for laymen to practice introspection on Paticca Samuppada? Well, you can use Paticca Samuppada as an outline for introspection. But wait till you understand Paticca Samuppada. Then you can introspect on Paticca Samuppada. Then you know existence is a dream. Existence is not real. Only when you drop that dream, then you begin to walk on the path of enlightenment. Extremely important. That breaks your dream of existence. And when you have understood the concept, it's not enough. You only have conceptualized it. You have not cultivated it. You only know the words. That's why we could be expert of Buddhism, but we are still very egotistic. I could be just an expert. I can memorize all these. But I'm still egotistic because I haven't cultivated it. I haven't practiced it. I only look at the map. I've never been to Victoria. I memorize every step of the map. I become the GPS. You think the GPS knows how to get there? He only memorize it. He never know how to go to Victoria. Forget it. He even pronounced it wrong. If that lady on the GPS, you said, "Hey, what's your name?" "I'm Jeanette." "Do you know how to go to Victoria?" "What are you talking about? What's Victoria?" He does not know Victoria. But you walk out instructions. You drive on instructions. You got to Victoria. She does not know. She just memorized it. Most of us have just memorized it. We are GPS. Everybody is a robot GPS. I'm a robot GPS. Doesn't help me. I don't want to be a robot. I don't want to be just a GPS. I want to get enlightened. I want to cultivate my path. So I could never say I'm an expert in Buddhism. Otherwise, I'm just I'm just a recipe storage guy, giving you all the recipes. I haven't even tasted the food myself. Have you ever seen me going to the kitchen? Because I don't want to be just looking at the recipe. I want to cook it out. So don't be a robot GPS. Be the practitioner of the GPS. Yeah, when you are practicing it, actually you are building up your introspection. Because look, why do we have lectures? Because every lecture, all the lectures are actually concepts. Every lecture is a GPS to you. But just having the GPS is not enough. You've got to drive. So, but automatically that's the reason why you need to come more often, you need to contact it, you actually need to study it. If you're near good friends, you'll be a good guy. If you're near bad friends, you're a bad guy. Very, very simple. So you always mix up with the bad guys, how can you be a good person? So as I've always said, the value of life, the first value of human life is to be good. You have to be a good person first. Out of all the animals, human being is a kind of animal. Of all the animals, only the human beings understand his own existence. What does that mean? Out of all the animals, the dog, a cat, a cow, whatever, of all the animals, only the human know uniquely their own existence. What do you mean by knowing existence? Or trying to know, to understand existence? Understanding existence means, oh, why am I exist in this world? What are my values? Where do I come from? Why do I exist? Why is exist more or less a suffering? Is there any happiness in existence? He thought about all these problems in existence, all about these ideas of existence. He think about it, he ponder on it, and in some cases he ruminate on the bad things about it, and he ponder on the good things about it. Human beings are the only person who try to understand or who have understood a little bit about his own existence. A dog, and other animals, they just, when they're hungry, they want to eat. When they're hungry, they want to hunt. When they attack, they want to kill. They want to defend. They don't know their own existence. They only exist for the purpose of existing. But how many humans are actually pursuing in depth about existence? We know the meaning we try to know the meaning of existence, but how many people would really get in the depth and the subtlety of existence? The Buddha had. He explored into the ultimate core of the existence, and he found it, the essence of existence, the enlightenment of existence. Have you taken your first step? Probably you have. Then congratulations, you have taken your first step trying to understand your own existence, not just money, 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 house, car, materials. And because when we are looking for money and possessions, what do? You push off other people's existence. You create a lot of bad karma. Because you create a lot of bad karma, in the process of creating it, you suffer the consequences of the creation of the bad karma. Yeah, I don't know if I answered your questions. Definitely, is it when you're slowly actually you're learning it? Yes, that's right. You are slowly conceptualizing and learning it. But you always have to bring the concepts into your own perspective and meditate on it. That's the name of meditation. Meditation is not just keep quiet, cross your leg and watch your breath and you're thinking about nothing. Then that's what? There's just samadhi. There's just focus. There's no vipassana on it. There's no vipassana on it. There's no wisdom. There's no introspection. Remember, it's the 6 paths to the real meditation is counting, following, stabilization, and then introspection, purity, and returning. If you can't even focus, if your mind is always wandering without putting your mind back, your monkey is all over the place. You can't even teach your monkey to stand still. You have to first of all make your own monkeying mind standing still to listen to you, to listen to your own pondering, rumination inside, the introspection inside. By the way, don't look down on yourself. You're on your way. Not just for this lunch. You're on your way on introspection. How deep is your introspection? I don't know. You are on your way to introspection. Because, before, if you're interacting with people, if you feel that people is hurting you, now you can hold back, you can endure. You said something, it doesn't affect me. You said something that could infuriate me. If I were 30 years ago, I would have rebuked, I would have fought back. But now I know that there's just an externality that aroused my emotional mind. Well, why do I have to get my emotional minds all worked up? I mean, you're on your way to gradually improving. You're not fighting anymore with any guys, any people, because you know how to recede. You know how to step back. You know how to endure. You have more patience. You're on your way. It takes a lot of time to do that. Plus, are you working hard at it? Or you spend your time 70 and 30. 70 is still on worldly, temporal affairs like partying, music, art, whatever, and only 20 or 30 part on the Buddhist teaching. It depends on how hard you are, and in the Buddhist approach it's called viraya. Viraya, how much power you gather to learn it. Some people even gave up all the temporal duties to become a monk and a nun to concentrate on it, and some people haven't. Some people say, all these other things are not meaningful to me anymore. I want to concentrate on what I'm doing. This is what I'm concentrating in. I want to be ordained as a monk so that I can concentrating on it every day. I don't want to go to work every day, work for someone to make profit, to make money, and interacting with my colleagues, and doing things that may not be the most crucial for me. I want to go this way, the spiritual way. If we measure your spirituality by that, you are still a layman. A layman is still a layman. You're not in depth in learning it. But I can tell you, some of those who become monk ordained and monk and nuns, sometimes they forgot their original purpose, and they haven't achieved too much too. There are also that kind of people. So we are different. When I look at this video, I still repeat what I felt about it. That guy was so young 10 years ago. This become an old man. So aging. So everybody is aging all the time. When we look at something, we start to have certain experiences. So when I look at an object, I have an objective experience. But when I look at an object, I have an objective experience, and then my ego or my chitta will personalize that objective experience. What I mean is, I like him, I don't like him, I hate him, I love this. You personalize every objective experience, right? I haven't seen one person so far who would not personalize it. unless he is mentally unconscious, unless he's ignorant. So we personalize objective experience. And what he would say, if we personalize an objective experiences, pass a value judgment to this and that, hate, love, ugly, rich, poor, what is that? You personalize the objective experience, and we call it what? Subjective experience. You subjectively pass your view onto that object. You personalize it. No exception. The moment you personalize it, what do? You create something in your mind. The moment you personalize things, you egotize things, you create something in your mind. You create what? You create a concept of what? I. This is me. I want to do this. I must be better than you. You create this I in you when you personalize it. Mine, I. So the moment when you create this I, what do? Then, logically speaking, what is this I? Anything you create, you must be able to point to it and say, this is I. So what do you point to say this is I? How do you identify this I? What do you point to say this is I? Whatever you identify, this I is what? It's your body, right? I. How can you have an I without a body? So you identify this body as I. No exception, right? And any identification, I, this body, has to have two dimensions. This I that you identify, you think you created or you have created, this I must occupy what? Two things. Time and space, right? Anything you identify must have time and space, otherwise how can you identify it? If that thing has no space in it, what is space? Space is height, length, breadth, and weight, right? If it doesn't occupy space, what do you identify it as? It's nothing. If something has no breadth, no length, no weight, nothing, how can you identify it? There's nothing. So you must identify something that you can perceive it. So anything that you identify must occupy space, right? And anything you identify must occupy what? Time, right? So what is time made up of? Time is made up of the past, the present, and the future, right? That's what time is. So if I point this body as I, what is my... I know I occupy space. What is about the time? How about time? The past. What is my past? My most perceptible past is my birth, right? What is more past than my birth? I was born as a baby. That was my past. My past. If you're 20 years old, 20 years ago, it is your past. If you're 60 years old, 60 years ago when you were born as a baby, that was your past. That is the most closest past. Of course, we don't want to talk about previous life past. That's beyond our comprehension right now. So my past is birth, right? You're being birthed. If my past is birth, then what's the future? Because time is, there's a past, there's a future. What is my future? What is the future I? What is the future I? My past I is birth as a baby. What is my future I? My future is what? Death. My future is death. You don't die. Your future, my future, all our future is death. So my past is birth. My future is death. So what is my present? Is there any such thing as present? Your present takes every word. What I said becomes a past. I point this finger here, and then I put this down. It's already my past. Every present There's no present. Every present becomes a past. And if we can identify this present with the body concept, the present is what? The present is aging. Every day you are aging. You're getting old. Every day, every year, every second. Are you getting younger? If you're getting younger, raise your hands. Are you getting any younger? You're not getting any younger, right? Not any facial can do you any younger. Not any makeup can make you any younger. So we know that it is aging, and we're aging. More than just aging, we are being sick too. So what is my past is my birth, what is my future is death, and what is in between is aging and sickness. What is this that I created? I created the body, I created birth, I created sickness, I created aging, I created death. I created suffering. Do I need to create suffering? Do I need this suffering? You created it yourself. Nobody else, not God, certainly not God, not your dad, not your mom, not your wife, not your husband. You yourself created this suffering. And how do we trace this suffering to its source? The most immediate source that you create this suffering is because you have a self. You thought you have a self. You thought you have an ego. That's why you created your own suffering. You thought you have an ego. But then we further ponder about it. You said the body, the I has space and time. But how about space? I'm still existing. I'm still existing. I have a body. I eat. I go to school. I go to work, and I still exist. I go on holidays. I enjoy things. I went partying. I like drink. I can do what I want. I feel happy. I exist. And what's the definition of existence? Our existence is based on all the necessary conditions. If some conditions don't exist, you don't exist. So the existence is nothing but the fulfillment and the completion of all necessary conditions. If your lung doesn't work, you don't exist. If you have no air to breathe, you don't exist. If you don't have water to drink, you don't exist. So your existence is based on the fulfillment and the coming together of all the necessary conditions. So existence is conditions conglomeration. And we know that these conditions don't always endure for a long time. So actually, we don't have an existence by the definition of eternity, eternal existence. We only exist on necessary conditions. So we are living, what? In a delusion of existence. And the Buddha said, we're living in a dream of existence. In order to awake from the dream of existence, you have to abandon this body that you call self. But this body is difficult to shut off. Very difficult. 2 years ago, one of my old cats was very sick. I was forced to sign a paper to let him go. The vet did not allow me to bring him home. Technically, did I kill the cat? When I signed the consent letter? You were forced to sign the paper. I don't think in this democratic society we call Canada, you could be forced to sign anything. I don't know what, some country may force you to sign anything. I don't think you have to be forced to sign anything unless you have committed a criminal offense that you've been judged guilty. But I don't know why the vet will force you to do anything. And he did not allow you to bring your cat home. I don't think a reasonable vet would say, you are not allowed to bring your cat home. Put your cat down in here, let me exterminate the cat. I don't think that a vet would do that, right? Otherwise, there's not a good vet. So You were forced to sign the paper. This is after the fact, assuming that you have been forced to sign the paper. You're forced to sign the paper because the vet advised you to do so. The vet could have said, right, well, if you don't sign the paper, the cat is going to suffer from a very serious sickness, and he's going to die anyway in a number of days, in 2-3 days. Why don't the vet said, why don't I inject something in the cat and let him go peacefully? And he had the intention of letting the cat die peacefully. He did not want his cat to suffer. Well, that's his intention. What is your intention? If your intention comes in alignment with his intention, that means you want a cat to die peacefully. Then your intention is not to kill. Your intention is to let the cat die in peace. So you don't have a killing intention. You have the intention to let the cat die in peace. But that intention, I think, is tainted. Because every being has certain karma to fulfill. If the cat's karma, given all the previous karmic energy he created, that the cat has to suffer for a couple of more days, if you terminate the cat's life, he hasn't finished his debt yet. He may have to come back to be a cat in next life for another 2 years. And in the next life, the cat may have not as good a master as you. So you are trying to kill a contract before the contract expires with good intention. So I don't know if that's the right thing to do. I think a cat should be allowed to die naturally to balance the karma. Say if the cat has to suffer 2 more years, and after 2 more years he suffer what he should be as a cat, then he will reincarnate into human again. The fact that you allowed you ended his life, then he has to come back as a cat, and the next life may not be he may not have a good master, and he could be really going through some bad situations. Now, let it go naturally. How do you know that the cat won't recover? Sometimes you say, oh, he's going to die, the cat is going to... Sometimes a dog say the dog is going to die. A German Shepherd is always a problem with the high legs, and then some people will say, oh, terminate him. But I've heard examples that the master said, I don't want to end the life of my German Shepherd. Well, he looks like that, and he may be okay. And the result is the German Shepherd lived for another 6-7 years. He's still limping a little bit, but he's still a good dog. Still healthy, except for some problems, the high legs. So why do you misjudge a sickness? Are you a vet? And even some vet may make mistakes too, right? Why don't we let it natural? Try to comfort the cat. Try to let the cat die peacefully. Put the cat in a good situation so that the cat can die peacefully. I don't know if I've answered your questions. Everything should come naturally. Don't bring forward a premature death that you don't even know. You don't have supernatural knowledge to know about it. We just talked about conceptualization. Conceptualization is a natural phenomena. Maybe you have the erroneous conceptualization, the right conceptualizations, harmonious conceptualization. Sometimes you have the wrong conceptualizations. So it is quite important that we have the right or the harmonious conceptualization. And that is, in Buddhism, we usually call it the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. These are the right conceptualizations. The conceptualization that will bring forward harmony. We want that kind of conceptualizations. Nobody can think without conceptualization anyway, but you need the right, harmonious conceptualization. We don't want an egoistic conceptualization. We don't want a conceptualization that is cruel, that is selfish, that is incompassionate. So, we have to qualify on that. Not every conceptualization is bad. Some of them are quite good. Okay, for the first question, is there an optimal time to practice meditation? For example, when you wake up in the morning, before bedtime, etc., every optimal time is a little different. To some people, it's good in the morning because you get up early in the morning, when his mind is fresh, then it's good for meditation. Meditation cannot be used to replace sleepiness. So in other words, last night I didn't sleep well, now I'm meditating to make up for my lost sleep last night. You don't do that. Meditation is when you are fully awake. You do meditation like that. Don't use meditation to replace your sleep that you are deficient in. Some people even snore in the meditation because they go to sleep. So that's not right. So the optimal time depends on you. Some people use before bedtime as meditation. Say if they go to bed at 11 o'clock, so they usually start, say 10:30. And some people, usually it's either people pick the morning when you are fully awake, or nighttime when everything is quiet and you are ready to go to sleep, before you go to sleep. But if you're too tired, you maybe simply you go to sleep, don't meditate. So in between depends on you. Not just the optimal time, there's also the optimal space or the location. Some people could be meditating quite well on a location in here, some people are in here, there, it depends on locations. There's no fixed location. And it depends on your own energy. It also depends on the energy that is gathering in that location. If that location has a lot of unpleasant radiation, then that shouldn't be a location that you meditate. So you have to choose your own location by trial and error. You meditate in here this morning and say, oh, this is not appropriate for me. You meditate in there next morning and you find the right location. You always have a location that is better for you, and a location that fits into your energy, or some people say a location that fits into your chi. It can be like that. So the time, the location, they're both important. And other than that, there's also externalities that could affect your meditation. You don't meditate in front of a window that is windy. You don't meditate underneath an air conditioner that's blowing out a lot of cold breeze. So there's so many things you should watch out for. You don't meditate in front of the washroom. You don't meditate in the washroom. So what can I tell you? You find your own time, space, and you adjust your own body to the time and space that you have chosen. Would assisting dying for a cancer patient affect their future reincarnation? Affect their future reincarnation? I don't know what you mean by assisting dying. That means you put him to sleep. If the death is not a mature death, in other words, maybe he should be living for quite a while, and you thought he's going to die, then you end a life abruptly without coming to a maturity. It's just like if that patient, sometimes that patient is suffering, and you say that, okay, I want to stop your suffering by putting you to sleep. Maybe after they suffer for 1 or 2 months, he's going to recover. How do you know? And if you ask doctors, some doctors may think that certain patient will die, in a certain way, but miracles can come that he may not die. So you don't put judgment on the person's death unless you really think that he's dying. Then it's a different case. So would that affect their reincarnation? If he or she you put to death, and he or she is not willing to, but he cannot control it because you are under control, then it will affect their reincarnation. They will go away with hatred, with dislike, with emotion. Then you affect them. So I don't know. I cannot answer these questions for you because it depends on the circumstances. You said that dependent origination can explain why life, I don't know, why life is here, why we have a life. Could you explain in more details that we can use this concept in our daily practice that we may not need to face samsara anymore? Or to use paticca samuppada in your daily practice? It's very usable, it's very practical, paticca samuppada. First of all, you have to understand what are these 12, we call it the 12 antecedental occurrences. We have 12 antecedental interdependent occurrences, 12. That's paticca samuppada. It's like going in a circle, in a loop. And there's 12 occurrences, and each occurrences has its own name so that we can think about it. And this occurrence, this loop, has no beginning, has no end. Imagine you draw a circle on the board. After you've drawn it, and you ask yourself a question. The picture itself, where does it start? The line, where does it start? Where does it end? The point where it starts is the point where it is ending. There's no beginning, there's no end. When you draw it, of course there's a beginning when you draw it, but once it is drawn, that's circumference. Does a circumference have any beginning itself? No, it's a circle. No beginning and no end. Alright, now, saying that, we still have to look at all these 12 occurrences. Right? Do you know what these 12 occurrences are? Because you want to understand how it can apply to you in your daily life so that you can practice it, so that you can attain enlightenment. Although we don't have a starting point, we don't have an ending point, but we have to start from somewhere. So the Buddha said, avidya. Avidya, A-V-I-J-A, avidya. Avidya is mental unconsciousness. Or some people say ignorance, or no thinking whatsoever. That's avidya. We comes from ignorance. Because of what we're ignorant, because of we are ignorant, we get born. Now, how does it mean? If I have to answer your questions, I really have to go through the 12 occurrences. And you see how much time I require to go through the 12 occurrences? I think I use at least 3-4 hours. Can you stay in for 4 hours? Those who can stay for 4 hours, please raise your hands. You can stay for 4 hours. I don't have 4 hours to talk about. But I can tell you, you go and you look for those occurrences, 12 occurrences, and I can give you some hints as to why the Buddha said these 12 occurrences explain life, human life, as a cycle. It also explains what? That's very important. We have to remember this. Explain every thought as a 12 occurrences. Every thought has 12 occurrences. Explaining life is easy because all this change, or how do we get born, and then after we're born, then we have this perception. After this perception, we're learning from the moms. That's the reason why we have nama rupa. And after nama rupa, we learn from our moms what a flower is, what a milk is, what all these names and all these images, mental images we learn. And then we have our own senses that we're perceptible to externalities like salayatana, all these senses that are attaching to externalities. Because we're attaching to externalities, we create experiential thinking. We experience things. Because we experience things we produce feelings and sensations. We have pleasant feelings, unpleasant feelings, and neutral feelings. Because of all these feelings, we remember these feelings, we want pleasant feelings, we repulse unpleasant feelings. So we are fighting in between attractiveness and repulsiveness. Those we like, we love. Those we don't like, we hate. So you breed a lot of sensations and feelings and emotions in you. You're building up all these things. Because of these emotional feelings, you start to cling, to have cravings. You crave for things that give you sensational pleasures. You call happiness, quote unquote. You start to crave for emotional happiness. We call it sensuous pleasures. And you define that as happiness. And when you crave for those happiness, what are you trying to satisfy? You are trying to satisfy your what? Your self. But then what is your self? Self is a delusion, which I have already explained. So are you trying to satisfy something that does not exist? You are. We are. So we are satisfying our self that does not exist, and because of our self, we'll build up a lot of karmic energy, and this karmic energy, when we die, would pull us into the next loop, into the next cycle of reincarnation. And this is a life cycle we always, going around and around like a windmill. And because of this karmic energy, we were born again with avidya, previous life. With this avidya, we go through all this loop. We were born again, we reborn, we reincarnate in samsara. We're going all this life cycle. That is Paticcasamuppada in very, very brief, too brief an explanation. And then, this is just life cycle. How about each thought? Each thought is Paticcasamuppada. I'm sitting in here, I'm meditating, and all of a sudden, I'm a girl, I'm a lady, and all of a sudden I opened my eyes, I saw a handsome man. Oh, he looks really good. I got attracted to this man. So my mind is more or less imperturbable. My mind is more or less at peace. Same thing as a guy looking at a woman. Oh yeah, that woman is really good. I like him. I like him to be my girlfriend. You start to what? You are originally, I wouldn't say serenity of mind. You have more or less a calm mind, that you didn't have too much sensation. You then didn't have too much emotions. But all of a sudden, you have a craving for what? I don't know. For sexual attractiveness. And because of sexual attractiveness, what's the next thing what's the next things that you begin to realize? Your physical hormones start to stir. You know what I mean, guys? You know what I mean, girls? you have all of a sudden you have these physical hormones working in you, and you have actually, the Buddha said that is discomfort, but you regard it as comfort. This stirring up of hormones is just great. You like it, great. I mean, you're stirring up all this, and what do? You keep on building up this harmonic, agitation, and finally, you may carry out some action somewhere as a continuation of this kind of sensual pleasures, and then you may get into trouble. So all this thought, every thought, this is a guy coming by. This thought triggers what? Triggers perception, triggers attachment, triggers repulsiveness, triggers attractiveness, triggers craving, triggers, I don't know, so many things. The Pali call it tanha. Tanha is loving, craving. And then you have upadana, which is, I love it, I want to look for it, I want to grab onto it, money, reputation, fame, all these things. And then, afterwards, everybody has to face it. What are you facing afterwards? Death. Then you die. Dying is not a final process. You die with all this energy that you've been building up on you. We call it karma. You build all this karma. What is this karma? Is this karma an actual thing? This karma is kind of energy. You can't see energy, but you've been building it up. All this karma act on you, and then with this karma you reincarnate into the next lot, into the next life. Will you be rich? Will you be healthy? Will you be poor? Will you be unhealthy? Depends on your karma. Some people have bad karma. They were born as a baby and they die inside the mother's womb. They were born in a poor family. They were born in a family that the dad is an alcoholic. And some people get born in a family where the dad are responsible or rich. Why are everything different? Because everybody's creating different karmic energy that brought you to the next life. So you're all this in a loop, and the loop starts with avidya. You're ignorant of it. You don't know. You don't have the right concept. You don't have samaprajnaya. You don't have dhamma ditti. You don't have the right view on things. You never practice. You don't know what is anicca, dukkha. You don't know what is impermanent. You always attach. You always have an aggrandizing. You're always enhancing your ego. You're always trying to better yourself in the process of it. You're building up a lot of bad karma. And you're working in a loop. We have been in a loop for a long time. That thought is the same thing. It starts from ignorance, and because of that thought, you have this thought come up, the second thought, third thought, and one thought gives way for another thought. Antecedental means giving way. One antecedental, interdependent occurrence. One thought of sexuality goes away, another thought of sexuality comes up, which enhances vigor and goes on to a third thought, and all of a sudden another thought of greediness comes up, another thought of selfishness comes up, and maybe you're involved with a relationship that you dislike, maybe a thought of harmfulness. You like to harm your loved enemies. You like to kill. You like to destroy because of jealousy. You like to lie. You like to steal. You like to do many, many things. So that thought breeds up. That thought is also in anicca samapata itself. So how do you stop it? How do you stop that thought of ignorance? How do you stop that life of ignorance that leads you to a reincarnation? You have to purify your ignorance. You don't let your ignorance come up. You have to practice what? You have to practice samadhi. You have to practice samatha vipassana. You have to have the right concept. You need the samadhi. You need these concepts, these Buddhist concepts. The Buddha is teaching these concepts in your introspection as security to guard you against this senses going astray. So you need prajna. You need all these to correct the samapata. So if you ask me how to explain it, you need first of all to have the right stabilization. Just simply put, calm your mind, relax your body so that you can stop your wandering, vicious, unwholesome thoughts first. In other words, sila, to stop doing wrong things first. The next is bhatta in the Pali language. Bhatta is what? Doing good. Stopping bad deeds and doing good deeds. That's the first criteria in removing your ignorance. And then that's not enough. You still have to need the introspection, build up your wisdom. So in other words, if we're looking at the Noble Eightfold Path, the Buddha said there are 8 paths, 8 ways that we have to follow in order to purify, to get rid of our ignorance. There are 8 ways. What are these 8 ways? First one, right perspective. The right perspective. And some people say the sublime or supernormal or noble, but just call it right perspective. You need to have the right perspective, as I explained it to you. You need to have the right concepts in your mind. If your mind do not have the right concepts, you only have the concepts of ego, concepts of ignorance, concepts of fear, anxiety, hatred. Those are not the right concepts. You need to have the right perspective, the right concept, the right orientation. I want to go to the path. The right orientation is you've got to have the right perspective. I want to get onto stabilization. I want to get onto introspection. I want to get onto the Buddhist teaching with all this conceptual understanding. I want to get into it and turn my conceptual understanding into prajna, the right orientation. You need the right perspective and the right orientation. And then that's not enough. That's only your intention. That's only what you understand. That's only your destination. You know your destination. You have all the necessary equipment, your knapsack, your shoes, your clothes, you're all equipped with the right thing. That's the right perspective, right orientation. You have the right destination, but you still need what? You still need to walk it. So you need to have right speech, right action, and right lifestyle. Right speech, samavaka. Right action, samakamanta. Right lifestyle, samaajiva. What is right speech? You must abstain from lying, slandering, foul language, cursing. You have to have, you must do what? You must do good first. You have the right destination. You have the right concept, but you're not doing good. Your speech is not good, your action is not good, then you're not working on it. So you need to have the right speech and right action and right lifestyle. So, right perspective, right orientation, right speech, right action, right lifestyle. We got 5 there. And how about the 3 more? The remaining 3 more deal with what? Deal with how you practice in the introspection internally. Right effort, right introspection, and then the right mental equilibrium. So all this together, you got the eightfold path. The first 2 deal with wisdom. The second, the following 3, right speech, right action, right lifestyle, deals with morality. And right effort, right introspection, and right mental equilibrium deal with meditation. So you have wisdom, morality, and meditation. You have to use wisdom, morality, and meditation to walk your path, to correct your path of paticca samuppada. This is in a nutshell, and it's too shallow a nutshell. You need more. In the next session, or in the following 2 sessions, we need to probe into more detail of the Noble Eightfold Path, more Noble Eightfold Ways, in order to fully understand and appreciate what the Buddha said about it. And I don't know if I can answer your question. It's too difficult to answer the question. I'm getting more and more. Sometimes when I answer questions, I thought they're easy, but and I find out more and more than questions. If I'm too demanding on myself, I cannot answer questions at all. If I'm too demanding on myself, I cannot answer questions at all, because every question, the answer I give you is just a superficial answer. Maybe we shouldn't be looking for perfection. We should look for life is imperfect. Life is imperfect, as long as you understand. Just now I mentioned that Paticca Samuppada is about all the necessary conditions come together for something to happen. If this I or me has no self, anatta, where does karma reside? What is reborn? That's a good question. If this aggregate, the five aggregates, if this five aggregates, you know what the five aggregates are? If this body, me has no self, where does karma reside? Where does the karma reside in? What is reborn? So in other words, if there is no I, no self, so whatever I've done create karma. So what is this karma hiding? What is this karma? What is this karma? I have no self anyway, so if there's no karma, how can I get reborn? How can I carry the karma into the next life? Which is logical, a question that should be addressed. Let's tackle the questions in a little bit detail. What is this five aggregates? This called me, I. What we call me. This me, we call it the body. We say have no self. What is this body make up of? This self make up of? This self is made up of two parts, right? The mentality part and the physical part. The mental part, we have a brain, right? The mental part, we think. We have mano, or think, and then we have the physical part. The mental part and the physical part. The physical part is easier to identify it. The flesh, the bone, the blood, the liquid, the eyes, the nose, the ears, all the physical part, the internal organ, that's easier to identify, that's the physical part. The mental part, what's the mental part? The mental part is usually, we classify it into three parts, for example, the mental. The one is we call mano. The other is called manas. And the third is alayas. These are all Pali words or Sanskrit words. Then I put it in simple English. This mental part contains the thinking part, which we call the mano. The emotional part, we call it the chitta. And the third is the memory part, the storage part. Okay? The memory part. Just to put it very simply, if you think about a computer, all these keyboards, all this hardware are outside, the monitor, the drive and everything, these are the physical part. And assuming that what is in the internal part, the program, the software. The internal part is the software, the programming of it, right? And then in the programming, that is the right program and the virus, for example, the good and the bad. So you also contain the good rational programming and the unrational part. The virus or clashes or like that. And there's also the chip, the memory part. The memory doesn't really care. Rational programming, viruses, they just accept it. Would your computer say viruses come in? I refuse it unless you have a program to prevent viruses from happening. But you design to protect one virus, you cannot protect the other virus. That's the reason why you're always in a constant change, constant updating of your virus software. Right? This is just an analogy. I'm using just the computer as an analogy. The computer is a physical part, rational part, unrational part, and a memory part. The physical part is easy to identify. The memory part, our body. We have the thinking, the mano, the chitta, the emotional, and the storage part. And we say when we have a self, when we die, where is our physical part? When we die. So our body dies out. The eyes, the ears, the nose, all the body cells dies out, right? And then, how about the brain? The brain dies out too. There was no more brain. And whatever you have done from a day-to-day basis, all the good things, the wholesome things, unwholesome things, and all that were being performed by the rational thinking part and the emotional part. They're always at tug of war. We talk about mentality in three parts, and let's just take two parts to analyze first. Leaving the storage part, who is more or less neutral, they just take in whatever they want. The thinking part, the more rational part, is always at a tug of war with the emotional part. We always have a rational thinking part. For example, you see fire, you won't put your finger into it because you know that fire will burn you out. And you see some danger, you won't approach the danger. You know that there's sunlight, you learn everything. The thinking part is when since birth, you have been learning names, identification of names and all that. And you know that you have to eat. When you're hungry, you have to eat. And what is good for you, what is not bad for you, that's the thinking part. The emotional part is all your selfishness, your greediness, your hatred, your depression, your greediness, all these mental afflictions were the emotional part. And whenever this thinking part performing, at the same time the emotional part is always working at each other, at the tug of war. That's the reason why, okay, you drive out and you're driving and somebody's yelling at you, do you know how to drive? You're not honking, you don't drive it the right way. Then you start to have an argument. You get angry, how come you're not respecting me? Always the emotional part in every action, every thought, everything, they're always at the tug of war. If you have a little wisdom, you know how to control your emotional part by raising your rational brain, your rational thinking into a higher level to make yourself at that tug of war in control. But let me tell you, all the other philosophers thinking the same way, even the Buddha said in the same way, our emotional parts are always in control of the rational part. You always get mad, you always get angry, you have depression, you have hatred. When you have depression, nothing can change your depression. People will say, oh, you're suffering from depression. Let me tell you, throw away your depression. Detach it. Don't think about it. You think it's that easy? The depression has dominated it. You think that depression is just a thought that you can just throw it away? No matter how you talk about it, I still feel depressed. I can just throw it away. Because my rational thinking has been dominated by my depression. And it takes training. To train, you have to let go. That's where the Buddhist teaching can come in, the meditation. Train yourself not to attach to the emotional part of the mind. How to let go of your depression, your fear, your hatred, your anxiety. How to let go of that. You think it's easy to let go? Extremely difficult. Because our emotional mind is always in control of the rational mind. But all these two minds are always working to create what? Karma. Good karma, bad karma. And once that karma, good or bad, is created, what happens? It gets stored into the storage mental part of the brain. It gets stored. Just like all these things that got stored in the chips, in the memory. You can't get it away. All in the memory. And when a person dies, all the senses are gone. Even the rational brain is gone. The rational brain creates all this karmic energy. The rational brain is gone. But you think whatever you have done is gone? No. It can all store into the memory. The emotional part of the brain, when a person dies, would shrink into the storage part. Would recede it into the memory, or the alaya consciousness, we call it. So there's the mano consciousness, which is the rational thinking, the manas consciousness, which is the ego emotional thinking. The rational brain dies, the emotion all shrink into the storage memory. All the karmic energy that you have been created when you were alive would all get stored. Nothing would go away. Storage not of the action only, of the speech, of every thought. So this every thought counts. So always breathe good thoughts, wholesome thoughts, compassionate thoughts, kindness thoughts, diligence thought. Learn to build up good thoughts, because when the thought comes up, it gets stored. The thought may carry into action, and some may not. If it carries into action, the karma gets stronger, because the action has been created. So if I have a thought to harm, to fight, I haven't carried out the action, but that thought registered. If I carry that harming, fighting thought into action, I will hurt others. The karmic energy is stronger, and it also gets stored. So in other words, the self is gone, because the body is gone, your emotional mind is gone, your rational mind is gone, but it all gets stored into the memory. Nothing gets gone. All gets stored in there. And this eighth consciousness, we call it alaya consciousness, is the storage of everything you have done, everything you have spoken, everything you have thought about. And it is what? It is invisible. It is imperceptible. You cannot see it. It's energy. It's karmic energy. How can you see energy? Energy cannot be seen by the eyes. Energy cannot be smelled by the nose. Energy cannot be tasted by your tongue. Energy is just energy that is not perceptible to you, to your senses, but it's stored. Can you see the actual process of the storing in the computer? It just performs itself. It gets stored in there. So all these things die, yourself, your body, everything die. But that bundle, huge, immeasurable bundle, chips of energy is still there. You can see it. And when the person dies, that energy left the body. That energy, to some people, would leave the body immediately on death. Some would stay for a few days, wandering about, and we call it the bottle stage of your existence. And some people call it the spirit, the ghost. It's not a ghost, it's just the stage that in between reincarnation, that energy is there. And you're wandering about around your body, you look at your family, your family can talk to you. They cannot perceive you. But you can see it, you can feel them, but they can't see you. Some people consider it as suffering. I wanted to talk to my mom and dad, but now I'm dead. I still have unfinished business. I still have all these jewelries in my jewelry boxes that I haven't given them the key to open it. Oh, I have these things undone, I have that thing undone. They're still wandering about in the family. They're not willing to go. And some people will say, I'm dead already, I gotta go. And some people linger on, but they would not linger for more than 49 days. Because the karmic energy in these 49 days, within the 49 days, are waiting for another opportunity and another casual relationship to be born in there. Some people get born in this family, that woman, you don't know. But they are related. So they will be born, roll into another body in the embryo and then get reborn again. And where does the karma reside? Reside in the alaya consciousness, that karmic energy. What is reborn? The alaya consciousness is reborn. That energy. We call it, we don't have a good name for it. The Buddha called it alaya vijnana. And vijnana is what? Is some sort of a, very difficult to translate. Some sort of an energy that is immeasurable. That roll from one body to another body. And that energy is still in the dream of existence. When that energy becomes enlightened, that energy no more exists. It's gone into another state when there's no such thing as energy. What is that state? That state has to be described by using words, because if the Buddha didn't use any words, there's no way we can comprehend it. And he just called it nirvana. He called it many names. Samya Sambuddhi, Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, just for the sake of letting us know there's such a thing. But there's no such thing as words. Words comes from the diluted mind. But if you don't call it, what do you call it? You call it a state of bliss, a state of nirvana. So where does the karma reside? The karma would not go away. Would be reside in that and in alaya vijnana, which is the alaya consciousness. And that alaya consciousness, with that invisible karma, will be reborn from body to body, from life to life, from reincarnations to reincarnations, in a samsara stage. So in other words, at a juncture of death, if you say, I hated this person, I hated him. If your some hatred is so strong, you may be reborn in that family as someone who hated his dad, wind up killing his own dad. His hatred is so much. But if he's at the juncture of death, he has a lot of compassion. I want to be a compassionate doctor in the next life. With what I have learned now chemically, it could be a chemist or biologist. With all I have learned, I want to get into my next life to be a good, wholesome, helpful, beneficial, humane doctor to save the whole world, to save patients who are suffering. With so much strength in his alaya consciousness, he may have become a Dr. Norman Bethel, or Albert Schweitzer. It depends on what kind of energy you build up, especially at the juncture of death, or your wish. And if you say, I want to be reborn in a land where there's no suffering, I want to be reborn in Amitabha's land, pure land, and that's the only way I will go, then at the juncture of death, you may be able to be reborn in that land of bliss, Sukhavati Vyuha, the land of Amitabha's blissful paradise. The last question, if I have an objective in life that might bring happiness to others, but since there is impermanence and in the end it may not happen, or it doesn't bring happiness to anyone in the world, in the end, should I still pursue it? How to deal with that and maintain the energy? Everything is impermanence, yes, but it does not mean that everything is impermanence, I don't want to do anything, because it's impermanent anyway. I don't have to learn to enlighten myself, because impermanence only apply to phenomena. But this world, the existence of this world is not just in terms of phenomena. There's also the noumena. If we can borrow the word from a very famous German philosopher, and his Immanuel Kant, K-N-T, he introduced two words. One is phenomena. Phenomena is what we can see, what we can feel, what we can hear, what we can touch, sounds, all that phenomena. Another is nomina. Nomina is what? You can't see it, you can feel it, you can touch it. All this phenomena is for sure impermanent. But your act of compassion is something that stays in the nomina. Your act of compassion is something that would change the phenomena to be better. Phenomena is impermanent, but that compassion, that nomina, that essence, would be justified in bringing yourself to a higher wisdom. So you can say, everything has to die anyway, so it does not matter. I can do anything I want because everything dies already. Finally. It's not true. Only the phenomena is impermanent, and that nomina that we cannot see, we cannot feel, we could not touch, will be greatly enhanced by your compassion, by your enlightenment, by your help to others. That would bring out the bodhi in you. And also, one more about the impermanence. It says that impermanence in the end, it may not happen or it doesn't bring happiness to anyone. The form would change, changeability on the phenomena, but that act of compassion can be carried forward forever into the next life, and one after next, and next after next. When we practice compassion, it is so close to the truth that compassion will elevate you to a higher level of Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. So in other words, not performing that act of compassion, or the act that would bring happiness, by not performing that, you would not be closer to the real truth. You would not be closer to Samya Sambuddhi. The more compassionate you are, the closer you are to the truth. Because when you are more compassionate, that means you're eliminating yourself. For example, in the compassion, one of the compassion acts is giving. When you're giving out, you're not enhancing only yourself. You are extending your narrow self to a bigger self. You think that the whole group is the self, not just yourself. The strength comes from not attaching to a self. In a team, in a teamwork, in an Olympic Games, if everybody is about enhancing himself, the game is not going to win. In a soccer game, it's not just about one person. If everybody is just working for himself, the team will not do well. But if everybody is sharing that bigger self, the compassion renders to the whole team, that team will be more successful. It's just one example of trying to extend your narrow, one-sided self to a general, broad, universal self. The power comes from that bigger and bigger and bigger self. And even that bigger self, finally, you have to let go. Even Buddhism has to be let go. You don't need that compassion anymore. It's not that you don't want it, because if you attach to compassion, you cannot be fully detached. So you have to transcend even Buddhism to be at that stage. But without this compassion, you cannot go to that stage of Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi. It's the process of compassion. Is the process of letting go. It's the process of losing it, losing yourself, losing your egoistic feeling, losing your hatred, losing your selfishness. Compassion is losing all these, not attaching, losing, giving out, donating, giving out. And by giving out and giving out, giving out, all of a sudden you find, I don't have, the self is all gone. That self is not there anymore. Then you're elevating by the boat of compassion. But the map of compassion, you walk out from that forest. But the map of karuna, but the map of matter, but the map of gratification, many, many ways. You walk out, you don't need that map anymore. It's not that that map is no good. That is exactly a valuable map of compassion that helps you to get out from the forest. But don't attach to that map anymore. You don't need it anymore when you walk out from the forest. You can use it as something to create some memory for yourself in the future. Oh, I have this map of compassion. Something to think about. What is your advice on transcending or overcoming some of the seemingly intolerable emotions, physical and mental sensations, for example, trauma, pain, crippling memories that arise during meditation? How can I persevere through this discomfort? Are you talking about just during meditation? These things come up? Your depression come up, your fear, your anxiety, and all that come up during meditation. As a matter of fact, they don't come up just during meditation. They come up when you are not meditating too. They come up all the time. And to some people, they may be more obvious during meditation. To some people. So if you ask, how do I transcend this? Overcome some of the seemingly intolerable emotions. All these, we call them emotions in common English, and we call them kleshas in the Pali language or Sanskrit language. They are actually mental afflictions that have been accumulated not only in this life, they have been accumulated through our previous lives too. Sometimes it's good to use an analogy to explain the Buddhist teaching. Imagine that you are working in an office very, very long time. I mean, comparably to what we're talking about for lives, for many lives. You've been working in an office for a very long time, and you have been accumulating a lot of dirt and dust and all that in your office. You haven't been organizing. You have been working in that office for a long time. And meditation is like setting up a crew of janitors. The janitor is going to clean up your office for you. And how much dirt is in your office? You haven't been cleaning it for millions of years. And you've been accumulating all this dirt and dust in your office. Dirt and dust from the atmosphere, dirt and dust that you created, all these junk files that you put in there that you never clean up, and that files belong to 1990 that you haven't cleared. All these things have been built up since many years ago. I'm using an analogy. These are actually all our emotions in our brain, in our brain office. Our brain is like an office. In our brain office, been building up and building up. Now you are sending messages to build up a team of janitors. That is to say, your meditation. And whenever they come in, they clean it up for you. They try to clean it up for you. And then when the janitors come in, they say, hey boss, you got to go away first. Because if you're in the middle of my job, how can I do it? So first of all, you have to stop what you're doing. And some people can never stop what they're doing. So when the janitor's trying to clean it, it's dust all over the place. They use bleach, they use whatever scrub and all that. they're creating more odors than before. They're scrubbing the floor, cleaning up your toilet, and it seems that to you, when you're working in, you're still working in the office, and these janitors are working in there, the washroom stinks because you scrub up all the dirt in the toilet. All these things, you think, you're coming to create dirt. He's coming to clean it up for you. But it seems to be he's creating more dirt for you. So in your meditation, you realize more about your own shortcomings. The janitors are scrubbing and all these things, producing a lot of odor. But they are helping you to be aware of what you've got in there. So to you, all this dirt and dust will accumulate on the ground and they never get rise up into the air, and you're working in spite of all these. But now it's more and more show up. The vacuum cleaning. Well, vacuum cleaning, noisy. It's noisy, it's odorous, it's people are barging into your privacy. You don't like it. That's exactly what you're doing in there. You have all the traumas, you have all the crippling emotions. They are scrubbing up your past memories. All your greediness, your hatred, your jealousy, your grief, your agony, all of a sudden become obvious in the meditation. Because the janitors have been scrubbing up those for you to clean them away. Some people may not be used to it. Some people go crazy. And when they go crazy, some people, you won't go crazy when you just meditate to 15 minutes per day or even 1 hour per week. Because you haven't even started. In other words, those janitors are just cleaning at the door for you. They never have come in. It doesn't affect you. You just meditate for 5 minutes per day, 15 minutes per day, nothing would affect you. But if you allow the janitors to come in and clean it up really thoroughly for you, it starts to hurt you. Then you start to know about it. So the average people just taking meditation as a kind of yogi exercise, doing it for 15, half an hour per day, nothing will affect you. You are kindergarten, so to speak. You are just kindergarten. Nothing would affect you. Only for those who really concentrate on it, who really uphold the practice of meditation, practicing for 2 hours per day, every day, really get deep into the subtle consciousness level. Then the janitors start to show up. Then you know all the problems. And some people call them people who really concentrate on it and get problems. They call it Zen sickness. And some people call it Kundalini sickness. So if you get deeper and deeper in meditation, it's not that easy. You get into problems. So don't just go to people who teach you holding a book in this hand. No, this is step number 1, cross your legs. Step number 2, put your palms together. Step number 3, pay attention to your belly button. They're holding up a book to show you how to meditate, and you can't go by that. You need someone who've gone through the troubles. You need someone who come up from the mountaintop down to you, and you say, where is the mountaintop? I've been there. This is where you go. If you ask someone who haven't been to the mountain, he's just roaming around in here, he does not know. He's just, I don't know, this is a map going up that way. You need someone who's really experienced. And that's the reason why when you start to do meditation deeper and deeper and deeper, there could be problems too. And some people call it the dark side of meditation. Meditation is not just a rosy garden that every day is rosy, every day is sunny. It's just like the weather. It's just like anything in this world. You think doing a business is rosy every day? You think people who become so successful, they all sail through every day? They run into big, huge problems. When I was in Toronto, I saw people who got bankrupt for 5 times. They failed, they got bankrupt. And finally, he became successful because he never gave up. There are people who just bankrupt 1 time and you never get up again. And there are people who haven't even tried. So you got to go through storms. In order to be a seafarer, what do you call it? You really have to go through the storm. Life is storm. Life is not always a rosy garden. I don't know what have you tasted so far. If you're a teenager, I have a teenager a few years ago when I talk about suffering. I have a teenager there, maybe 17, 18, studying first year at UBC, and with her boyfriend sitting there eating. I still remember. I still have an image of that girl with her boyfriend. When I talk about suffering, and then I have the carelessness of trying to get questions in the middle of my talk. Now I realize that I have to wait my talk finished before any questions. And then I said, any questions, talking about suffering, and she raised her hand and said, I don't agree. Life is beautiful. Life is happy. I don't have any suffering. And then, when I heard that answer, I said, I got trouble because I have to explain suffering. My topic was not on suffering. Now all of a sudden this question about suffering come up, then I have to use at least half an hour to explain suffering. So I was sort of get lost, a little lost. Should I spend, my topic is not on suffering, should I spend another half hour just to talk about suffering, or just let this lady go, And then I don't even have to say it. They left immediately. I said, we cannot leave in the middle of a meal, but he just put down the plate and bang the door with her boyfriend, and they left. And then later, I know that she got friends in here too. And somehow the friends released to me, and she said, the girl was in a very rich family. The parents make a lot of money, and the parents bought a big house for her at Sonnesey. And then she was driving a Mercedes-Benz at the age of 17, a 560 sports Mercedes-Benz. She has no worry. She didn't know how to make money, and she didn't even. You see, when she was sick, she went to a hospital at one time, and the parents visited her and said, "It's good to be sick, because if I'm not sick, my parents won't come from hometown to visit me. Now I'm sick, my parents are coming to see me, and that's very happy." She has always been in a rosy garden, but we know that as her life progresses, she will meet a lot of suffering, inevitable. Aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, departure from beloved ones, insatiable desires, and all this is suffering. Why am I talking about suffering now? I'm answering this question. How can I persevere through this discomfort? Just live with it. If all this painful depression, if a person is suffering from depression or fear or anxiety, when it comes in your meditation, or not only in the meditation, in daily lives, what do? You become depressed. When you become depressed, you have fear, you have anxiety, you have discomfort. You're not comfortable, because the mentality affects the physical. When you are in a depression, you don't feel comfortable. You can't say depression is just a mental thing and it doesn't affect your physical. That's not true. Depression can lead to insomnia. Depression can lead to pain, can lead to many, many things. So, what do? Depression comes usually, according to what some sutras say, live with it. Befriend with it. Don't hate it. Don't add hatred onto hatred. I hate my depression. Depression is already something not bad, not good, and you add on something, hatred to a depression. Just live with it. Befriend with it. Hey, here my friend is coming now. It's called depression. Hey, let's live together. Live with your depression. But don't let the depression swallow you up. You know he's your friend. You can't get rid of him. But you won't be influenced by him. Sure, you will be. But just live with it. And befriend with it. Don't hate it. Don't try to, I want to let go of it. I want to kick it out. This is depression. Especially some of your friends and relatives will say, you're in depression, it's easy. Just let go of that idea. You think it's easy to let go? When you have a depression, you cannot let it go so easily. To you, you don't have depression. You may say, just drop your depression. That depression, you just let go, let go, let go. Reverend Guan Cheng said, let go. So let go, let go. But you cannot let go. When the depression comes, you cannot let go. What do? Live with it. Befriend with it. Don't hate it. Just accept it. It doesn't kill you. It won't kill you. You won't die because of depression. Unless you hate your depression. Unless you feel so despair with your depression. You don't add another emotion onto emotion. A depression comes, all right, it's depression. My friend has come now. Let me just talk to my friend. My friend has come. I don't hate my friend. I don't love my friend, but if he comes, I just entertain his coming. He's coming. And when you are the relatives or friends of a person who is depressed, don't try to get all these theories to them. Some people, oh, my son, my daughter has depression, and then he tries to get all kinds of information from Google, pile up 2 inches of Google information about depression, study it, memorize it, and try to explain theories. He knows already. He knows all the theories. You don't have to explain it. He knows. He just needs someone who is listening to him, standing by his side, understand him, and go through the trouble with him. Spend your time with him. Not just to hear the information about depression. Study it. And then you know. No. You have to go out with him to have a coffee. You have to, if he wants to have a dinner, you go over with a dinner. And you enjoy your time with him or with her. And that could solve a problem. And then your mind, you know that he needs someone to talk to. He needs someone to express feelings about. Let it out. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. But this is from the sutras. Don't hate it. Don't add hatred. Don't love it. Love sometimes is not a splendid thing. You're attached to love. Love is related to many intricacies in previous lives. When the love comes, why not treat love sometimes as a responsibility? You have to be responsible to be a father for your kids. But if you blindly attach your love, you could be agonized if something comes up that is not right. You try your best. And don't agonize yourself with love. The more love you put into it, the more painful you will feel. So try to alienate from that. Love is a subjective experience. Stand back and look at this subjective experience. Whenever there's a subjective experience, it's your eyeglass getting tainted with subjectivity. You have to you have to stand away from it and see this. And don't get carried away by it. But again, you cannot be irresponsible. Reverend Guan Cheng said, you don't have to love your kids too much, so I don't have to be responsible for my kids. Not wrong, that's wrong. You have to be responsible as a responsible father, mother, and all that. But don't attach love so much. Don't agonize yourself, because your kids may not love you. When you love your kids so much and your kid hates you, you agonize yourself. Okay, that's all for this question. Second question. Dear Master, if the present does not exist, then the potential path of enlightenment doesn't exist. Thank you. Have you found the emptiness? How can you constantly rediscover it when you start meditation after interacting with the substantial world? All right, let's take this question bit by bit. It's a piecemeal information question here. If the present doesn't exist, then the potential path of enlightenment doesn't exist. You are right. Enlightenment does not exist. How can you say enlightenment exists? Enlightenment exists because you are not enlightened. If you are enlightened, enlightenment does not exist. You know what I mean? There's no such thing as enlightenment. You don't even have to talk about it. The present does not exist. The future does not exist. The past does not exist. For that reason, you don't exist. What is you? What is me? What is me? I, right? I. When I say I identify everything as I, subjectively. This is subjective experience. This is me. This is I. I want to be that. I want to be this. What is this I? When you point to something as I, then you must be something that you can point to, right? If I is nothing, then how can you say I? What is this I? I is what? This body. There must be something you point to, you can call an I. If there's nothing to point to, what is it? So, what is this I? This body. This body and mind. What is this body and mind? What is existence? This body and mind exists. Existence involves two dimensions. Space and time. Right? Existence involves two dimensions, space and time. You're talking about time. Let's talk about time first. I talked about this before, but let's repeat it. It does not matter if I repeat it. What is time? Time is the past, the present, and the future. Time of the past, past time. Did the past exist? When we're talking about existence, existing now, the past is already gone. How can it exist? You cannot bring the past onto the present table and say, this exists. The past does not exist because it's gone. How can you bring back yesterday? How can you bring back last year? Past is gone. Does not exist. Period. Time does not exist. Past does not exist because it's gone. How about the future? The future hasn't come yet. How can it exist now? The future has not come. Why do you worry about it? Why do you hang on to it? The future does not exist now. The future does not exist. Then how about the present? Every present, every second become a past. There's no present. The sentence that I uttered just a minute ago or 1 second ago is past. You cannot grasp onto the present. The present does not exist. So if the past doesn't exist, the future doesn't exist, the present doesn't exist, time is a delusion. Time exists because of your attachment. Time exists because of this delusion. We are living in the delusion of the dream of existence. Time does not exist. So if time does not exist, what is enlightenment? Is it enlightenment of the past? If you're talking about enlightenment of the past, that means you're not enlightened now because past is enlightenment. If you're talking about future enlightenment, the future enlightenment hasn't come. So how can there be an existence of a future enlightenment? If you're talking about your present enlightenment, you are still existing as an individual sentient being. You are not enlightened. How can there be enlightenment now? So enlightenment does not exist. Not only is enlightenment does not exist, our body does not exist now. Talking about space, what is this body? This body is it's a combination of 36 categories. 12 on the outside features, 12 in the internal organs, and 12 in the in between. All these are organs put together, and we call it a body. Right now there's an AI that says a robot. A robot is robot a body? We are like a living robot. It's all conditions put together, then we act accordingly. And this robot has to die out. How can you call existence if it only appears for a short time? It's a delusion of experience. This body is a conglomeration of all the conditions put together. If for 5 minutes I squeeze my nostrils and I don't have oxygen, I don't exist, quote unquote, in the name of existence. So my body exists based on the condition of enough oxygen. My body exists based on the conditions of 7 days with water. My body exists based on the conditions of enough day for 41 days. So all these is a temporary coming together of all the conditions. And when the conditions don't fulfill, I'm dead. But I attach this body. I cheat because of this body. I commit sexual misconduct. I lie. I steal. I hunt. I kill because of this temporary existence. And for that reason, I'm building up a lot of karma. And with this kind of karma, I roll into the next life for a renewed, delusive existence. So thank you very much. The enlightenment does not exist. Enlightenment does not exist, but we need enlightenment. If we go to Victoria, we take the BC ferry, Sunshine Coast, Horseshoe Bay. When we arrive at Victoria, we got to leave the boat. We got to leave the ferry. We cannot depend on enlightenment. When we enlighten, we throw away the Buddha's teaching. You don't attach to the teaching anymore. When you arrive at Victoria, you got to leave the ship. You cannot rely on the ship, but you need the ship to go to Victoria. But you don't attach to the ship. You need the ship, you don't attach to it. And the ship only exists conditionally, based on all these conditions that come true for you to get onto the ship. Oh, I briefly answered the second part of the questions. Have you found emptiness? Emptiness is nowhere to be found. Where do I find emptiness? What is emptiness? Emptiness is not to find it. When I meditate, I'm not finding. In meditation, you're not finding something. You're giving up. You're giving up. When you're meditating, you're giving up your jealousy, your hatred, your greediness. You're giving up your ignorance. You're giving up. I don't want to find anything. I want to lose things. I don't want to get things. So have you found emptiness? No. I don't want to find emptiness. It stinks. I don't want to find it. I don't want to find emptiness. How can you constantly rediscover? I don't want to discover, not to say rediscover. When you start meditating after interacting with the substantial world, I don't want to interact. Hopefully, I don't want to interact with emotion, with the substantial world. However, because I have a body, I need to respond to the substantial world. So I don't have any emptiness. I don't have any enlightenment. And I'm not discovering anything. So who am I? I don't know. You tell me. Okay, that's all. I heard you will be traveling abroad. Could you share a bit of information regarding your plans and how long you will be away? Thank you with metta. I will be traveling on Monday to Hong Kong for approximately about 3 weeks, and basically is a lecture tours. I will be giving 2 days lecture to about 1,000 audience in Hong Kong, about 1,000, maybe more than 1,000, I don't know, at least 1,000 for 2 days. And I'll be also giving lectures and discussing and practicing meditation with a group of policewomen and policemen. Hong Kong police, they have a Buddhist association learning Buddhism. So there will be a lot of, I'll be talking to a group of policemen and policewomen how to meditate and how to overcome emotions, because being a policeman anywhere is sometimes stressful, and when you are stressful, then you have to know how to handle your stress. If you don't know how to handle your stress, you will gradually build up a lot of emotions such as depression, fear, worry, anxiety, and all that. And we need to understand them from the Buddhism perspective. Many people talk about it from the modern psychology perspective, psychiatry's perspective, and maybe from the medical perspective. But they need to listen to another perspective on the spiritual side, how to handle emotions, depressions, fear, anxiety, family problems, how to handle stress when it comes out. Nowadays, more and more people are going through, in its modern society, going through psychological stress. The other day, I had a visit from a dad whose daughter, committed suicide because of depression, a teenager. And when I come back, when I return, I have to go to that place in northern BC, Vernon, giving a talk to about 1,000 teenagers on how to handle stress, how to handle emotions, how to handle emotions arising from family problems, from school problems that they think they have, and all these are necessary. They should know about it. So that's the content. And also, I'll be talking to different groups of people on Buddhism. And in Hong Kong, they speak Cantonese. And Cantonese is my mother tongue. So it's much easier for me to discuss meditation and all these problems in my mother tongue in Cantonese. So I'll be away for approximately 3 weeks. And when I'm back, I'll continue with what we're talking about on how to meditate, the introspection side. Because we're finished the samatha, we still have to do a vipassana. Okay, so that's answer the first question. And any questions on this? So you have, is that basically that's where I will be going. The next question is about something that maybe I should talk about. Nowadays, many people going through loss of a family member. Loss of a family member contains many sides of it. loss of seniors in a family member, but also not only seniors, because death actually some people think of death as a very remote perspective. It's still very far away, but actually, death is in between breath. It's as fast as in between breath. Death is not about 1 day, 2 days, 2, 3 days, 4 days, months. It's about in between a breath. If you hold your breath and you don't continue the next one, you die. So actually, breath is so near. I mean, death is so near. So we have to understand what death is all about, especially in family members. Talking about death of senior members, people who are granddad, grandparents, that is easier to understand, because when you get senior, when you get old, naturally everybody has to pass away. But how about death of very, very junior, say of a baby, death of a baby. Death of a baby basically is usually in two parts of it. We consider. The first part is some people like abortion. So some babies are just simply aborted. They're aborted. They're not allowed to live. That's one part. And the other part is immature baby who never make it to be alive. There's two parts of it. And talking about these two perspectives, aborted babies, they are aborted intentionally because of, the way I put it is, irresponsible parents. I have people who come for meditation, and 2 or 3 cases like that. And one day, during the 20 years of meditation, he came up to me and said, my girlfriend is pregnant and we don't want it. I'm only 18 and she's only 17. And so is it okay to do an abortion? I have to go through explaining. You know, they, out of sense of irresponsibility, out of a sense of responsibility that will be put on them if they have the babies, they will abort the babies. They brought the baby to this world themselves, and yet, so to speak, they killed them. I mean, those are irresponsible parents. But there are parents who are responsible. There are parents who try to nurture their babies until one day the baby may come out immaturely. Immature babies who will never make it. These are responsible parents who, because of carelessness, because of situations that they don't know, then they don't have the babies. So my advice to those parents is, you have already tried your best. Don't worry about the rest of it. And also, the Buddha told us that all members of a family come together because, why do they come together again? Because of 4 reasons. Because of 4 reasons, you have brothers and sisters and dads and moms and granddads and grandparents. And all these 4 reasons related not only of this life, of previous lives too. And you, members of the family, must have some unfinished business before in previous life that they will come together to finish the business. What do they have to finish? I think if I can give you an analogy, the coming together and the going is simply like a general ledger if you're an accountant. You have the debit side of it and the credit side of it. You either owe something, which you call liability. you owe something, which is your assets, and you always have to balance it. If in the previous life you owe somebody some money, for example, you owe that somebody $100,000, and you promise to repay. You sign a note even. But then you run away. You don't want to pay it. And he was so angry. You signed a paper with me and we want to pay $100,000 now. You lost your business. It's your business. It's not my business. But you got to pay me back. But you never pay me back. And I couldn't find you. But in his mind, he's always remember this debt unpaid. He wanted the debt to be repaid, the money to be repaid. And somehow, in the next life, he could be born as your baby. As the baby get born into this world, he wanted the money back. So you have to educate the baby, you have to give him all the food, you have to give him all the love, you have to give him everything. And then somehow, when you add up all this love, it can quantify this love, all the food, all the schooling, and add it together, it could come up to, I don't know, $100,000, boom, he's dead. It's gone. Because you repaid the debt already. That is a repayment of a monetary liability. You owed him debt, you repay the debt in money. Whereas in some situations, it's a repayment of non-debt situation, which is love. Here is your husband that you divorced in previous life without any good reason. It's a third party intervention into a love affair. And you divorced him. And he lived with agony. He didn't want his life to leave him. So he had a lot of hatred because you divorced him. In the next life, he came back as your baby again, and you're going to repay this kind of love. You love the baby so much. You love him as a child, brought him up, etc., etc., etc. But he never loved you. He just won your love. Some sons love the parents. Some sons, they don't love the parents. Some sons even hate the parents. How come this is all repayment of a debt, repayment of emotions, repayment of love? All these are mixed together is nothing but a balancing of credits and liabilities, debits and credits. So don't attach too much emotions to what you're experiencing through. Plus, if you have a baby immaturely, even if the baby is alive, he may be coming back to get you. If he was born with autism, if he was born with ADHD, some people call it an A child, you have to look after that baby for the rest of your life. Some children were born with retardation in learning, and I have a friend at university. We were studying together at University of Toronto. Later, he got married, and he had a baby girl, and the baby girl now grew up to be about 38, 39, almost close to 40. And her intelligence level is only 12. He couldn't learn beyond 12. He couldn't learn anything beyond what a 12-year-old primary school child would take. So, autism. Is it autism? Yeah, autism, right? Autism. And some ADHD too. So, if the baby gone, probably we don't know what is good and what is bad. Do you want to look after a retarded baby for the rest of your life? Of course you don't want to. But saying all that, there's a lot of intricacies in human relationship. Intricacies that only the Buddha can perceive, because that related to previous lives too. Not just previous one life, it could be 2 lives, 3 lives, 4 lives ago. So whenever you experience a child who wants to get the debt, think about that. You give him all the love. Pay him everything. Don't agonize on it. How come my child didn't love me? How come my boy at the age of 18 ran away from home and never showed up again? And I know there are some parents, when the child get up to 18 years old, the parent, when they said to the child, get out of my house, don't come back again, make your own living. The child was only, the boy was only 18 years old, and he got kicked out from the house. All of a sudden, the parents don't love the child anymore. I experienced such a man when I was working in I don't know what, I shouldn't tell you the place, but one year I was a summer student at a very grand hotel in Banff, I can tell you, in Banff. And we have youngsters coming together to work in a hotel, and there was youngsters like that. My dad kicked me out when I was 18 years old, and I was not allowed to go home. Well, how come your dad loved you so much? No, they don't love me anymore when I turn 18. Don't show up again. Go to make your living. We have enough with you. Yeah, the parents like that. Because at the age of 18, maybe you already have paid up all the debt. We don't know. All of a sudden it's like that. It's just like husband and wife. They were so in love when they were young, and when they get to a certain age, the love becomes dry. No more. No feeling anymore. They got a divorce. All of a sudden, it seems to be the flame is not burning anymore. It's all extinguished and couldn't show any sign of burning up again. Suddenly. But when they were teenagers, they were so madly in love. April love, we call them. April love. They're so much in love. And then, all of a sudden, the love disappeared. Many, many situations are like that. So, this is a world of suffering. This is a world of suffering. And saying that being said, it does not mean that we are pessimistic. Suffering is a fact in life. When there's aging, sickness, death, how can you say life is always happy? We have temporary pleasure. Sometimes you can call it happiness, temporary happiness. But the happiness won't last. It would dissipate in the air. So we say a child relationship, a baby relationship with the parents is either a repayment of a debt or payment. He's paying you, then he would treat you like, Mom and Dad, I will always love you, and you're our dearest, because he's coming to repay you for the rest of his life, for the rest of your life too. He's coming back to pay you up because you helped him a lot in his previous lives. And for some of them, they don't like you. They hate you. Even among brothers and sisters. And even among relationship as to how the parents treat different children at home, the parents could love the daughter more than the son, or the son more than the daughter, or could love only the daughter in the middle, not the first and the third. All this love, all this is all different. Not the same. Our karmic energy is not the same. Our face is never the same. Everybody's face is different. Everybody's karmic energy that one created is different. There's no similar. Even twins, they look the same, but their karmic energy is different. So, this is the word of advice to those who experience death of immature babies. Learn from the mistakes, and who knows, it could be a blessing from a certain angle. Maybe you don't have to look after a baby with autism, with ADHD. Any question at all? Raise your hands if you have any questions. Any challenges? Anybody say, no, I don't agree? Yes, you don't agree?
No, I agree.
You agree? Okay, yeah.
What if you adopt a child?
You adopt a child?
Is there a family tie, a previous life family tie?
Yeah. Wow, that's a good question. I remember many years ago, 30 years ago, I always travel from Hong Kong to Guangzhou, Canton, and sometimes on business, sometimes on lectures, and I travel many times to Guangzhou, Canton, and I usually stay in a hotel. That hotel was called the White Swan Hotel, very famous hotel. And every morning when I went down to eat my breakfast, I saw groups and groups of table with different groups of people, and all these people sitting in there, they were parents. They were parents from where? From North America, mostly from the States. And the men and women and almost like 20 tables, couples, each, they're holding up babies in their arms. And the babies were Chinese. And there are people who actually, with their warm hearts, actually come to China to adopt a lot of babies. Almost like every morning is a 20 different groups of people. And they were holding the babies and feeding them. And some babies may have some defects in their face. And they clipped lips, and sometimes maybe somehow, a little bit of defects, and that the parents, by blood relationship, they didn't want them, they give them to orphanages. And these North American people, they are people, they have a lot of love. I really respect them. They have a lot of, there are people who really love babies, and they actually come to go to the country to adopt all these babies. Deserted babies that they don't want. Some babies are even limping babies, and they feed them. And I saw a lot of love when they're feeding. A Caucasian man, a Caucasian woman in their 30s, 32, 33. They were spoon by spoon feeding a baby. And sometimes when I come again, and there were sometimes 2 times there were a group who actually had a 5-year-old Chinese girl. They were Caucasians, 5-year-old Chinese girl sitting in one seat, and they adopted another baby. And that 5-year-old Chinese girl was adopted 5 years ago. And they came for a second one. And that 5-year-old looks very, very pretty, very cute, walking around. And there were babies like that before. They brought them up. They brought up these babies and they gave them all the education. They really loved them. There are a lot of people who had a lot of love for babies, when you talk about compassion, I think these are compassionate people. And who would adopt a baby? That's, they have their own, some of them have their own babies too. They have their own, boys and girls, and they want to adopt another baby. I see a lot of love on bread. That's one of the reasons why I want to stay in that hotel. Every morning when I go down there, I can see love everywhere. I don't know if that happened again, because Canton, that hotel is quite near to an orphanage. That people are like that. And they don't mind, yes, yeah?
It was pretty much over China. I remember with CPR,
yeah,
that I used to work for, they had baby flights.
Yeah, baby flights, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them, and I was in Beijing, and all the new parents for their baby the very first day.
Yeah.
I saw that many times.
Yeah, many babies,
Just
yeah.
a whole flight full of 40 or 50 children going back to Canada.
Oh, yeah. Even Canadians adopted those babies too?
Many Canadians, yes.
Yeah, you see, we all should learn to be good people. How can we afford time doing bad deeds? There's so much love practiced by many people. They're not speaking a word of Buddhism, but they are manifesting the love as preached by the Buddha. So sometimes the word religion, Buddhism, is not the word, it's how you behave, how you act. And what was the question again? I forgot about the question. Yeah.
I was wondering, because you said people are born in the same family because of karmic energy,
Yeah,
If you adopt a baby that is from a different family,
yeah.
does that baby's karmic energies are related to your past life?
Of course. We're all related. So the reason why you adopt that baby and brought him or her into the family, you must have some karmic relationship before. Yeah, there must be some karmic relationship before. So that being said, if you have a good relationship to start with, and suddenly the relationship went sour, don't agonize on it. It's just the time comes when that relationship has to disappear. So don't really, oh, my wife divorced me, oh, it's terrible, I'm going to commit suicide, nobody loves me anymore. It's not the right thinking. It's just that relationship is concluded. And maybe a new relationship is going to show up. Or there wouldn't be any relationship again. Or that's the time to become a nun or a monk. Yeah. That gives you a mature opportunity to get away from all this, what we call quote and unquote love. Any more questions?
I have a question.
Yeah?
Related to your first question. While you're visiting Hong Kong, are you going to go visit the big Buddha in the Lantau Island? That Buddhism, is that the same compared to this one? Is it different? Or it doesn't matter? I don't really know.
It does not matter. It does not matter because that is matter. You understand what I mean? Anything that is matter does not really matter. Anything that is I don't know if you know what I mean. Anything that is matter, it's a formulation. It's a formulation of protons, electrons, molecules, and neutrons, and all that. They come together when the conditions mature. They don't come together when the conditions don't mature. So all this coming together and disappearing is a matter of causality. I don't attach to any. I won't say, this is the Buddha I love. This is a Buddha I don't love. Or this is a Buddha, this is not a Buddha. No. Do you want to visit the Buddha on Lantau Island? Well, if I have time, yes. If I don't have time, no. Well, so is that Buddha on Lantau Island the same as the Buddha in here? The difference is only in your mind, not in the Buddha. If it is the same Buddha, if you say, no, I hate this Buddha, I love this Buddha, then the hatred is only in your mind, not with the Buddha outside, not with matter. So it does not matter if it is matter. Right? So don't discriminate in your mind. Throw out your discrimination. Throw out your bigotry. Throw out your opinion. Throw out your tainted glasses that you wear when you are looking at everything. You look at it with your own self-view when you look at it. It does not matter. Form is not the matter. Introspection is matter. Going deep inside. The wisdom is inside, not outside.
I was just wondering if that Buddha, I visited Buddha a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I never saw any monks there.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody practicing there. I was just wondering if
Yeah.
it's mainly a tourist attraction, if it's really, why this Buddha is so big. Is there any significance?
So it's a huge big Buddha. Is it a tourist attraction? Yes, it is a tourist attraction to a tourist, but it is more than just a tourist attraction to a practitioner, to not only a Buddha. When different people look at a tree, his or her perspective is all different. When an arborist is looking at a pine tree, he's looking from the perspective of what species is this pine tree? What kind of needles? This pine tree, how long is it going to go? What's the features? How will it grow in the future? An arborist will look at a pine tree from this perspective. Whereas someone who, a businessman, when he look at a pine tree, he would say, if I grow all this pine tree in one area, And maybe in 30 years, I have all this pine wood that I can make a lot of money. So maybe I should plant these trees now and wait for 20 years. I then cut them all down and I am to slice them into 2x4, 4x6, and I'm going to sell them and I will make $2 million. He's looking for a profit perspective. He's looking at it from a different perspective. A third person, he's a landscaper. A pine tree is so beautiful, maybe I can use this palm tree to put in my pond, near my pond. Everybody look at one simple thing from different perspective, and they produce different opinions about it. When a person look at the 4 very important features of life, they all feel a different way. When Buddha looked at someone who was passing away, the Buddha said, oh, there are people who are dying. So death is inevitable. How can we go beyond death? How can we practice beyond death? Okay, but when another person is looking at death, at a person dying, the first thing they do is, I want to get real close to that person. He may be contagious. And how come he's dying in there? I want to get away from it. So everybody look at death, living, look at everything differently. So looking at the huge Buddha, is it a tourist attraction? To someone who wants to tour around, it's a tourist attraction. To someone who, like, when he looked at the Buddha, he wanted to recall what he learned about Buddhism. He wanted to do introspection meditation. He wanted to respect the Buddha for what the Buddha did. He wanted to be a good person. He wanted to meditate happily. He wanted to extend his compassion to all sentient beings. He wanted to practice Buddhism. He wanted to be a saint. He wanted to, one day, he would render all his compassion by going to the interior part of Africa. He would build hospitals in there, and he would do a lot of good things for the whole society. Different people look at the Buddha and arousing different perspective, different opinion, different thinking. Yes?
In your video, you talked about the emotional mind and the rational mind.
Yeah.
So you're saying that most people tends to be more emotional.
Yeah.
And they're not really listening to the rational mind.
Yes.
But the goal of Buddhism is to gear you towards more of a rational mind so that you can look at the situation more clearly?
Yes, you can say that way, but I have to add more on your comment because you could be missing one very important part. Basically, our mind is into 2, the emotional mind and the thinking mind. The thinking mind is what you have been growing up with. The education you get from school, education you get from family. Maybe your dad is a very responsible person, very hardworking, and your dad always tells me that, always tells you that, you have to be intelligent, you have to be hardworking, you have to respect people. Then you learn, I have to respect people, I have to be hardworking. All this was regarding the rational thinking mind because you've been educated that way. And in your family, you pay a lot of attention to family love. And when you go to school, you go to a very good school, and the teachers always say, okay, you have to safeguard public interest. When you go to a zoo, when you go to a park, you can just pick any flowers you want. When you go to a bus, you have to line up, and you have to obey the law. When you drive, you have to be safe, etc., etc. That is on the educational, the language, the techniques. That's what the thinking mind is taking care of when you are doing your education. On the other hand, there's also the emotional mind. The emotional mind. The emotional mind is a mind with depression, fear, insecurity, hatred, all kinds of emotions. And this emotional mind always seems to be stronger than the thinking mind. The reason for this emotional mind always seems to be stronger than this thinking mind is this emotional mind always have accumulated energy from previous lives. So in other words, previously when you were another person in your previous life, you were someone who's so selfish. You were someone who was so cruel. or you will someone who is really a philanthropist. So all this previous karmic energy you created in your previous lives, they don't just disappear. All this energy, sometimes good, sometimes bad, all will brought to this life too. And that will become an accumulated emotional mind. And this is an accumulation. This accumulation, that means it is very, very powerful because it's accumulated. It always is at a tug of war with your thinking mind. So in other words, if you get angry, if in your previous life, the anger you already built up, you habitually become angry. So in this life, you also easily get angry too. So when you get angry, your emotional mind will take over the rational mind. However, the rational mind says you can't be angry because the teacher teaches us that you cannot blow up the temper all the time. So just try to control, but you cannot. So there's always a tug of war. The emotional mind want to be angry. The rational mind, no, stopped it. So they're always at a tug of war. But it seems that tug of war, the emotional mind seems to be always in control. So the Buddha said, always train yourself, strengthen your emotional, your rational thinking mind so that you can at least get even, then you can get more reasonable. So Buddhism is to increase the power in your thinking mind, in your rational mind. However, the Buddha explained the two minds much more beyond. Even the thinking mind is not pure, because all these concepts that you've been educated by the teachers, by your dad, by your parents, they were not all true. Because if your dad is a selfish dad, then more or less he's influenced you with selfishness. So even the thinking mind is better than the emotional mind, but it's still not the truth. The Buddha said you have to go beyond these two minds. You have to go beyond these two minds. That's what we call the nirvana mind, the nirvanic mind. You have to train these two minds to go into beyond these two minds. That is a saintly, pure, blissful mind. And that's how you will learn to be going to that mind. That is the mind of purity. And how do we get there? You have to learn what the Buddha was telling you to get there. So the thinking mind teaches you to be good. What is good and what is bad in different society will be different. That's why the thinking mind is still not the best mind. Because good and bad depends on what the society defines it for you, what the family defines it for you. So you have to go beyond that. So, that being said, the objectives of life is to be a good person, to be happy, to have wisdom. And all that is contained in the Buddha's teaching. To be a good person is to strengthen your rational mind. To be happy and to have wisdom is to control your emotional mind. To have wisdom is to elevate these two minds to the mind of purity, to the mind of enlightenment, to the mind we call anuttara samya sambuddhi, to the bodhi mind, sometimes we call it. And you have to train it. You have to train yourself to be. That's what the Buddha is trying to do. He's trying to tell you how you can do it to train your mind to be a bodhi mind. It's all contained in the Buddha's teaching. And learning to get to that bodhi mind not only will benefit you for the next life that you don't have to reincarnate, it would also bring you happiness in this life, because that bodhi mind would help you to be more wise, to stay away from bad deeds, and to lead a happier life. So the Buddhist teaching not only would enhance the richness of this life, but also would call an end to samsara, to life and death. Go beyond this life and death to that state of nirvana. And you really have to study about it to know. All right? Any more question? Any more question? Yes?
Just wondering, because not all emotions are bad. I mean, you can feel overwhelmed happiness is an overwhelming love.
Yeah.
Aren't those still good emotions?
Emotions, when we call emotions, it's just like when we call, why do we have emotions? We analyze what is emotion. Emotions is when your sensory organs get in contact with externalities. Because your emotions by itself will not all of a sudden get agitated. Say, if you have the emotions of for example, if the emotion of sexuality, for example, if there is no externalities that arouse your sensuous thinking, you won't get that aroused. So in other words, you are affected. All your sensory organs, senses are affected by externalities. You're all affected by externalities. When your senses are affected by externalities, you have two responses. One is what? One is interaction. You have two, what you call, effects coming out from that relationship. One is the interaction. The other is the response to it. An interaction is you interacted with feelings. When something arouses your anger, that externality, external thing, he yelled at you, he sound bad, then it agitates your anger. So all the externalities, if it arouses your bad emotions, you interact with it with your emotions. When we say emotions, we always say it with the negative connotations. Emotions, if it is in a good connotation, would be compassion is an emotion. Or love, in a certain way, is a good emotion, right? But love is still an emotion when you really analyze it. Because love between, for example, between two relationships, if A loves B, that's love. Probably that's good, but love is good. But if B does not love A, then hatred will follow it. Because the love is not reciprocated by another love. So that's a conditional love. You call that love an emotion. It's a good emotion, more or less, but that more or less good emotions could lead to bad emotions. Because love, if it is one-sided, it wouldn't come out. If the husband loves the wife and the wife doesn't love the husband, you think the love will last? So love is always should be not one-sided, to be two-sided. So love itself is an emotion, but that emotion may lead to these emotions, which is called hatred. So what is good love? Good love is unconditional. If you love your wife, it does not matter whether your wife loves you. You always love your wife. Even if your wife hates you, you still love your wife. That is unconditional. But how much love is conditional? It's unconditional. Most, 98% of love is conditional on the relationship that they love. He also loves you. She also loves you. So you have to go beyond conditional love. That is called unconditional love. That's what we call that nirvanic state. Even go beyond this love. So emotions have negative connotation, also have a positive connotations. Most emotions is negative. Most emotions. For example, depression, fear, anxiety, hatred, jealousy. But how about love for doing charity? That's good. That's good. That's good. Love for doing charity. Or, I don't know, there are some positive emotions. And positive emotions is always better than negative emotions. Positive emotions will lead to advantages rather than disadvantages. All this have to be analyzed. Yeah, emotions sometimes are good, but how much emotion is good? Not that much. to build a Buddhist altar. And if we offer, for example, fruits, for how long we keep the fruit in the altar, and what we should do with that fruit. You eat it. Don't throw it away. So how do we build a Buddhist altar? A table, and you have a statue, and then you have some flowers in front of it, like what you see in here. And the flowers can be on the side or in the middle, but you must have the right table so that the table is high enough that when you stand in front of the altar table, you're not looking down on the Buddha. In other words, the Buddha at least should be in line when you're standing with your eyesight horizontally. You don't want to look down on a Buddha, right? So it should be a little higher. In other words, the best angle would be you have to look up a little bit in order to see the Buddha. But it doesn't have to be 20 feet in height. It's high enough so that you have to look up a little bit, and maybe the eyes of the statue should be horizontal to your forehead. Then that would be a good location, a good height. And don't put your altar table in front of the washroom. For example, sometimes in an apartment, our apartment is it's a bachelor apartment, you don't have a lot of space, and you have to put your altar table facing the washroom. That wouldn't be a good, respectful place. It's not a respectful place to put your altar table. So don't put it facing the toilet, the washroom. And hopefully don't put your altar table facing directly or inside the kitchen, because you are slaughtering fish, lobsters, crabs, and you want a Buddhist statue to be looking on you, slaughtering all these crabs and lobsters and shrimps. So don't put it in the kitchen. Don't put it near the kitchen. So how about bedroom? In the bedroom, if you're always changing clothes in your bedroom, that's not a respectable place to put your altar table. And some people have the habit of going naked. Oh, that's terrible! In front of a altar table, you have to change clothes. You're wearing shorts. You're wearing underwear, and you don't prostrate to a Buddha with underwear. When in your pajamas, you're wearing your pajamas, you're wearing an underwear, and you're prostrating to a Buddha statue on an altar table, thinking that you are in Thailand, that you can be half naked in your shoulders and you can be naked down. It's not the right way to think about it. So there are certain places that you cannot put your altar table. The best is not facing kitchen and washroom, not in your private room, unless you have a curtain for it. So in other words, you build drapes. So whenever you're changing, since you don't have that much space, then you put a drape, a curtain. And then when you are doing a prostration and when you are chanting prayers, chanting your sutra, then you open up the curtain. That's another way of showing respect if you don't have any more space for the altar table. It doesn't have to be so long. Many years ago, how many years ago? Say 6 years ago, I received an email from a 7-year-old, and in the email he said, "Reverend Guan Cheng, I would like to tell you a secret. I put the Buddha in my cupboard because my family is Christian. They don't like me to prostrate to Buddha, so I put my Buddha in a cupboard, and it's confidential. Don't tell my family members." I don't know their family members. So every morning I prostrate to the Buddha before I go to school. What a cute little 7-year-old. Prostrating to the Buddha before going to school. And after school, he also prostrated to the Buddha. And he loved it. He said, I love the Buddha. And I believe in the Buddha. But my family believe in God. I don't believe in God. I believe in the Buddha. I don't understand why. So, that's how he built an altar table inside a cupboard. Maybe you can do the same thing. I don't think the Buddha statue will be suffocated. As long as the cupboard, it's not a cupboard, it's called a closet. As long as the closet is clean, the closet is respectable, you make the closet very nice, and with a light, maybe put a light on top of it, and make it into a very nice altar closet. In Japan, space is so expensive. They put the whole house into a cubicle in which they have a TV set, in which they have a vacuum cleaner, they have a washer dryer, everything in a single 100 square feet. So on the table, consider a clean, bright, respectable closet. And fruits, for how long can you keep the fruits? As long as they don't go stale. Don't put it in there for too long. Change your fruits every few days, or flowers. And how do we get rid of them? You get rid of them inside your stomach if it's still okay. If it's not okay, you have to throw them away. You don't need fruits to be in there. You just put flowers, yes?
Yes, I'm just wondering, the 7-year-old,
Yeah?
the family that doesn't believe in Buddhism,
Yeah.
is it from the previous life?
Have you ever seen that movie called Living Buddha? There was a film produced about 25 years ago, and there was a monk who died in Tibet, and before he died, and he said, "Look for me in New York." Then all his disciples were looking for him in New York, and he found him. A child who became a vegetarian at the age of 6. And he said that he wanted to go back to his own country, and he believed in Buddhism. And he said he was a monk so and so in previous life. There were people. There were monks who passed away, and before he passed away, he told his disciples that he will be reborn in some way, and go and get me, and bring me back for the education, and I want to continue the practice and continue to promote Buddhism. A lot of cases like that. You, everybody, not just you, not just me, everybody has a previous life. What you are going through now, whether it's sufferings or fortune or misfortune or sickness or wellness and health, is because of what you have done in your previous life. In the Chinese language, 欲知前世因，今生受這事. If you want to know what have you done in your previous life, what are you experiencing, is the result of what you have done in your previous life. For example, why did somebody get a divorce? You divorced your husband in your previous life unmercifully. You abandoned him. Or vice versa. You have done. Why were you poor in this life? You cheated a lot of people with a lot of money, and you owe them money. Why do you have to repay? Why do you love your son or your daughter? Or why do you love your daughters much more than you love your son? Because you owe your daughter more money than your son, probably, in terms of money or in terms of relationship. It's all payment and repayment. It's all balancing the general ledger of karma. Maybe in previous life he was a monk, or he believed in Buddhism, and This temple has been here for 38 years, close to 40 years. I believe that there were some who passed away in previous lives, came back. I have a lot of kids who told his mom that, I love to go to the temple. I don't know why, I love to go to the temple. Previously, maybe that old lady, that old gentleman who passed away had a tablet upstairs. 祖先年位 already. I don't know, maybe your mom and dad who frequented this temple when they were alive, they came back as somebody that we don't realize. Life and death is continuous. So it happened. That happened many instances like that, uncountable instances like that. And there are also instances where there are prodigies, child prodigies, that they can play Beethoven at the age of 6, and he has never learned it before. He could sing like an opera singer. He didn't learn it before because he remembered from previous life's talent that he had. And he was so much in his talent that when he died, he still brought the talent forward to this life. And I know that there was, if I want to go more and more into it, I know that there was a singer, a female singer. She was born in Thailand, and then a Thai. She didn't speak a word of Chinese. And then many years ago, maybe 20 years ago, his mom and dad came to Hong Kong for a tour, and they bought cassettes or DVDs of what's the name of this singer who passed away, Teresa Tang, Dang Lai Guan. Have you ever heard of it? Teresa Tang? Teresa Tang passed away at the age of about 50 or 56, 50. And Teresa Tang passes away. Okay, that's another side of it. Going back to this little girl, the Thai girl, his parents came to Hong Kong. His parents bought all these Teresa Tang's cassette, DVDs, and brought home. A little girl brought as a gift. A little girl liked singing since 3-4 years old, and he listened to this Teresa Tang songs, and he was able to sing every one of these songs in the cassette after hearing it 3 times only. And she didn't learn the language at all. How could a little girl of 7 or 8 could learn Chinese songs without knowing Chinese only 3 times, and she could pick it up and sing? And she said, I love Teresa Tang's songs. And she kept on singing and singing and singing. And right now, she's 19 years old. She has become a professional singer, touring everywhere in the world, especially in Hong Kong, all full house in the concert. She was able to sing exactly like Teresa Tang. Even the gesture, even the little hand gesture, the little shake of the hair, or the crying, the moving, everything, 95% resemblance. And they all believe that she is a reincarnation of Teresa Tang. And she was able to speak Chinese so well, 普通话 so well, after learning it for 3 years in Beijing. She was later brought to Beijing to learn the language, and she didn't know a word of Chinese. And now she talked like as if she has been living in China all her life. Isn't that a miracle? And his name is Longalaimu. Go on YouTube and type in Longalaimu. Then you're just listening to Teresa Tang's. Huh? What? I don't know how to spell Longalaimu. Well, we'll give you the Chinese. So you can write the Chinese in there. So I don't know. Can San Ru Fashi help him out to find out? Yeah, previous life of Teresa Tang, T-E-N-G, Teresa Tang, T-E-R-E-R-A, Teresa Tang, and that girl, a 19-year-old girl, will show up, And she's touring everywhere, singing Teresa Tang's song, exactly like Teresa Tang. A reincarnate of Teresa Tang. Even the way she talk, the way she walk, everything is the same. And that's a miracle. How could any Thai girl, without learning Chinese, could sing a Chinese song after hearing it 3 times? And not just one song, 25 songs. She's become very famous. She came from a poor family also. A poor family. Now she's becoming rich because she was singing all over the world. Thousands of these cases about reincarnation. Go onto YouTube. Now the good things about YouTube now, Google now is actually, you can actually get into cases of reincarnation. It tells you a lot about reincarnation cases. Most people now believe in reincarnations. Very few people don't believe in it. It becomes very popular. And there are also movies about this. Traveling into future, space. What kind of movies? We never go to movie theaters. I don't know. I was just told. Avenger? Have you seen that movie, Avenger? It's about traveling into space. The Buddha talked about it a long time ago. 1 day and 1 night in the first level of heaven is equivalent to 500 years in this world. So if you travel there and come back, all your ancestors are gone. And then you're still young. If you travel there 19 years of age, you travel to maybe Toshida heaven, and then you do your prostration to Maitreya Bodhisattva, and then I'll come back immediately. And then you go back down here if you have a chance. Then all your family members were gone. None of them left. Because 1 day is equivalent to 500 years. You don't even know where your home is, but you're still young. So there's a lot of scripts written about this time dimensions. We're living in a 3-dimensional world, but there's more than 3 dimensions. There are many dimensions. That's what the Buddha was talking about. So if you still don't believe in what the Buddha was talking about, you must have not seen anything about the Buddha's information. The Buddha talked about different species and different paths of reincarnation. Animals, house of victims, people in heaven. There's so many people in heaven, you know. And each heaven is a little different. First level, second level, third level. There's 28 levels. In some level of heavens, they don't need to eat food like you and me. They live on meditation's energy. And they communicate in one heaven communicate in frequency. The whole heaven has a kind of frequency that is beyond description. Not any frequency like this world. They communicate in frequency. And they communicate in wavelengths, in brains wavelengths, not in sound. Sound communication is not subtle enough. They communicate with a mind-to-mind communication. I can go on and on. Let me go to the next questions. If we start with a bad thought, but we let it go before speaking or through body action, is it still bad karma? It only becomes influential karma when you carry it into action or speech. Otherwise, it's a very, very slight seed karma, which means a thought becomes a seed in your immeasurable acreage of land. Immeasurable. Billions of miles of land. I'll just give you an example. You're only a seed, a thought of seed of goodness, of wholesome behavior, of unwholesome behavior. It's just a seed. And that seed is not very significant. Unless you carry that seed into action, that becomes very strong karma. That will bring you to suffering. That seed will only be just a seed. But the seed will sprout into action if you always think about it, if you always agitate on it. For example, if you have a seed of compassion, I like to give out. For example, I like to be a tour guide. I like to give out my compassion to all those visitors on site. I like to help them out. I like to give a talk so that they can benefit from the Buddhist teaching. You have a seed of giving out, that seed will sprout into action. So always germinate, cultivate good seeds, not bad seeds. Always sow seeds of good thought, wholesome thought, not bad thought. Not thought of selfishness, not thought of sensual pleasures, not thought of intoxication, thought of killing, lying, fabrications, cheating. No, none of those thoughts. Thought, wholesome thought, you need to put in there. So thought is just a thought, it's a seed in the karma, not inferential karma. Second, how do we contemplate the 12 links? I find it's difficult to do. Well, it's difficult to do, of course, otherwise everybody would become a Buddha immediately. It's difficult, but it doesn't mean that it's a bit difficult, you don't have to do it. You're slowly carrying out the practice and carrying out the contemplation. I watch a lot of your videos on YouTube. I love them all. Oh, thank you very much. I got a lot of people who watch me on YouTube. I have hundreds of those on YouTube over the 25 years. I have hundreds of them. And surprisingly, for example, on the Diamond Sutra, the Cantonese Diamond Sutra, I have more than 300,000 on one episode. So counting the 13 episodes, more than 1 million on just one sutra. We'll be doing more and more on YouTubes. And not just in English and Cantonese, but we're doing more and more in Putonghua, the Mandarin language. So that's the reason why I've been trying to polish up on my Putonghua, on my Mandarin, because it's not easy to give a talk on a language that is not your mother tongue. But I'm trying to, I'm doing a little better and better every day, I've been giving talks in English, and I've been building up a lot of YouTubes on English side, and I receive a lot of good comments from the English side of the English language YouTube. I think they were seen all over the world, in Malaysia, especially in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, in Singapore, in Thailand, because they pick up the English language, especially in Singapore and Malaysia. I'll be going to Malaysia anyway, sometime in November, invited by the Buddhist Association in Malaysia. I'll be giving lectures, a series of lectures in Kuala Lumpur and in Penang, because they've seen my YouTube lectures and they really like it. And so I'll be going over there too. I gave a lecture in Singapore last year, 5 lectures, 2 in English, 1 in Cantonese, and 1 in Putonghua. So, any more questions? Are you from Malaysia?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Are you from Malaysia? No? So, yeah, are you from Kuala Lumpur? Huh? Penang. No, that's good. You can join us for sure. Yeah, you can join us for sure, Penang. Yeah, Penang. I've never been to Penang before. We went to the 西方寺，係咪啊？極樂寺。市區。Downtown Penang. I heard that Penang is a beautiful place. It's an island. A lot of palm trees in there. Shangri-La Hotel, just next to Shangri-La Hotel. Yeah. So you can join me. Yeah, you can join me, but they're not going to pay for your hotel though. You're on your own. Your family isn't there. That's good. So that's good. We need your support over there. November 4th. We're going on November the 4th. Tell your relatives so that they can also go to listen to the lectures. 5 lectures, one in Cantonese and 1 in Putonghua. English in Kuala Lumpur. English in Kuala Lumpur one day, because the Buddhists in Kuala Lumpur said that a lot of Theravada monks have been giving English lectures in there. A lot of English lectures. from the Theravada monks. They like a Mahayana monk, a Chinese monk, to give an English lecture. That is rare. That is not too common for a Chinese monk to give English lectures. So they want not from a Theravada monk. They want to know about meditation from a Chinese monk, learning meditation from the Mahayana Chinese. I'm planning to give meditation on samatha and vipassana. Guan, because that is Chinese. That is, Guan is a Chinese summary of what Sakyamuni Buddha was talking about in meditation. So that's what I plan to do. So there's a lot of traveling to do, and you're welcome to come with us, and I'll see you in Malaysia, in Penang. And yeah. Thank you, Venerable, for your teaching. I have two questions. I Googled online and was surprised to find a monk who claims to be a living Buddha. How do you feel about such a claim? Is it legitimate? That's the first question. Living Buddha. Well, let's look at it from two sides. The first is to find out why he said that, why he said he's a living Buddha. There's one approach to it. The second approach is, who cares? Why do you have to care? Why do you want to investigate into somebody else what he says? If you investigate and think about everything that anyone says, you'll be busy, very busy for the rest of your life. Does it really affect you? So who cares? But let's take the first approach. Why did he say he's a living Buddha? Well, there are, particularly with Tibetan Buddhism, they believe that when a high-level monk, in other words, when a very respectable monk, a monk who practices all the time, when he's on the verge of dying, when he's going to pass away from this world, he always called his disciples together and said, well, after I passed away, I will reincarnate into a body who is in New York. For example, in New York, certain area, go and find me. Go and find me in New York. And then the disciples would really want to find him. So after a few years, they heard stories about New York. There was a boy in New York who was able to chant in Tibetan, and nobody taught him Tibetan. And there was a boy in New York who was sick, who didn't want to eat any meat since birth. And whenever that boy saw a monk, he felt very happy. He always feels that he wants to be a monk. And nobody taught him to be a monk. Nobody said to him to be a monk is good, but he always wanted to become a monk. He always wanted to be a vegetarian. He's always very compassionate. And whenever he saw, for example, Tibetan languages, he got very familiar with it. And then the disciple heard stories about this, and they fly to New York to meet the boy. I'm just giving you an example. It's not a true story. It's a true story. I'm just giving an example. Then the disciples, the monk, his followers, the monk who passed away, the followers of the monks who passed away, fly to New York to meet this boy. And when the boy saw these monks, the boy was so happy. The boy felt as if these monks were long-time friends to them. And he wanted to follow these monks back to Tibet. But the mom said, no, you're not going there. You're only in grade 1. No, you have to continue to study. And then the boy, no, mom, I want to go. Okay, you can go for the summer. So the mom went with the boy to Tibet for the summer. And the boy was a Caucasian. The boy was not a Chinese boy, not a Tibetan boy. It was a white Caucasian boy from an Irish family, for example. And the mom and the boy were in Tibet, living in a temple. And then the monk disciples, were trying to test the boy. Well, before the master monk passed away, he was using a bowl that he'd been using for 50 years. He'd been using a rosary beads for 50 years. Certain daily utensils that have been using. For example, a bowl, eating bowl, the kind of bowl that we use. And then the monk disciples, put 100 bowls on the table, one of which is the master's bowl. The boy didn't know about it. The boy from New York didn't know about it. And then the boy was told do you like these bowls? The boy said, I love them. I love these bowls. Well, pick out the one that you like and we'll give it to you. So there's 100 bowls. And the boy finally finished his pick. He picked up the bowl that belonged to the master among the 100 bowls. The probability of choosing the right bowl that belonged to the master who passed away, the probability of picking up the right one out of 100 is 1 over 100. That is 1%, right? The probability of 1%. How can that probability be high? So they thought that, the master came back. The master is the living Buddha. The master is a living Buddha. He came back, and they called him a living Buddha. A living Buddha does not mean that he was a monk before, and now he came back. Why did he come back like that? He came back to promote the Buddhist teaching again, to promote compassion again, to do the same thing again, to benefit all sentient beings in the Buddhist teaching. He had a mission. He had a mission to give compassion. He had a mission to help. He had a mission to change the world by promoting the Buddhist teaching in compassion and loving kindness and generosity, in sila, in vipassana, in samadhi, in samatha, in the Buddhist teaching, in sila. That's what we call a living Buddha. Okay, that's a living Buddha. And there was a movie about it. There was a movie about it many years ago, about 25 years ago. It's called The Little Buddha. If you Google into YouTube, then maybe you can rent that movie, the Little Buddha. And after that movie was out, it was a box office. They make another movie and they call it 7 Years in Tibet. Yeah, have you seen that movie? 7 Years in Tibet by Brad Pitt or something. Brad Pitt, right? Brad Pitt. And then after that, it's a box office. They produced another movie that's called Kundun. After that, they produced a lot of movies. And I remember that even before this Little Buddha, there was a movie. There were so many movies related to reincarnation that you should see. You Google into YouTube and say, I want to see movies in reincarnation. There are a lot of them. One of the most enchanting one of the ones I like, really, is the one called Ghosts. There was an early one. Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore. You see, I know the movies. I'm not just a monk. I know something outside. So, really good movie about reincarnation. And if you really want to know something more ancient about reincarnation, there's another movie that you may not know of, that I know, because I'm old enough. It's called Heaven Can Wait. The modern version of Heaven Can Wait was played by, what is his name? Warren Beatty. And even before Warren Beatty, another movie was made in the 1950s. It's also called, I don't know if it's called Heaven Can Wait, I don't know. It's on the same, more or less the same script. The script is very important, and that's almost the same script. There was a script about on the old one, yeah, it's more or less the same. There was one guy who had an accident, who passed away. One morning, cycling in the tunnel, and he just finished his lesson on the clarinet, the music instrument, and he was so happy going home. He was, whistling and all that. He was bicycling into a tunnel. He got crashed by a train, and then he went to heaven. And then the guy upstairs, there was a guy upstairs looking at the computer and say, "Hey, you're not due yet. How come you come here?" At that time, 25 years ago, there was a computer checking into the lives of people. "You're not due." "I'm not due." "Do you know what you're doing now? You are dead already. Do you know?" "No, I don't." Am I dead?" "Yeah, you're dead. But I don't understand why you come up here. You're not due yet. Can I come back?" "Oh, let me check." As soon as he checked, he said, "No, you can't come back. The computer said your body was burned already. How can you come back? How can you go back to your body?" "Oh, what am I going to do? I miss my family. I'm going to go back." "Oh, gee, I don't know what to do. Let's check with my supervisor." So we went to the supervisor, Mr. Heaven or something like that. And then Mr. Heaven said, "Wow, let's put him in another body." The same guy in another body. So, accidentally, they put him in the body of a boxer. He was boxed out and dead, knocked out and dead. And then everybody thought he was dead, and then he got up again, because that body of that clarinet playing guy got into that boxer. And then there was another, and then after that boxer died, he got in another body, got in a few bodies, and everybody has its different story. A story of greediness, a story of blindly looking for reputation, a story of murder, a story of a broken marriage. Oh, many, many stories. So I want to suspend you by not telling you the stories. All right, okay? That's the first question. I have answered that question. Second question, today's Dharma talk was extremely powerful in the message. Do you think so? Do you think today's... You see, sometimes I scratch my head and say, you know what happened to me? When I was talking, I found that this morning I was dumb in my language side of the brain. I can't really express myself well this morning. You may not realize. I try hard to express my words. So sometimes it happens that way. Don't think that you are very eloquent. Sometimes just one day that, wow, I can blow out my words. That's exactly what happened to me this morning. I was blowing out very slowly with difficulty, and then you said it was fantastic. I don't understand. Extremely powerful? I thought it was terrible. Where can I see the continuation of all these lectures if I'm not able to come next 2 weeks? Get into YouTube. I have hundreds of this. Get into YouTube's. Just key in Guan Cheng or reference REV, Guan Guan space 6GNG. There's so many lectures in it. Chinese lectures, Cantonese lectures, Putonghua lectures, and English lectures. And I've been doing this YouTube lectures for many, many years. And some of them I like. Some of them I say, oh, I don't want to watch them again. No way. So these are the questions. Next question. Could you explain the meaning of sleeping Buddha? Why is it called sleeping Buddha? It's not sleeping Buddha, it's reclining Buddha. When you say sleeping Buddha, there's a connotation in it that the Buddha goes to sleep. And when somebody goes to sleep, it's all confused. We're already in a dream, you're sleeping, you're another dream, you're a dream within a dream. We're all confused. So that's not sleeping Buddha, that's a reclining Buddha. Why a reclining Buddha appear like that? Because in our mind, we always have wisdom in every thought, in the 4 moments, in every moment of our life. In every moment of our life, we must be calm, we must have serenity and calmness of mind in every moment of our life. How many moments are there, just to generalize it? How many moments, if you say moment in life? Walking, right? Walking, sleeping, sitting, and standing. 行住坐卧. All these moments include every second of our life, so we're not excluding a reclining Buddha. When you are reclining, you should be sober. When you are reclining, you should have serenity of mind. When you are reclining, even when you are sleeping, you must be very clear, very calm in your mind. That's a symbol of showing every moment of your life, you should have that calmness. You should have that wisdom in every moment of your life. Can you stand up? I can't hear you properly. Mano, M-A-N-O? Mano? Oh, Mano. Oh, were you in the class just now?
Yeah, it's my first time.
Oh, your first time. Oh, I see. What we are saying is, getting back to your question, we cannot just chop out one piece and explain Mano to you. We have to relate it to some more details. Mano is one part of the mind. The Buddha told us that the mind is very subtle, very intricate. And if we really want to study the mind so that we have the ability to understand it, given that even neuroscientists say they only study 10% of the mind, they haven't covered all the details. There's so many unknown in neuroscience. The mind is in 8 parts. The first 5 are the sensory organs consciousness. The eyes, the ear, the nose, the tongue, the body, the 5, the body. Right? These are the 5, this what you call the 5 outdoor front end salesmen and sales lady. These are the front ends, right? They're all standing in the front end. I'm giving you the analogy of a company. It's easier to comprehend if we give you an example. If we don't have an example, it's very difficult to understand. So 5 parts of the mind is just, given an example of a company, it's just like the salesman and the sales lady and the receptionist interacting with externalities. And then, other than the 5 parts, there's also the 6 parts. We call it the 6th consciousness. And the Mano, if we use the analogy of a company, is the manager. The manager in the company, coordinating all the salesmen, supervising all the salesmen, and making sure that they work, and making sure that they understand what they're doing. And the salesman also has the ability to take in old files, ability to take in budgets for the future, archive files of previous history, and also interact with the present moment. So that Mano has the ability to access the past, access the future, and interacting with the present. Now up to the 6th, right? It's the 6th consciousness. The 7 and the 8, let's talk about it a little later. When your eyes see, when your ears listen, when your nose smell, when your tongue tastes, when your body get in contact, that's just the perception part of it. The perception cannot make decisions. Your eyes themselves cannot make decisions as to this is red, this is tall, oh this is handsome, this is beautiful, this is ugly, this is... the eyes cannot discriminate. The eyes cannot make a decision. They only perceive. The eye is just like the lens of the camera, not the inside program of the camera. So, the 5 consciousness, the sensory organs, only perceive, and that's the perception process of the mind. But there is a manager who receives the perception, categorize it, interpret it, and give it meaning. That's the 6th consciousness. Categorize, rationalize, give it meaning, interpret it, and analyze it, investigate it. By investigation, I mean the manager can also get into memory. Say if an old customer come in and then he wants to see the manager, show the manager say, what's your name? Oh, you're John Wilson. Okay, John Wilson, let me take out the file. So they take out the file and say, oh, John, you have all these, that's great. What do you want to know? So the manager has the ability to remember. The eyes don't have ability to remember. You think your eyes can remember? No. Your nose can remember? No. Your tongue can remember? No. Only the manager can. Only the brain, sometimes we call it the brain, right? So the manager has the ability to dig into the old files, also has the energy to get into a budgeting. In other words, you have the ability to remember the past, to recollect the past. You also have worries about the future. Oh, am I going to lose this job? How do I plan my life? Oh, shoot, I don't want to. I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that. How is my marriage working out? My husband is not unfaithful, and my husband has another, relationship. And gee, what am I going to do? Oh shoot, what am I going to do? So you have a lot of worries about the future. You have a lot of fear. You have a lot of anxiety. You have a lot of depression about the future. You have that. The 6 consciousness have that. And the 6 consciousness also have the present ability to interact, make decisions. That's mano. That's your mano. The mano is extremely active and extremely analytical and extremely powerful. Because the mano can get you to be a millionaire. The mano can get you to hell. The mano can get you to go to crime. If all the perceptions were done and somehow the mano interpret the perceptions in a way that is threatening life, that is creating jealousy in love affair, that is devastating on future, the mano is going to perform something really stupid. Killing, lying, raping, going to war, genocide, oh, you name them. So the mano can do good stuff and bad stuff. How do you instruct your mano to do? You are your own mano. You are making the movie of your own life. You are your own producer. You are your own director. You are your own script writer. How do you write it out? You write out your own script in your life. You direct your own life. You produce your own life. You do your cinematography. You do your sound. You do everything. How do you do it? You got to be careful. You got to be careful how do you do your picture. Some picture has box office. Some picture fail, Some pictures are classic. The Sound of Music. Every year, everybody talk about The Sound of Music. Indiana Jones. Everybody talk about Indiana Jones. I always want to compare it to a movie, because when I was young, I love movies, and I love cinematography. I like script. There are movies that are not like Indiana Jones. There are movies like the plot is very simple, the prop is very simple, the script is simple, and then it's a beautiful movie. Have you ever seen a movie called A Bouquet for Charlie? That's the kind of movie that I saw when I was 13 and it's still infringed on my mind. It's about someone, I forgot, there's no such movie even on YouTube because you can't rent it, it's out of date. It's about someone who suffered from a neurotic illness. The doctor said, in 6 years, you're not going to be normal again. This man was having a love affair he fell in love with a lady, and they were really genuinely and honestly in love. But the man knew that quite soon he's going to forget everything. And then the movie is about how he told his girlfriend that what he's going to go through, and how he wanted to remember everything about his love affair with the lady. And the script is revolving around this story theme. And then, really, when the time came, the man forgot about everything. And 1 year later, the man even died. And the lady laid a bouquet of flowers on the grave, and then the movie ends, A Bouquet for Charlie. It's a very good movie. I couldn't find it. If you can find it on, it's not even, it doesn't even exist. There was many years ago. It's called A Bouquet for Charlie. It's by, the actor was a British actor. I think his name is Christopher. It's not Christopher Plummer. It's somebody else. Maybe you can find it. I want to see that movie too. There's so many movies like that. It's a simple movie, but it's good. So your mono is your producer, your script writer, your cinematographer, your everything. So watch your mono. Meditation is to train the mono into doing good. And what is more complicated is that we're not even do we have 6 consciousnesses, we also have the 7 and the 8. The 7 is called the manas. The manas is what we call the egocentric consciousness. It's always looking after itself. It has a self-centered existence only. It's very self-centered. The manas is a selfish, egoistic ego, a self. And that is also called the chitta, the emotional mind. The manager always have this hassle behind his back that's giving a lot of troubles to the mano. The mano always want to do good, and sometimes mano may be bad. But this manas is always bad. It's the ego mind. The ego mind is the emotional mind. The mano is more or less a rational mind. The emotional mind and the rational mind are always at tug war with each other. They're pulling against each other. The mano want to do something good, and the mano says, no, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. They're always at a tug. The emotional mind is always at a tug of war with the mano, which is the rational mind. And sorry to say that the manas is always in control. Your emotional mind has always been stronger than mano. That's the trouble. In your whole life, your emotional mind is more dominating than your rational mind. That's the reason why sometimes we're stupid. We perform stupid things with bad things and all that. We go out, we have a tantrum, we get depressed, we have anxiety, we have fear, we have worry, we're egoistic. So, the mano is interacting and accepting reality. Whatever the mano see, whatever the eyes see, whatever all the sales agent and sales manager do, the mano is always, okay, give me the files, okay, let's analyze this. The mano is always accepting reality with more or less rationality. But the manas is rejecting reality. He always wants to be selfish. He always wants to be emotional. He's depressed. He have a lot of fear. So we're always dominated by this manas. Okay, it works that way. Meditation is to put the mano under control so that they are more or less balanced. Or it would be the mano is a little more dominating than the emotional mind. That would be a saint. If your mano is always dominating your emotional mind, that means your emotional mind can't do anything. You won't get angry, you won't get jealous, you won't get selfish, you won't have depression, you won't have fear, you have none of that. You always have the tranquility of mind. Can you have that? Who has a complete tranquility of mind? No. That's why we are reincarnating. That's why we are always in trouble. Because our emotional mind is always dominating our rational mind. The Buddha taught us how to improve on the rational mind so that the rational mind can gain control. But how many people are interested in helping the rational mind to gain control? Not many. Not many. And then, that's the seven, the manas. And if you really want an example about a company, the manas is the board of directors. Very selfish. He doesn't care. He has no social responsibility. He just wants his stock price to get up and higher and higher and higher, while all the profit in the world. He wants to fire everybody who can't do the job. You know, very, very selfish. And the mano and the salesman are very afraid of him, of the board of directors, because they don't really care. If you can't perform, you go. Okay? Very practical. And all these conglomeration happens as a conglomerated whole, which is the eight consciousness, which covers all. The eight consciousnesses cover all these whole echelon, all this whole organization. That's the organization, the spirit of the organization. That's called the alaya consciousness. That spirit of the organization also store the organization's spirit from day one, from very beginning. There's no day one, from the very beginning. In other words, all these salesmen and manos die, and the organization is still there. When a person dies, all the foregoing consciousness, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tail, and the tongue, they're all dead. No eyes anymore, no nose, no tongue. All the salesmen and sales lady are dead. The mano is fired. And whenever the mano knows would retreat into the manas and the alaya consciousness become the alaya consciousness, the body is gone. No more body because you're dead. What leaves the body to go into another round of life and death? That's the alaya consciousness, the eight consciousness. It gets out of the body invisibly because this is an energy. You can't see energy. It gets out of the body, and then it becomes the Bardo stage energy. We call it the Bardo stage. The Bardo stage is the intermediate stage between life and death. In other words, when I die, for example, zoom, I have my alaya consciousness leaves my body. It's roaming around for 49 days, and it finds its way to get reborn, to have another birth. And I find this Mr. Zhong and Mr. Zhong that Mr. Zhong, I know him in his previous life, and he has been good to me. I reincarnate into his wife's belly and become his son, his daughter. I became a daughter of Mr. Zhong because I owe him something, or because he was good to me, and I love him. So I want to reincarnate. So the relationship is there. Because the Mr. Zhong and Mr. Zhong's previous life, or this life, had a very good relationship with me. I came back to be his daughter or his son in a very good relationship. But if the relationship is bad, I also come back. I'm going to get you, Mr. Zhong. You owe me $1 million and you haven't repaid me. I'm going to get you to repay me. Or you divorced me in your previous life. In this life, I want to divorce you. I want to make sure that you go down hell. So some daughters and sons want you to go down hell, and some daughters and sons want you to go to heaven. Everybody is different. All is unfinished business. So whenever anyone in your family members die, or don't really, just let it be. I mean, you're just repaying your debt, or he's repaying your debt, you know. Just lead a good life, that's all. Don't, you know, it's all relationship. The Buddha said, end life and death. This is really all kinds of troubles in this. Go beyond this. This is what we call Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi, Nirvana, enlightenment, a Buddhahood. That's what the name given to it. Okay? So that is the alaya consciousness that is responsible for the reincarnation. Have you got that clear for Mano? Okay, what is your question?
Is Mano a discriminating mind?
Is Mano discriminative mind? Yes. Yeah.
And
The Mano is not exactly good, you know. The Mano is more rational than the emotional mind. The Mano is not yet pure, but the Mano is more rational, because when you're in a society, when you're a child, you went to a school and the teacher said, don't bully other people. And you got in the Mano that I shouldn't bully my friend. That's more rational than bullying, right? And your dad say, okay, kid, you have to work hard in order to make a living. Oh, my dad told me to work hard, so diligence is the way to go. So that get into a Mano. But in some family, your dad say, kid, anyone who's standing in your way, eliminate him, because you are the greatest. You are the greatest. Anyone in your way, eliminate him. This little boy say, oh, anyone in my way, I'm going to eliminate him. He's going to be criminal. The Mano is a criminal Mano. So, but generally, we are more rational because we have a good education and all that. So we are more or less more rational. The emotional, the Manas is all emotions, all self-centered existence. Okay? Any more questions? Yeah, okay. And we have to get this all familiar in our mind in order to practice meditation. The Buddha's teaching is not just about putting flowers, unquestionable belief and faith, no. God is in you, not externally. There's no external God, it's in you. You are that God in you that you can work it out. We don't want to blame God though, because how can you blame the God? The Buddha called Anuttara Samya Sambuddhi Buddhahood. You may call Buddhahood a God, then God is okay. It does not matter what name you use it. Name is just a name. Name is just a name. Some people say, I want to protect this word called God. My religion is called God and I want to protect it with my life. God, God, God. But then he's one-sided. He does not know that God is in everybody. You have that God nature in you. You have also that devil nature in you too. The Buddha found the God nature, completely work it out and go to that perfection in life. We haven't. And Buddha wants to show us the way. If the definition of God, that God can save you, He must be omnipotent. He must be all-powerful. He will have saved you already. You won't go through the suffering. You won't have to suffer, right? If there's really a God, how can God make us suffer? God would not make us suffer if there is a God. God would not say, okay, I put you on test, testing you whether you're faithful to me. If you're faithful to me, I save you. If you're unfaithful, I won't save you. Then that's not God. God is not discriminative on races, on belief, and all that, right? But we don't say that God is no good. It depends on what meaning you attach to God. So we don't want to criticize any religion because after all, I don't know what they may mean that God is something that, some purity, some tranquility that you're going to reach. So we don't want to blame anything. We don't want to discriminate anything. Discrimination itself is not God-like. God is free from discrimination. So how can I discriminate that word called God? Thank you, Venerable, for your teachings. I have several questions. Number one, in your lecture on the thought of wanting to steal the diamond ring, etc., I understand that we should cultivate wholesome thoughts, but how do we know that our unwholesome thoughts are suppressed and not eliminated? So, how do we know that our unwholesome thoughts are suppressed and not eliminated? Wholesome thoughts and unwholesome thoughts. How do we know that unwholesome thoughts are suppressed? Now, first of all, let's say preventive first. We do not want to let our unwholesome thought to arise. Can you do that? Because we were talking about the arising and disintegration of thoughts, right? The first one is prevention. The second one is elimination. Prevention and elimination is for unwholesome thoughts, right? You want to prevent unwholesome thoughts. You want to eliminate unwholesome thoughts. But just prevention and elimination is not enough, because you're only passively not doing it. You're only suppressing it. You have to be actively doing wholesome thoughts. So the Buddhist teaching is in two parts. Prevention and elimination is more or less passive, but you still have to be actively encouraging yourself to do good thoughts. Now let's talk about the first, prevention. How do you know that our unwholesome thoughts are suppressed and not eliminated? How do we know? First of all, you have to understand the nature of these thoughts. Second, you begin to learn how to practice it. By what? By watching your thought. If a thought comes up, most people don't watch it. I get angry. Most people just let the anger expressed out. If I'm driving on the road, somebody is overpassing and without signaling, and you almost hit that guy in front, immediately you have an anger. Then you start to yell, because that thought of anger arises. You cannot eliminate it. You just yell out. But if you practice to say, okay, I gotta watch my thought. Oh, here's the thought of anger coming up. I want to yell out to that guy. I want to yell him. I want to curse him. I want to have immoral language, to speak immoral language about him. But no, I have practiced meditation in a temple, that monk told me to watch my thought. Now I'm watching it. I don't want that thought to come up. So you're watching your thought. So other than just understanding all this wholesome and unwholesome thoughts, you have to practice to what? You have to practice to what? You have to practice, according to some translation, you have to practice to be mindful. People say, I want to learn mindfulness. Actually, mindfulness is not a good term. It's not a good translated term. You know why mindfulness is not a good term? It's wrongly translated. What is the meaning of mindful? Your mind is full of things. It's mindful. But you are supposed to get rid of things from your mind. How can you say meditation is mindful? Meditation. Mindful is to fill up your mind with things. Meditation is not to fill up your mind. It's not mindful. It's not to fill up your mind with all kinds of things. Meditation is to what? Get rid of your thoughts. There's a very famous Chinese philosopher in ancient days. It's called Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu, a very famous philosopher. You know what he said? I have to say it in Chinese first before I get my machine to translate it. It's 為學日增，為道日損，損之又損，乃至無為。為道日增. What does that mean? In the daily life, when you're learning, you're trying to increase your knowledge. You're learning. You want to fill your mind with knowledge, right? You want to fill your mind with, how do I get this? You want to fill your mind with, how do I get to be more successful? How do I make more money? How do I get to know a beautiful girlfriend? How do I get to know a handsome, rich young man? You always want to fill up your mind with fame, reputation, fill up your mind with all kinds of things that you think would enrich your materialistic form of life. You want to be full. You want to be full. You want to add on. That is learning. You want to add on in your daily life. You always want this and want that. You have an insatiable desire for wanting, for wants. But the spiritual way, enlightenment, is exactly the opposite. Meditating the spiritual way, the enlightenment way, is to what? Is to get rid of things. I don't want this. I don't want that. In the temporary life, your attitude is, I want to gain, I want to get this, I want to get that. But actually, in the spiritual life, you want to get rid of. You want to let go. So you're asking me, how do we know our unwholesome thoughts are suppressed? You have to learn to do it. You have to practice in watching your mind. Watch yourself. Here's the thought coming up. Say, okay, I want to yell at that guy who overpassed me, who passed me without signaling. I get angry. No. I'm not going to get angry. I will let go of my thought of anger. I want to let go of my thought of anger. All right? That's one example. Another example is, you have a boyfriend. And then one day you discover that your boyfriend is going out with another girlfriend. You start to have jealousy. How come my boyfriend is like that? He's unfaithful. You're dreaming up a lot of agony, a lot of anger, a lot of jealousy. And then say, no. I learned when I was in the temple. I learned how to get it. I learned how to watch. My thought of jealousy has come up right now because of this. I'm not going to have this thought of jealousy. I'm going to let it go. I'm not going to have this thought of anger. I'm going to let it go. You have to practice in watching your thought. Of course you don't know if you don't practice. Those who don't practice will say, anger comes up, expressed it. Jealousy comes up, expressed it. Greediness comes up, expressed it. That is an untrained meditator, an untrained developer of spiritual enlightenment. So which one you choose? Do you want to start practicing it, learning it, or you don't really care about your thought? I don't care about your thought. Let it go in every direction like a monkey. You know, our thought is like a monkey. It's 20 hours non-stop. That's why you don't know. The monkey can just jump anywhere from one branch. The monkey is jumping from one branch to another. Here's a branch of greediness. The monkey is grasping on the branch of greediness, and he saw another branch, a branch of beauty. He jumped onto another branch of beauty. He jumped from greediness to hatred to jealousy to all kind of branches. The monkey is jumping. But now you have learned meditation. What do? You learn concentration. You learn mental stabilization. What do? You use a rope a leash to tie to the neck of the monkey. You still allow the monkey would jump around, but you slowly pull back the monkey and stay put. He's jumping to anger, pull him back. He's jumping to jealousy, pull him back. But you're going to watch the monkey though. If you don't want to watch the monkey is going to jump all over the place. So learning meditation is watching your monkeying mind. Can you watch your monkeying mind? You have to train yourself. You have to train yourself to train the monkey. You're the monkey. You are the trainer and you are the doer. It's just that what I said all the time. I said, we are actually, everybody of us, we are performing our own movie picture, a movie picture of your own life. You are the script writer. You are the producer. You are the actor. How do you write out your script of life? A script of courage, a script of jealousy or hatred, a script of generosity. How do you write out your script of life? You are the script writer. Please write up a good script. Be a good actor. Be a good producer. Be a good cameraman doing good cinematography. Giving good lighting. Everything. You want to have a good life, it's just like making a movie picture. You got to consider every aspect of your life. It's difficult. So, how do we know? You don't know until you practiced it. Practice makes perfect. If you practice meditation, watch your thought all the time, you're not going to perform bad, unwholesome karma. Because you will stop on time. You will prevent it on time. You will eliminate it on time. So how do we know? You know if you train yourself well. And it's not that difficult, actually. It's easy, but it's difficult. Is it easy? Is it difficult to train that monkey? Is it possible? Of course it's possible. Nothing is impossible. Is it easy? Of course it's not easy. You think it's easy to become a Buddha? No, it's difficult. Becoming a Buddha is difficult. But being difficult does not mean that you don't want to do it. Climb the mountain, cross every stream. Have you ever heard that song? Mother Teresa. So you gotta climb the mountain, cross every stream until you see your oasis. You stumble sometimes. You fall sometimes. Get up and pick up your knapsack and continue going. That's a meditator's life. A meditator goes through storms. A meditator does not mean that I meditate and every day I'll be peaceful. Every day I'm going to that peace of that peace, land of peace. No, you have a lot of storm in life, in your meditation, just as you have storm in your life. Sometimes meditation is just like the weather. Could be a good day of meditation. Sometimes it could be a bad day of meditation. You go through the storm. You're not afraid of the weather. It does not matter what weather you have. You're not afraid of the rain, the snow. One thing I learned when I started to be a Canadian many years ago, I learned not to be afraid of rain. When I came from Hong Kong, well, when it rains, I always get an umbrella. I never carry an umbrella in Canada. We're not afraid of the rain. It's drizzle. But at one point, you know why we're not afraid of the rain? In Asia, when it rains, it's cats and dogs. You can feel, when you cross the street, all your clothes are wet. But in here, you can walk for a day and you just feel some water on your clothes. I never carry umbrella. So I have again diverted into another thing. Is there a way to totally annihilate a bad thought, like wanting to steal a diamond ring? Yes, learn to watch your thought. That is what we call vipassana and samatha. Samatha is to steal your mind. You have to steal your mind first. Oh, you get jealousy. Okay, steal it, stay put. Don't get jealous. You have to steal it, stabilize it first. The first thing to do is to calm your mind first. When you calm, then you can see better. When you get very agitated, that guy is overpassing me, that guy is yelling at me, that guy is not signaling. I'm not going to yell it up. I calm down. Calm your mind first, and then put wisdom into it and say, I'm not going to let my anger come out because it's no good for me. How can I use anger against anger? That guy must be angry because I'm going slow. Or he thinks I'm going slow, but I'm not, but he's angry. And I cannot use anger against anger. You know why? What's the Newton's third law of motion? A reaction created will be met by an ego in opposition interaction. Bang! Two conflicts come together would produce more conflict. It's just like when you're bullied at school. Grade 2, grade 3, you got bullied. Bully you at school. I'm being bullied. I don't like it. I want to fight back. I want to hit that guy until it's all blood over the place. Bullying is already sending out unwholesome emotion because of that. That bullying, it comes from an unwholesome thought, right, of that guy who bullied me. And I'm using another thought that is unwholesome, fighting back, hit him and then blood over the place. That is using a force to hit him. You know what the result? The effect I would get is multifold worse than the effect of being bullied. Because he hit me in the face, he didn't really hit me that much. It hurts my esteem. I'm being bullied, but I just let it go. I don't want to hit back. I want to forgive this guy because he doesn't know. So actually, you're absorbing that with tolerance, with the good emotion, wholesome emotion of tolerance to annihilate it, to dilute it. But if you use it force, so violence can never settle violence. All right, so you got that clear? Practiced to watch your thought. When the thought of anger comes up, you watch your thought, you know your thought, you let go of that thought. When a thought of wholesome energy comes up, you want to foster it. You want to cultivate it. You want to maintain it. All of a sudden, you become so compassionate to people who are suffering from certain illness. You want to volunteer in a hospital, in daycare, in a nursing home. All of a sudden, that thought of compassion comes up to you. You cultivate and maintain it. That's what we call right efforts that we've been talking about just now. Prevention, elimination for bad thoughts, cultivation, and maintenance for good thoughts. You have to train yourself in doing it. Nothing comes easy. Training, training, training. Second question. You also mentioned that we got back to the good for the good that we've done. Is it true that one would get the good back in threefold and the bad back also in threefold? Very good question. I didn't know about how to answer that question until a few days ago when I read something. I read the effect of compounding. In other words, a momentum will pick up more force as it moves along. Compounding effect. And I have an apple seed. I put it in the ground, in the soil. I put fertilizers. And then I put all my love into it, my fertilizer and everything. I try my best to grow that apple tree. Boom, apple tree comes up after 1 year. And I have 600 apples on one tree. One apple seed sprout into 600 apples. Is it compounding? One apple seed lead to how many apples? That's more or less the theory of compounding. You pick up more momentum. And also I can think of a little bit of science, the ripple effect. The ripple effect. If you drop a stone into a pond of water, the ripple comes out. The force expanded. But that dripping is just one drip, and then that ripple goes out. When it goes out to the edge of the pond, assuming that it's not a sea that washes it into the soil, if you have a swimming pool, for example, you drop a rock into the swimming pool, and then the ripple goes all in every direction and hit the edge. When it hit the edge, you know what happened? The same force but much bigger, would bounce back to the center. And that's what we call the ripple effect. It bounced back to you manifold. That's proven by science. There's also a boomerang effect also. It comes back to you. So don't think that you just render one thought of compassion and it's gone forever. It bounces back to you multifold. So don't think that, okay, I have $1 million and I only would donate, I only donate about, $20. Because I want to leave my $1 million to my children, to me, in case I want to buy this and buy that. So for donation giving out, I only give, $20. I have seen, we usually, many years ago, 25 years ago, we used to put a box right in front in there to where Sam was sitting behind that, the box of donation box. And then we say, the lunch is not it doesn't cost anything, it's free, but any donation is welcome. And I see some newcomers, how much they put in? A quarter. Boom! Boom, a quarter in there. He only thinks that this lunch is worth only a quarter. Why would I give more? A quarter for a lunch? Not even for a small box of French fries. Right now, a hamburger costs more than $10. No, what A&W and $8.50. How can you drop a quarter? It's better not don't drop anything, but don't drop a quarter into the donation box. And I can still hear this clink. Yeah. Okay, so make sure you do all the best. Render out your ripple of compassion, loving kindness. It bounces back to you many times. That applies to everything, to your family, to your friends, to the society. And it comes back in a variety of ways. It comes back anywhere, anytime. It may not be in this life. It could be in your next life. It depends on maturity time. All right, next question. What age group will you be speaking to in Vernon, high school or university level? They told me that it's mostly higher grade students, maybe grade 9, grade 10, up to grade 12. But there are parents who join too. Teachers at university level. It's a challenge for me because it's students, sometimes they don't know some of the basic Buddhist concepts like reincarnation, samsara. They may not even know what karma is. It's my first effort, first try. I don't know. I'll tell you when I come back. I am 23 years old. Next question, last question. My friend, which I know since first grade at school, committed suicide a month ago. Could you please help me how to understand these questions that are constantly coming to my mind, to my head? Number one question that comes to the head, how to understand suicide of a friend who was suffering from depression. Yeah, nowadays many people suffer from depression. I read some statistics that in North America, a quarter of the fatal accidents happens in committing suicide, and it accounts for a very high percentage of people who die every year. Depression. And so it's very important that we know how to deal with it. And dealing with depression is not that easy, because nowadays when we deal with depression, usually we go to a doctor and a doctor would prescribe medicine to you, tranquilizing medicine. But tranquilizing medicines only control it, only suppressed it, without curing it from the roots. In other words, if you get depressed, you tranquilize yourself for a day. Next day you may get depressed again. And you may tranquilize yourself for 3-4 days, next day you get depressed again. So medicine has not found really, like in some interminable, in incurable disease. They couldn't find any answers to it. They can only suppress it. So how to understand suicide with a friend who is suffering from depression? There's so much to talk about people committing suicide from depression. What is depression? Depression is an emotion, right? It's an emotion. Emotion, where do emotions come from? Emotions come from what? Karma. What is karma? Karma is a kind of energy. Karma is expressed in thought, your action, and your speech. In other words, you are performing karma every day. You are 24 hours performing your own karma. Your mind is expressing latent energy, which is karma. Your hands, your body is expressing action, which is expressed karma, or spoken words, which is expressed karma. So you are creating karma all the time, 24 hours. Do you know that you yourself is creating karma? What kind of karma you're recreating? Because karma is the minute, the latent karma is the thought. The expressed karma is action. All this is from thought. Are you thinking? You have a mind, you have a brain, you're always thinking. When you're always thinking, you're always producing karma. And karma has two kinds. Wholesome karma, actually three kinds. Wholesome karma, unwholesome karma, and neutral karma. Unwholesome karma would lead to unwholesome effects. Wholesome karma will lead to wholesome effects. Neutral karma will lead to neutral effect. So you know that depression is not because your mom and dad, not because, of course, it affects you. It's not entirely because of a broken family. It's based on so many reasons that you're performing this. So you create karma, and emotions come from karma. Karma is wholesome, or neutral. With what do we create karma? With our thought, our actions, our words. The Buddha said we have to purify our actions, our thought, our speech. If you purify all these, you're on your way to purify your own karma. If you're not purifying it, if you pollute it yourself, you're going to pollute your life because you're going to create a lot of emotions. So if you want to know emotions, to know depression, first of all, you have to understand how the emotion, how the depression is created. So in other words, you have to understand all these emotions, right? And that takes time. I can't give you all the understanding, just answering one question. So suffice it to understand that you have to understand the nature, the characteristics of depression. And you have to understand it right. Not just Google it and get some superficial meaning of depression and think you understand it. You have to really think about it. And then, that's not enough. Understanding is just knowing the theory. You have to practice it. You have to overcome it. You have to deal with it. How do you deal with it? How do you deal with the depression? You have to deal with the depression by practicing training your mind not to be involved in karma. And that's what we call meditation. So many kinds of meditation. Silent meditation, chanting meditation, eating meditation, sleeping meditation, all kinds of meditation. But the most obvious ones are silent meditation and sound and chanting meditation. You have to learn how to calm your mind, relax the body, and thereby reducing your emotions or preventing your emotions. So in silent meditation, you learn how to do mental stabilization and mental introspection. That's meditation. Chanting meditation, you have to know how to chant. If I use modern language, silent meditation is what? Is mental therapy. Carry out a mental therapy. What is chanting meditation? Is sound therapy. You have to use two kinds of therapies to heal your depression. How do we do it? It takes a long time to talk about it. So how do we understand suicide of a friend? Comes from emotions. He created his own fate. He's not in time, or you're not in time to know more to stop him from doing it. If you're really his good friend, you may have learned all these things about depression, and you will go to his home and say, and lock and go, Tom, I want to talk to you. You have depression, and this is how I understand depression. You talk to him, give him the time. You always have to have, coffee break with him, and tell him to let go, to live with it. Don't hate it. You cannot add hatred onto depression. You cannot add another emotion on an emotion. So you have to teach him how to let go. Saying letting go is easy, but it's very difficult to let go. You think, most people say, I heard from Reverend Guan that to heal depression you have to let go. Let go, let go. You think it's easy to let go? It's extremely difficult to let go. You have to go through the practice to let go. So don't just say let go, and you will do it. I know let go, but I cannot let go. I let go, but I still suffer from insomnia. I let go, but I still worry. I let go, but I'm still anxious. I want to let go, but I cannot let go. That's a symptom of someone who suffers from depression. He knows that he should let go, but he can never let go. How do you let go? You have to practice to still your mind. You have to say, here's a feeling of depression comes up. Oh, comes up again. Oh, I don't hate it. I live with it. Here's an unwholesome emotion of depression. I want to tolerate it, which means that I want to cultivate an emotion of tolerance. An emotion of tolerance is wholesome. I'm using an emotion of tolerance to dilute my unwholesome emotion of depression. I'm building up my tolerance, which is good. I'm living with it. I don't hate it. I'm living with it. I try to let go of it. I want to excuse it. I don't want to blame myself for depression. Depression comes up, I lose my self-esteem. No, I shouldn't. I want to build my self-esteem. So you have to get the training to let go. It's difficult, but you have to try. Once you get into the training, somebody told you, then every day you do a little bit, until you are so familiar with the letting go that you can immediately, you may not let go, you can immediately watch depression with friendliness, with acceptance, with tolerance, sometimes with compassion. You know why? Because you know that people are depressed. There are many people who got depressed too. I'm going through this subjective experience of depression myself now. If I really get over it, I would tell other people how to deal with it. I'm testing myself. I'm testing my limit. And when I'm successful, I'm going to relate this experience to others so that they can let go. All of a sudden, your compassion emotion comes up, which will overwhelm your depression. There's so many things that can happen to you. Bring a positive attitude into depression. And then, of course, you build up your concepts in Buddhism. Then you should do your vipassana. Get to know more about the Buddhist teaching of compassion, of tolerance, of generosity. You work both ways. Mental stabilization, letting go, on the one hand, and mental introspection of the wisdom of the Buddhist teaching on the other hand. It's like the two wings of a bird. And if you are really his friend, you should always contact him, talk to him, spend the time with him. If you are family members of someone who is depressed in the family, don't just blame him. Don't just give him the theories. Stay with him. Support him. Stand by him. Stand by me is a good song. Stand by me. You have to stand by me. I'm in depression. Stand by my side. I don't need all the theories. I can get that from Google. Stand by me. Talk to me. then you spend all the time talking. You want to save someone, how can you not spending time with him? You save a life. It's worth spending 1 hour with him for a month if you can save a life. That's compassion. What karma is it? Bad karma, unwholesome karma. Is it because something, what he did in this past life? Yes. All the karma is you did it yourself, nobody else. Did he really supposed to stop his life himself? I guess so. He committed suicide himself. But there are many, many other reasons too. But there is also karma that relates to previous life that is difficult to understand. It could be related to karma of another dimension. What do I mean by that? There are 6 realms of reincarnation. One of the realms is a ghost realm. If you have killed someone many, many lifetimes ago, if his, so to speak, consciousness is still lingering around you, he wants to take your life. He is still around you. He used every opportunity to take your life. In fact, he's your enemy. Because you killed him, he's coming to kill you. It's possible. Or he may be coming to kill you in another form. He's coming as your daughter, or your son, or your niece, or your nephew, or your colleagues who want to take your life away. It's so intricate. Karma energy is so intricate, okay? Last question. The soul of that person cannot be human in his next life? I don't know. I don't have supernatural power to understand next life. If I know that, I would tell you. I don't know. Only the Buddha has that supernatural power understanding the next life, the future. But you can predict you can predict your own future by knowing what you are doing now. If you cultivate all the good causes, you know that you're going to have good effects in the future. You don't have to ask. If you're always doing all kinds of bad deeds now, you know that bad effects will come up to you, because you are the doer of the karma. You are also the reaper of the karma. You sow what you reap. You reap what you sow. It comes back to you. I have 2 questions in here. I think they are related, but anyway, let me read out the question. Venerable, please tell us more about your talk in Vernon. And the next question is, we heard from other Sangha members that your Dharma talk in Vernon is very successful. Well, how do you know? Many people can get benefit from your talk. Would you kindly share more with us about this trip? Yeah, maybe we can talk about this trip. I just came back 2-3 days ago. I spent about 3 days in Vernon, and I gave a talk to people in Vernon, and I found that well, whether they're successful or not depends on how you measure it, but the way I look at it, I feel happy about it because there's so many people attending. I have been traveling before to Vernon many years ago, 18 years ago, 16 years ago, and it has changed so much, and especially when we drive from Kelowna to Vernon, that portion of the landscape is really wonderful. Have you ever been to Vernon, Kelowna? If you've been, raise your hands. So there's so many people who've been to Vernon. And when you're driving on a highway, you just see all this landscape, miles and miles of valleys and mountains, all of a sudden you realize the vastness of Canada. Because if you're living in Richmond, you don't see the vastness of Canada. It's the second largest in the world. The largest in terms of area is Russia, I think. Canada is larger than China. It's the second largest in terms of area of the whole world. And traveling from Kelowna to Vernon, you can see all these mountains and all that. And we were climbing, actually not climbing, we were in a car, of course, on the highway. The highway were going on the top of the hill, on top of the mountain. So sometimes you were traveling 2,300 feet, 3,500 feet on top of the mountain, and then where the temperature is only about 11 or 12 or even 10. And then the next 2 minutes you could be descending to about 1,000 feet, and that may be about 18 and 17 degrees. So it's really wonderful. I had altogether three talks in Vernon. I was invited to Vernon. I didn't know anybody in Vernon. I was invited by a group of people who had concern about teenagers committing suicide because of depression. And from statistics that I was given, 1 out of 11 students had depression in Canada. And according to USA statistics, 2 years ago, 2018 or now 2017, I don't know, approximately about 49,000 people committed suicide. And 80% of these people were due some sort to some mental disorder. Depression is the major one. So many people committed suicide because of mental disorder. And of course, mental disorder does not mean just depression. It could mean addiction to alcoholism. It could mean addiction to drugs too. And in Asia, the only statistics I could get is from Hong Kong. They did a study in Hong Kong 4 years ago. 40%, that's how they postulate from their statistics of the survey. 40% of all the students in Hong Kong suffer from depression. And in that particular year, 22 students in Hong Kong committed suicide. 22 students in 1 year. And out of the 22, 8 were at universities. They were found dead at university dormitories. So it becomes very serious. And so people in Vernon, they have a family there whose daughter committed suicide because of depression. A very lively, lovable kid, 18 years old, a girl, represented internationally, volleyball team in a national level at least, very athletic, and committed suicide. And the family was so grief-stricken that the man got into YouTube and tried to find, soothing talks about Dharma talk, and he clicked into my talk on YouTube. I gave a talk in Hong Kong many years ago, 3-4 years ago, about how to overcome emotional challenges, and he found my talk to be very valuable. He liked my talk, and he particularly traveled a few times from Vernon to here to request me to go to Vernon to give talk. And I'm a monk, and I always have the mission that if anybody will invite me to a talk, I try in every way to fulfill whoever comes to me, because I'm just conveying the Buddha's Dharma. So I promise, and they make preparation for 2-3 months, and I just came back 4 days ago from Vernon. And they organized in a hall, Schubert Hall, where they have a group of about 400, an audience of about 400 people. So I had to talk one evening to 400 people in the hall, and then 2 classes to 2 schools, sit-in school and Fulton school. So when I first went over there, so I gave a talk in the morning to a group of approximately 100 students. I think these students were grade 9, grade 10, 8, 9, 10, not grade 12 and 11. About from grade 8 to grade 10. We were in a cozy room, very close to each other, personal contact, personal interaction, and all these kids were sitting on the floor, and I was sitting like, not too high, on the chair, and they were sitting on the floor, and there were also about 10 teachers participating, including the principal of the school, a very famous school in Vernon. And I talked approximately about 1 hour, and I was able to interact with them very well. And according to my interaction, it's been very favorable. They all like it. They ask questions. Some people say, oh, these are stupid questions. I said, I don't mind stupid questions. I like stupid questions. Sometimes stupid questions can turn out to be the most intelligent questions because they are questions from the naiveness of the mind of a teenager. And a teenager has the promptness just to ask anything they want, and sometimes they're not covered by hypocrisy of any kind, so they just air out their question. I like those questions. I was able to crack a few jokes, and they all loved it. They were laughing, and the interaction was good. And later we discovered that there was one boy on this side who dressed in a sports, very casual, and doesn't seem to be too respectful when he was just sitting in there and asking questions. But we later found out that in the evening, we talked in the morning. In the evening, we found him. He was dressed very casually when he was listening to me. But in the evening, he was lining up for a ticket. He had $20 in his hands, and he deliberately, after dinner or before dinner, came to line up for tickets that's already been sold. And what did he dress? He dressed in nice, neat clothes, very nice shorts, very nicely trimmed, hair. But I was surprised. He seemed to be so naive in the morning, and all of a sudden it became so serious in the evening. And he said, I want to come to listen. I find it useful. I don't know. That's how. So we were impressed by him because we recognized him because he was asking questions. So in the morning, I gave a casual talk for about an hour, and I can see the response. They like it very much. And the principal like it, the teachers like it. So then in the evening, I gave a talk to an audience of 400 people. And I thought they were students in a group, but actually they were 95% parents, adults. They were all adults. So I started to give the lecture with 2 slide, what do you call that? Not monitor, screens. 2 screens, one on each side. And I was very close to them, about as close as this. And I talk with all these 8s of PowerPoints. And I went over for an hour. And it was so hot that the air conditioner was not working well. Nobody left. After 2 hours of talk, everybody stayed behind. I said, well, can we go over? Nobody left. Everybody listened, and they all respond quite well. And they were copying down, copy every note on the PowerPoint. I said, I don't mind you take a snapshot of all these. I don't have copyright. Why do you have to copy? Oh, they feel very happy and they take snapshots, and they were very happy. What I did is my lecture is in 2 aspects. One aspect is how to understand the nature of depression, how to understand the characteristics and nature of depression, which is on the theory side, and the second half of it, how to overcome depression. That's on the practice side. So not only do I give them the concepts, how to understand it, but also the methods to overcome it. And they find it to be so receptive, because I didn't just do empty talk about it. So I break it down in two parts. The first part is theory, where do emotions come from, and how do we react, and what is our mental experiences when we're thinking, and how many emotions are there, and what is this emotion actually comprised of, and where do they come from. And I even talk about reincarnation, because part of this negative emotions could be come from previous lives, not just these lives. And this is something they never thought of, that the time dimension could not just be this life, could be related to previous life. And they're all very interested in something that they haven't heard before. And that's on the understanding part, telling them that how do you approach the understanding of what is emotions. Because you can never solve the problems without understanding the problems. I said that is just like a Harvard business case when you're studying business in Harvard School, which the Buddha mentioned the Four Noble Truths, which is exactly the Harvard case studies of how to deal with problems. For the Four Noble Truths, what are the Four Noble Truths? The Four Noble Truths is deal with problems of life and death, the problems, human problems. The first one is suffering. We all suffer, the problems, the suffering, causes of the suffering, how to find out method to end suffering, and when the suffering is ended, then you are going through enlightenment. So it's problem solving, finding methods to solve it, and when the problem is solved, you're right on your way out of the problem. So they all like it because it's scientific. And I also, am I boring you? No? Are you sure? Yes. Oh, because I'm going through something that I've gone before. So what I actually do is I went over all these, and then I also try to relate the Buddhist teaching into something like an everyday jargon, everyday language. I said, what is meditation? Meditation relates to the mental state, which is consciousness. So meditation is a consciousness therapy. They all know what therapy is. They say, oh, it's a therapy. I thought meditation is for the Buddhists, for the Buddha. But I said, no, meditation is for everybody. Not just for the Buddhists, it could be Catholic, Roman Catholic, Christian, Hindu, you name them. It's nothing but consciousness therapy. And then, of course, I say, okay, after consciousness therapy, you also have a chanting in Buddhism. And everybody say, oh, a chanting is Buddhist. Because when you chant a sutra, you chant a mantra, you're always repeating and repeating. It's very mystical. I saw it on YouTube. It's very religious. I said, no. It's not just religious. A chanting is a kind of sound therapy. And what is more important is the self-generating consciousness sound therapy. Are you not interested in your own sound, a sound that has a healing effect? So I give all these modern terms to mix with the Buddha's teaching, and they all like it very much. And I actually went through a chanting session with them for 5 minutes, and a meditation session with them for 5 minutes. Meditation on the anapanasati, the breath in and breath out. So they have experienced something they have never experienced before, and they all find it very interesting. And I heard a lot of comments, you know, when they were going out, and I heard, he talks like us. Of course, I said, I've been here for 30 years. I talk like you. And they like to hear someone who can talk like them, you know, of course. They expect a Chinese monk to talk like you have very strong accent. like a monk who came out from a mountain, from a cave as a hermit. That's not me. I said, well, I'm a monk, but I talk like them, so they like it. And it turns to be a full house. It's a full house. Everybody was there. Nobody wanted to leave. I went over 1 hour and they still liked very much. So that's the session. And right now we're all giving free meditation in here. But they charge for $20 per ticket, You got to pay $20 for it. At first I thought, why do you charge $20? And the organizer said, if you give it out free, it's not valuable. If you give out free tickets, one person could get 10 tickets and they just shelve it. They never come. So if they pay for it, they will come. But we cannot charge that much. We cannot charge $100, so we charge $20. So we charge $20 per ticket. They buy tickets to get in. So you guys must be happy. You don't have to buy tickets. Even the lunch is free. It's a free lunch. It's a free lunch. But actually, this lunch is free. It's donated by someone. It's donated by someone here too. I mean, there are people who donated this lunch. Don't just accept everything for granted. It's always more blissful to give than to accept. Don't take it for granted. Don't take it. I think I also touched on a subject during my talk on about appreciation of your senses, because we have eyes, ears, nose, body, and everything seems to be healthy and everything seems to be working in our senses. We take them for granted. There are people who don't have eyes, who are blind, who couldn't speak, they couldn't listen to any sound, but they're struggling. They're struggling to live happily. But how come we have all the senses and we want to commit suicide? With human values. And I also mentioned to them the very important human values that the Buddha has been promoting in simple terms. Everybody wants to be a good. Goodness is a human value. How to be good? What is goodness? We have standards, of course. And how to live happily. Being happy is a human value. How to be wise is a human value. We have these values. How can we take away our lives? What's the most important value of a human is we recognize our existence, the value of our existence. An animal like a dog would only just live one day. When they're hungry, they just eat food. And when the masters come back home, they just wag their tails. And they don't think about, why do I exist? Where do I come from? What are my values? What should I do to raise my values? Because teenagers, they don't recognize their own values. That's the reason why they commit suicide when they have depression. They don't know they have values inside of them. So I also raised to them the values concept. And then, of course, after that evening, the next day, before I came back, I also went to another school. And I find that I didn't talk too well in that school. And now I know the reasons. I learned my lesson from it. When I got into they gave me a gym, and they have what they call automatic bleachers, which means that the whole chairs can come out, and then it can roll back up to the wall. So they have a high ceiling. And when I went into there, it was so roomy, like it's like I can hear echoes. So and then they push the button, and all these chairs come out. And they only come out 1/3. So I was standing in here, and they have chairs of about 100, and students came in, about 60 students. They all took their seats, and the way they took their seats is, teenagers, they don't want to take the middle. They took the seats on that side, seats on that side, and on that side. So I was looking at an island. I was like, there's an island there, and that island is a vaulted island, with no trees in the middle, but with trees on both sides, and the middle is all empty chairs. So the distance is even more. So when I was talking in here, I have a whole stretch of ocean water in the middle, and there's an island over there. I'm addressing to islanders, and it's so far away. I don't feel intimate. I don't feel there's a relationship. Plus, they were talking. I couldn't hear them. They were asking questions. I couldn't hear them. So I was standing in there, and I started to give my talk. And immediately, 5 minutes later, I know that I shouldn't be standing in here because I don't feel the energy. I don't feel that I'm interacting with them. And I also find out that they were talking to each other. And some of the students put their legs on the chairs and were reclining back. And even the teacher was, I think it's I don't know, athlete teachers, and not very respectful. It seems that they're being forced into the room to listen to me, because that room, that school was that girl who committed suicide was from that school. That's the reason why the parents want me to go to that school to talk to the teenagers. So I couldn't gather my energy together, and I didn't talk well because I couldn't communicate. So after half an hour, I said, any question? No question? Okay, I'll break for the day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Then I'm gone. And then a hand raised up and asked questions, and I had to go back to answer questions. I don't feel like it, and they don't feel like it. Next time I know. When I talk, I have to be close to the audience. They cannot. I do not want to have a stretch of water in between. I want communication. So next time, when I talk, I want to make sure. Actually, if I had to do it all over again, you know what I would do? I would say, I would talk to the principal and say, I'm not going to talk in this room. Can you give me a classroom? Then everybody would get out from that gym. It does not matter. Because I can't communicate that way. So everybody should go to a classroom in which I would sit down. I would have close contact with them. Then I would, if they're not interested, that this is what I'm going to say. I came here on the request of a parent whose daughter passed away because of committing suicide. And she is your classmate. Emily wants to see me coming over to talk to you. She may want to convey her feelings through me to you. So do you care about Emily? You've been Emily's classmates, and you don't even care about what I was talking about? Let's respect Emily, who took her life. And we don't want to repeat the same lesson. We want everybody to benefit from the casualty that Emily committed. We want to learn the lesson. And if you're respectful, let us communicate. I think that would trigger something in their mind, because they came for a reason. They were not forced to come by the principal. Do you think I should talk that way? What do you think? Is it better to open the speech like that? Directly to say, that's the reason why I'm coming. I'm coming because parents of Emily, your classmate, who has been so athletic, who has been so sociable, and she take her life. And I don't want the same thing to happen in the school again. And I want that message to go through so that every student would benefit from it. This is what I'm going to do. So that's it. So what other questions you would like to ask? So they wanted me to go back to Vernon sometime, maybe to teach meditation, but we don't have a premises in Vernon. How can I go there? We can rent a school hall or something like that, and that opportunity may come. And I find out that since I'm familiar with the language, I should go more out to outskirts to talk to different people, to the youngsters, on what they should know about the negative emotions, because that really affect them. And as I talked about this morning, some kids will bully, and sometimes it should just be a little bit of kids that being naughty and bully each other, but take it very seriously. I remember when I was a kid, I took bullying very seriously. It's just naughtiness, out of naughtiness, that they hit each other. You've been a school teacher, sometimes just kids are behaving like that, but they don't mean it. But some really take it to their mind, and they hate it, and that breeds a lot of hatred in their mind. So I think everybody should. Yeah, you raise your hand. Yeah. Can you speak louder? Yeah.
Most of the high schools, they have an auditorium.
Yeah.
And I think they could use the gym because, they have all the students there. And
Could be.
The auditorium is a little bit smaller, does not hold so many people, maybe half of them.
Yeah.
But check with the school to see whether they have an auditorium or not, and use that.
Yeah, I think the auditorium can accommodate at least 600 people, whereas they only in that one they have a gym. They use that gym as auditorium too, and they sometimes just take away the dividers in the middle, and they extend all these automatic bridges. They can sit 1,000 people. Yeah, but they have to have a high ceiling. And you see, when I learned from this lesson that you have to radiate your energy when you're talking to them. You cannot feel disinterested. You're not interested, or you feel that you don't like this place. That's exactly what I feel. I don't like this place. If I don't like this place, how can I talk well? So I really have to know which location. But in my first talk to the grade 8 and 9, I was in a classroom. I didn't know where I was going anyway, but it was close. And I think that sometimes grade 12 students may have a strange feeling that they are adult enough. They are the last year at school, and they know a lot. They know a lot, much more than the ordinary students. So they have this sense of pride. What are you coming to tell us? I mean, who are you? That kind of, they always want to say, who are you? Here is a guy who's a monk who's coming to tell us. He looks strange. He's in different costumes. And what is he telling us? He doesn't even know what he was talking about. I don't understand. That's kind of opinion that is in their mind. And I think even the teacher is not too respectful. When I talk to them, they don't seem to be interested in me as a speaker. I should have learned the lesson. When I first met the teacher, when I met the first teacher, I still remember her name, Michelle, and she did a little bit of mindfulness meditation. She respect mindfulness meditation, so she was interested in talking to me, and she's more receptive. Whereas the second teacher, she seemed to be giving me a cold shoulder when I was being introduced to her. So immediately I know that I was not going to work out, because even the teacher is not respecting what this guy is going to say. All right, so. Any more question? Yes?
Did you leave the temple website so they can,
Yeah, I talked to them, yes. And they're going to give me a video tape that they did. I think they got some professionals to do the videotape, and you can see the videotape later. It was really good. I think my performance was up to the standard I require on that night. I would give myself maybe a 90, and nothing get 100. I've never had a 90 before. That's almost a 90, and nobody gets perfect. So if I get 90, that's already good. The reason why I give myself a 90 is nobody laughed. Even I went over for 1 hour. Nobody laughed. So, yeah, that's what it is. The question is, when you reincarnate, if a person reincarnates into an animal, can they become a person again? If the person reincarnates into the animal, if his or her karma of being the animal expired, then he will reincarnate into another paths of reincarnation. Maybe human again, or maybe going to infernal, or maybe deva. We don't know. is always changing. Reincarnating into an animal would become a person again, maybe, but it may take many, many lifetimes of becoming an animal. If you are always involved in killing, if you're involved in abundant killing of animals, you probably may reincarnate into the animal kingdom, the animal realm. In a country, I don't want to mention the country's name, slaughtering cows and pigs in the villages and goats, and the men will be responsible for slaughtering big animals like cows and big pigs, and the women will be slaughtering goats. Oh yeah, so even women, they were so used to slaughtering goats for food. Every day they slaughter a goat in certain part of in certain country. So if they keep on doing that, if they're not vegetarian, then in the next life you think that the being slaughtered may look for revenge, and so you slaughter the animal, the animal slaughter you in your next life, and all this become a cycle of reincarnation. It's never ending. Nirvana is the ending of reincarnation. Go beyond. Go beyond. That word beyond. That's the reason why we have a Beyond Burger, we said. Beyond Burger. That burger, because you don't kill animals for food, you are vegetarian, you always eat the burger, it looks like meat, and then gradually you go beyond life and death because you're not killing anymore, the Beyond Burger. It's a good name. There's also another burger called Impossible Burger. I always think that personally, that's my opinion, I think the Beyond is a better word than impossible. Because the human realm said that everything is possible. How can there be anything impossible? So Beyond is a good word. And the stock price gone up. They told me from $25 to $165 now, within one day. So if you buy thousands of shares, all of a sudden you become a Beyond millionaire. So, but I'm not business minded. I'm just telling you all these things what happen. So we want to go beyond life and death, and that's what we call nirvana. Some Tibetan monks, here's another question, practice astrology. What does Buddhism in general think about this? To me personally, I never think about this. Who cares? They can practice whatever they want. They can practice astrology, medicine, they can... nothing to do with me. Why do I have to spend time thinking about why do they... I want to think about certain things, but other people's interests and hobbies, why? I don't know. Some people like biking, some people like tennis. Why do they like tennis? Why do they like biking? I don't have time to think about this. I don't even have enough time to build the garden that I have built just now. Go and look at the garden that we have built within 1 month. We turn a pasture of grass into a garden of rhododendron azalea and peonies. Look at the garden that we created, not just by me. I'm just a designer. There are people who make this happen within 1 month. Here is another. That's that guy who's responsible for the wires pulled together, all the wires put together for the lanterns, for the fountain. We have a fountain, you know. We have a fountain. I got that fountain from Vernon. After giving the lecture, we passed a nursery, and I saw some fountains in there. Many fountains. They were made in New Jersey. So I picked up one, and that's the one that we have. We have a 30% off. Now we see the fountain in here, all the way from Vernon. A free transportation. Someone volunteered to ship it free of charge. One of the listeners, one of the audience, he drove 12 hours, 6 hours he coming here, 6 hours back, to deliver this fountain to us free of charge. And because we're worrying about how we're going to ship this fountain back. And he said he wanted to do it. And now that beautiful fountain is because of all these causes put together. Some people like to make it happen. Anybody who sees the fountain and feels happy, that person has the merit of making people happy. You see the merits accumulated from doing something good? A fountain was put in there. Somebody contribute, pay for it, pay for everything, and then it will stay there for maybe, I don't know, 100 years, 50 years. And every time when people say, oh, that's a beautiful fountain, I like it, I feel happier about it, the merit is there. That's what we call the feeling. He created good feelings. It's important to create good feelings for everybody. We call that wholesome sensation. Always create good feeling to others. Don't create bad feelings. If you're yelling at someone, scolding someone, cursing someone, you're creating bad feelings. You're rendering loving kindness, compassion, words of courtesy. You are actually creating a good atmosphere. The whole atmosphere is going to change because of your words. So do as much generosity as possible. It's never wasted. Every act, no matter how small, if it is wholesome, if it is amicable, if it is beneficial, do it. Any act that is offensive, without courtesy, yelling, lying, killing, don't do it, because it will ripple the effect out. You know what a ripple effect is? You throw a piece of rock into a pond. The first ripple would be a very narrow ripple, just from the edge of that little rock. And then that ripple would push another ripple, and then push another ripple, and all of a sudden the momentum becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. That's the same as donating. Donating your energy, your money, your whatever you want to donate, your smile. It ripples out, and the effect is 1,000 times more. The ripple would not disappear. You know where would you know where would the ripple go? This is a testing. You throw a piece of, you have a swimming pool, you throw that rock in the swimming pool, the ripple would 1, 2, 3, 4 times, I don't know how many times, and then it hits the edge of the swimming pool, and what happened? The energy bounced back to the center. That's the Hilton law of kinetic energy. It always bounces back. Whatever you give out, it bounces back to you. It doesn't disappear. That's the conservation of kinetic energy. The third law of the Newton's law of kinetic energy is that whatever action performed, an equal and opposite reaction would come back to the origin of the action mover. Equal, at least equal and opposite. Opposite is going back, is the opposite. Actually, it's not just equal. The equal is just the Newton law. Now they find out that the effect is ripple out. So that's the reason why in the sutra, the Siddhikapa Sutra, it says one would bounce up with millions of merits. One merit given out would bounce back millions of merits back. Especially nowadays when we have mass communication. Imagine if you put something really bad on YouTube. You know how many people get the bad effects of that YouTube? If that YouTube is about nothing but sex and violence, you think that's it? That is it? Millions of people will reach out, and it will affect millions of people. A word of thankfulness, a word of compassion on YouTube will ripple out to millions of people. Which one do you choose? Which one do you support? Are you supporting the one with the bad effect or the good effect? Every click you have, you're supporting, I don't know which side you're supporting. You think about it. It's really a ripple effect. It's really a ripple effect. And I don't know why I talk about this. I'm talking about astrology. What does Buddhism in general think about this? The Buddha said, the monks who practice astrology and spread out the word that he knows astrology, and if he makes money from the astrology, benefit himself from astrology, he's not a real monk. He's doing something that is inappropriate. All right, did I answer your question? If you make money, if you make money from your knowledge of astrology and hold yourself out as someone who is an expert in it, and your intention is to gain reputation, gain wealth, gain attention, you're not doing it right. You're doing it, first of all, with condition. And you could be affecting many people if your astrology is wrong. Who would say my astrological prediction is 100% perfect? Is there any such thing? No. No one is perfect. Astrology changes. The galaxy changes in every minute. When something is subject to changes, then it changes. How can it be, okay, if this is in this place, if you belong to, I don't know, I don't study astrology, so many names in astrology. If you belong to this constellation, is it constellation? Constellation, then you have this future. It depends on many other factors. You cannot make all these other factors unchanged, status quo. You cannot say, assuming these factors do not change, this will be this. Everything is changing. Your body will have more or less a major change every 7 days, they said. Every day the body is changing. The air is changing. There's another law of motion. The molecules in the air is always, the particles in the air, they are non-stop. You just can't see it. Everything that has form is changing. Does astrology have form? But some people say it changed slowly. Something changed quickly. So I'm going to say this room is going to be the same in a day or two, maybe. But about 100 years. You think this room is going to be the same room in 100 years? I can't guarantee it. You're not here to testify it. Because you're dead. You don't have... And do you have to die? If you think that you don't have to die, raise your hands. I don't have to die. Raise your hands. You don't have to die? You will live forever? Huh? What?
You get reincarnated.
Yeah? But this body will die. I'm talking about this body. Yeah, you go into cycle. You will have a next body. I would be, I don't know, questionable if you would get exactly the same body next time. You think we'll get the same facial face? You think that you will be as handsome as you are now in your next life? Yeah.
You were talking about astrology. What if you could reincarnate into another life form?
It's possible. There's so many universes.
Yeah.
This is only one of the many universes. You could go to other universes. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. But you don't want to go through reincarnation. It's very dangerous. The Buddha said, nirvana, beyond. Go beyond reincarnation. This is exactly what the Buddha said. Don't go to life and death again. It's suffering. Don't go to life and death. Get out of life and death. Assuming life and death is a prison, we are living in a universal prison of life and death. The Buddha said, get out of prison. And here's a map. This is the map that I used to get out of prison. Are you interested in looking at the map? Or you have no time to look at it? You just live in there. You take it for granted. It's beautiful around here in the prison. But in the prison, life are different. If you got beat up by the prison guards every day, you want to go. You don't want to stay. Right? First question, is the food vegan? I am unable to eat any animal products or any animal byproducts. If the definition of vegan is not containing any animal byproduct, in a dessert there could be milk in it, so it's not vegan. There's no egg though, but dairy product we include in there, so it's vegetarian and not vegan. Could you share your point of view regarding journaling after meditation? Is it useful to document meditation experiences, or should one just let them go? Thank you. You should document your experiences. The reason for documenting your experiences in meditation is you can see after a year or a few months what have you experienced, and as time goes on, then you know that maybe you know that you are, for example, you are improving, or you're not improving. I think it's good to document it. It's good to document your experiences, especially if you have experiences like you have not experienced this before. For example, some people, even though they're not in quote unquote, they are not in religious meditation. They could be just meditating, and they could be meditating on the chakras, not just concerned about religion. They could have Kundalini awakening, the so-called. And in Kundalini awakening, there are so many unusual or even bizarre experiences that one encounter. And maybe in the future you want to share the experiences with other people. If you document it, your experience, you will be able to share with other people. Sharing experiences is good, but when you share with the experiences of others, you should know that may not be your experience. Everybody's experience is not the same. It's just like everybody's karmic energy is not the same. It's just like everybody's fate is not the same. Habit not the same, personality not the same. So we can share. For example, does not matter what personality you have. So that if you go on a camp, a boot camp, for example, on something, you've gone through some training, and you can share your experiences with people who haven't gone through it, and then it may be valuable for those who don't know anything about it. For example, in swimming, so you share your experiences that you swim in a river. There's in a wild river, there should be certain things that you should watch out for. There could be snapping turtles. So in somewhere you should watch out. I mean, so many experiences to share. Or canoeing. If canoeing, there are places where it's dangerous and you should avoid the danger. It's always good to document it, to share it, and. Only by documenting your experiences will you be able to reflect on what you have done before. All right, so it's excellent habit to document it. Plus, it could be good training for your writing too. If you want to be a writer, you have to write, right? You have to. I have never seen a writer who just become a writer. You have to write a lot of garbage before you know how to. Classify this garbage into, paper, cloth, organic, inorganic. So it's good to document it, right?
Does consciousness equate to God in Buddhism?
Not exactly. Depends on how you can sit down. Depends on how you define God. If you define God as an external third person, personification, no, consciousness is not. It's your own consciousness. It's not God. When we come to analyze it, if you call it God, if you call something like it's very mystical, it's very powerful, it's something that cannot be measured by any instrument, it's something that you cannot see, it's inscrutable, then I say the God is in you. You have that God in you. You have that nature of God in you. You don't have to look for an external God to rely on. You be your own God. You create your own world. You create your own destiny. As we always say, consciousness gives rise to thought. Every thought is consciousness. When a thought is repeated all the time, when a thought is expressed into action and speech, because actions and speech is all created from a thought. There's no thought, there's no action and speech without a thought. You want to move your legs forward, you walk, then you have a thought of moving forward. You want to talk, you have a thought of, moving your tongue. So every action, every speech is created by your thought. So thought finds its expression in speeches and actions. When speeches and actions are repeated all the time, it becomes your habit. When your habits are repeated all the time, it becomes your personality. Your personality determines your fate, your destiny. It's not God. Not God determine where you should go. You yourself determine where you should go. Not God is God is not responsible for your success or your failure. You yourself are responsible for your success and failure, not God. That's the way we put it. Without criticizing God is no good. We never say that. I mean, if you want to believe in a God, go ahead, believe in a God. If God gives you that reinforcement in you, without a God you cannot live, then why should anybody take away that concept from you? I mean, but that is your own concept. Or there's many other people's concept. But there are also other people who know that the God is in them. You can create the world. You have created your thinking. Everything is created by a thought, not God. Okay, any more questions?
So what's the difference between religious meditation and just meditation as pure form?
Strictly speaking, meditation has nothing to do with religion. Even when we meditate, remember we talk about the 5 meditative elements. We never mention one thing as God in there. The first one is inquiry. Inquiry is to understand life, understand how a thought is formed, understand your interaction between yourself and all others, understand about suffering. The suffering is not God, we can see suffering. So inquiry, you have to inquire about life. Inquiry, to build up your understanding, to build up your perspective. And then you have vitakka, which is drawing a conclusion. This is the conclusion I draw. This is the conceptual thinking that I use in my meditation. Okay? And then you go on to have a concentration. By using this method, I arrive at a mental stabilization. My mind is not wandering around. I'm using this method to stabilize my mind. And also I'm using this wisdom to think about how I should react to externalities, how I should not be selfish, for example, how I should not be depressive, how I should not be jealous, how I should not be greedy, how I should be more generous, more loving kindness, more compassionate. There's no such thing as God in what I'm talking about. Throw away the religious concept. That word religion is for the average person who believes in religion. Believing in the Buddha does not mean that believe in a religion. We just believe in the Buddha's teaching. The Buddha is not God. Buddha is a person who has awakened from the dream of existence. He found a way to transcend death, to transcend suffering. And he knew the method, and he wanted to introduce this method to all people who can also transcend death and suffering, who understand suffering. There's no such thing as, if I believe in the Buddha, I will be saved. The Buddha cannot save you. The Buddha can only give you the map so that you can save yourself from the forest of suffering. The Buddha cannot walk the steps for you. If the Buddha can save you, everybody would have been saved already. Because Buddha personally cannot save you, but Buddha can give you the map to get out. It's just like I cannot go to Victoria for you. The only thing I can do is I can drive you to Victoria, or I can give you a map to Victoria. But if I'm dead, I cannot drive you to Victoria. The Buddha passed away already. But the Buddha left behind a lot of maps for you to go to Victoria. You just follow the map, then you go to Victoria, right? You can say, how come the Buddha is not around to guide me? He's dead already, right? So these Buddhist teaching are all the maps that get us out from intricacies of life. Nothing to do with religion. Throw away that word religion if you want to pollute your own thinking with a God religious concept. Sometimes religions create a lot of conflict. There's religious wars. There's religion that related to politics. Religions and politics seems to be sometimes combined together to suppress his own people. Or religions and politics could be used for the royal family to get their wealth. I mean, some people misuse religion, misuse politics. So there's no such thing as religion if you believe in a religion. But there are certain things like understanding. I want to understand what's going on. I want to understand life. I want to understand how come there's sufferings around. What are the causes of this suffering? Can we end this suffering? If we end these sufferings, where do we go? That's nothing to do with God. That's how you perceive the problem, how you solve the problems. So it's not a blasphemy to say there's no God. The God, if you want to believe in the God, is in you. You are your own God. Okay, so religious meditation and non-religious meditation, what's the difference? As long as you use the right method.
I want to ask, what's the importance of the gesture when meditation? Because I used to use a gesture like this, but today when I use this gesture, I think I cannot concentrate. But when I change to a gesture like this,
Yeah.
and I feel warm immediately. But when at home I use this gesture, I can also concentrate. So what's the importance of the gesture when meditation?
Yeah, okay, sit down. Yeah, please, yeah. Gesture, especially in Tibetan Buddhism, we call it mudra. Gesture is a bodily expression. Gesture is expression of a body, an action, right? Your gesture. And when a person is interacting with externalities, external environments, or interacting with external environments, he interacted in three ways. Bodily behavior, body actions, speech, right? And the thought. Actually, thought and speeches are controlled or driven by a thought. But we say our body, our speech, our mind interact. In the process of interaction, we get polluted by externalities. And the Buddha said we can use our this body, speech, and thought, we can purify them. And how do we purify them? When you are meditating, you are putting your body gesture to the process of purification. When you are not meditating, what do? You use your eyes to see things that you shouldn't see. You use your nose to smell things you shouldn't know. You use your tongue to taste. For example, you attach to taste. That's the reason why you want to taste the flesh of animals. You eat ducks, chickens, pigs, because you like their taste, right? So all these is attachment. Now your body is at rest. There are certain gestures that Tibetan Buddhism designed that if you do put it in this way, you better receive some energy. But it does not really matter. Use the way that is the most comfortable to you. If you find that this is the way that's more comfortable to you, then you use this way. If you find this is more comfortable to you, then you use it this way. Some people use this way. It does not really matter. It's the mind that is important. What kind of gesture put your mind at peace? Don't attach any importance to what kind of gesture. The gesture that is the most comfortable to you. Use that gesture. All right? Yes? Yeah?
Because my friend and I both feel the difference when we change the gesture. But today here, when we use this gesture, we don't feel warm, but we change to this gesture, we feel warm immediately.
You feel warm? You feel,
Warm.
you feel warm. Is it a good feeling of feeling warm?
I think it's
Or too hot? Or too hot for you? When you feel warm, do you mean that it's a good feeling or a bad feeling?
a good feeling.
Then with a good feeling, use this. Use this. Don't force yourself to use a gesture that is not warm and acceptable to you. Because probably, maybe in your previous lives, you've been using this. Now you're coming home. You're coming home to it. That's the one that you should be using. Sometimes you have to test it by trial and error. It's just like when you are at home, people ask, which location of my home is the best for me in meditation? So I meditate in the living room, sitting room, on my bed, in the kitchen, or the backyard. Find a place that is the most comfortable for you. Find a place, that place, the most comfortable for you, is probably that place where it's the best for you, for all energy to be conjured together. Find that location. Find it by trial and error. Because not every location is good for you. The energy to you, your own energy could vibrate and interact better with certain energy in the room. This room is full of energy. Some locations have more light, some have less light. There are many, many energies around. We can't see them. But there's always a place that your body feels the most comfortable. For example, if there's certain something in the ceiling that radiates a lot of bad energy, what do you call that? Radiation. And if that radiation is no good for the body, some radiation are no good for the body, if you're meditating under it, you will feel it. I don't feel comfortable in here. I don't know why. And then they open up the ceiling. They say, oh, there's a lot of pipes in there. There's something there that shouldn't be there. I shouldn't be meditating under this pipe. Then you change your location. Find a location that's the most suitable for you that conform to the comfort of your own energy. All right, so you have to pick and choose. Even the chanting. Should I chant Om Mani Padme Hum or should I chant Gade Gade Bragade Brasam Gade Buddhiswaha? What kind of mantra I should chant? I said, which one is the most akin to you? You feel the most comfortable to you. Some people feel that they want to chant the Buddha of medicine. Om Baisaje Baisaje Samagade Swaha. There's some that he's most comfortable with it because in his previous lifetime, he could be chanting that mantra for many, many lifetimes. That is so familiar with it. There's always something that you're very familiar with that you have practiced in your previous lives. Yeah. All right. Okay. Any more questions? Yes. Yes, we have a very good Buddhist cookbook composed by the third Bhishuni. We have a good Buddhist books in the cafeteria. Yeah, and you can pick that book up for a donation of say $10, right? Are you going to give a discount? Are you going to give a discount? Okay, 80% discount. 80% discount today. So you only pay $8 today. Huh? Oh, free. Oh, 100% discount. So, yeah. So you have that book for 100% discount. So who wants the 100? Today it's that 100% discount day. Raise your hands if you want a cookbook in English. In English. Okay. And Chinese, of course, translation. How many? So count the number of hands. Okay, make sure that you don't go without that book. It's a very good book. A lot of colorful pictures in it. And it's both in Chinese and English. And, huh? Yeah. Okay. So, any more questions? So it's good to ask the questions You raise a question, then we have all these free books given out. Yeah. You see the value of a question? So what you get gives out bounce back 100 times, 15 times to everybody. Yes. Yes.
No, thank you.
Yes.
Secondly,
Did you get a book? Why do you say thank you? You get that book too, right?
I was.
Yeah.
No, I think I cook enough vegan food at home as it is, so I think I'm okay.
Oh, you're vegan.
I am. I'm the one that asked the question earlier about the vegan.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You are vegan already, huh?
Yes, I am.
And you look so young.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes. That. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
It's good. I think I always grew up. I really, my whole family really loved animals. And,
Yeah.
So I'm vegan.
Yeah. That's good.
I'm also vegan.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Vegan.
So, anyways, my question was that before I sat down, I didn't know that there was milk products in this. So I'm wondering.
There was no what? I can't hear you.
I didn't know there was milk product in the dessert.
Yeah, in the
I'm wondering,
dessert.
what should I do with this dessert?
Oh, I see. Very simple. Give it back to us. Give it back to us.
We have one more. Does anybody else want a strawberry?
Yeah. No, you don't have to destroy it. Give it back to us.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, please. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. As long as you didn't get the first bite of it.
No, I didn't.
No?
I didn't
Okay.
take a bite and then get it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So you return it and we'll deal with it.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Is this your first time coming here?
It is, yeah.
Oh, how do you-
Not to the temple, but to this. I didn't know this was.
Oh, I see. This is not your first time to the temple.
No, it's not.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's just to remind you, we have just built a good garden. A garden of rhododendron and a garden of cherry blossom on that side, walking the crossroad, and we also have a fountain there. And we're going to build a replica of the Zanav Deer Park. The Buddha will be there, and then we plan to put some chanting, recording behind the Buddha. So we did a lot of work to promote the Buddha's teaching, to let people know that. Very important to practice Buddhism in terms of the three very important subjects of Buddhism: morality part, wisdom part, and the meditation part. Yeah.
That'll be very useful for the tours as well.
Oh yeah, very useful for the tours too. Yeah, then you say, okay, this is the first sermon in the Deer Park in Varanasi. And in the Deer Park, the first sermon given is the Four Noble Truths. Suffering, causes of suffering, cessation of suffering, and method designed to end suffering.
Speaking of discontinuity, the circular idea.
We just talk about on right there on my PowerPoint, my slides. We talk about paticca samuppada, which is the life and death of a being. And the reason why we use a circle is we say that people like to look for the beginning. And what is the beginning? What is the end? In a circle, there's no beginning and there's no end. It's always cyclical, always go together non-stop like a windmill. There's no beginning. Any dot on the line of the circumference, any dot you think is the beginning is also the end of the circle. So that signifies that don't look for the beginning and look for the end. Beginning and end only is in the mind of a normal thinking. When you go beyond thinking, beginning and end only applies to thinking of time. Because in the time, there's always the past, which people think is the beginning, the present, and the future. The future, people say that's the end. When I die, that's the end of my future. And my past is when I was born. So people always think in terms of time as the past, the present, and the future. This is what they think of. But there's no such thing as past, present, and future. There's no such thing as time, because time is the delusion. Because whatever happened in the past is not going to come back. So there's no past. Conceptually, there's no past. The past is gone. How can the past exist? The past only exists in the past, but it never will come back to now. The future hasn't come. So the future hasn't come, how can we think of a future? The present, every second ticks away as the past. So we're only living in a dimension, the framework of time, which is a delusion. There's no such thing as a time dimension of past, present, and future. And for the same reason, there's no such thing as an existence of the body, because this body exists on conditions. When conditions fulfill for my existence, I exist. Like I'm healthy now, I can talk, I can react. That's only the existence of all conditions of my body. And these conditions are not permanent. These conditions will one day disintegrate. Then I don't have this body anymore. So my existence of this I is only temporary. It's only existing on conditionality. I don't have a real I. I don't have a real I am. This is me. I don't have an ego-centric concept in my mind, because the I does not really exist. I don't exist as a body. I don't exist in my time. There's no time dimensions. There's no existence dimensions. So I'm living in the delusion of a dream. You may not believe it, but think about it. So the circle just signifies that there's no beginning, no end. We're just a loop. We're living in a loop. And that loop is unending when you are in a dream. When you are not in the dream, you transcend that loop. You are in, the Buddha used that word, nirvana, or enlightenment. Then you go beyond time. Time and space is only created for the delusion. It's in our delusion. You need to think about it. Because to us, this is actual, right? Everything is actual. But the Buddha said this is conditional. The body is conditional. The time is a delusion. We're living in a dream of existence. The Buddha has awakened from a dream of existence. We have not. The Buddha told us how to awaken from the dream of existence. The Buddha gave us a map. This is how you can walk out from a dream of existence. But walking out from that existence, to us, it means what? Not of this life. Only when we shed off this body, which is a burden, can we go beyond existence. Because we carry that karmic energy of binding ourselves in this karmic body. This is a body created out of our own karma. We brought the karma here. That's the reason why everybody's karma is different. You have created that good karmic energy that you become a rich man, a healthy man, good family. Everything is good until you die at 100 years old. But for example, I have created a Dharma in my previous life to be poor, to be unhealthy, or to be short-lived. Everybody is different because everybody's karmic energy is different. It does not matter how different, we're all living in a delusion. Life is short. Why don't we use our short life to do something meaningful? To think about spirituality, to think about the whys of life. Why did we come to this world? Where did we come from? What would happen to me when I died? When I just come to this world living and then suffer what I have to suffer, feel a little bit happy when I'm happy, and then when the time comes I will be gone? Is that life? Or if you have gone through a lot of suffering, then we say, why do I have to go through this suffering? Do I need these sufferings? Why are everybody different? Have you ever thought about existence of life? You know the difference between an animal and a human? An animal would just eat when it's hungry. An animal would just bark when it is ferocious. He would never think about existence. Why do I exist? The meaning of existence. A dog would not think about the meaning of existence. Only a human would. That's the value, the most important value of a human. Have you appreciated your own value? Have you pondered about this value and think about those values and bring this value into a fruition of enlightenment, understanding, wisdom. Maybe this is the time to realize those values, to think about them, other than just eat your breakfast, eat your lunch, go to sleep, raise your children, and then when they grow up, they get married and they leave you and wind up with you and your husband, and then when your husband is gone, wind up with you yourself, and then last but not least, you wind up in the nursing home. And finally, you wind up lying 8 feet under ocean view. Is that the way to go? The Buddha said, no. There's more to life. Don't waste time on life on those things only. There are certain things that you can think about. And maybe this is not late. You have to start thinking about it. Have to start doing something about it. Where does a person find balance between no attachment and engaging in a relationship? If dealing with a person who has many attachments, how do we deal with that person using compassion? So this first question is broken down into 2 parts. But how do we get a balance between no attachment and engaging in a relationship? If you engage in a relationship, you cannot get away from attachment. But the level of attachment, how attached you are, depends on your own mentality. Now, first of all, let us get the relationship clear. As you say, if you are engaged in a relationship. Nowadays, relationships seem to be so multifaceted, so various. Some relationships are wholesome relationships, some are unwholesome relationships, some are neutral relationship. I don't know what kind of relationship you are. If you are in a relationship that is similar to the fatal attraction, it will be fatal to you. If you're in a relationship that is like, I don't know, so many relationships. So, a relationship itself is an attachment. Whether that is a sound attachment, normal attachment, or an unsound, abnormal attachment really counts when we talk about attachment. Assuming that your relationship is a normal relationship, which I mean that you're husband and wife, and that you are really faithful to that relationship. And that relationship, I didn't see any obvious bad effects from that relationship, assuming that way. And what's the balance between no attachment? When you have a relationship, you're talking about love. L-O-V-E, love. When you're talking about love is mostly conditional. Conditional. As a matter of fact, it's almost like it's conditional. I love you on the condition that you love me. If I love you and you don't love me, I don't like it. Right? That is a conditional relationship. Love is conditional. And all loves have to be reciprocated. In other words, even if I love you and you love me, if you don't reciprocate it in the way I do, then sufferings or misunderstandings may occur. And given that so many different personalities in life, I haven't really seen a relationship that is almost like untainted, that's almost like all happy, that is free from suffering. Most relationships have sufferings, have mental defilements. It's very difficult to analyze something like that because I don't have enough information. We all have broken up our relationship that way. All these monks and nuns, they have given up their love relationship because they know that that kind of relationship will accrue to many fatal things that would happen. So we try to break away from relationship. We are living in a world of relationship. You're related to the husband and wife, you're related to the kids. When you are a kid in your family, you're related to your parents. And all relationships have intricacies of sensitive interactions. That's the reason why there are quarrels and fights in the family. Every personality is different. When you're a kid, so you're interacting with your parents, and it depends on what kind of parents you have. If you have an alcoholic father, if you have a gambler mom, and then if you're bullied at school, the relationship with your school is at stake where you don't like it. All kinds of relationships give rise to many, many feelings, many, many sensations, many, many unpleasant and pleasant and all that. And how can we define it? It's too general a question that I cannot really specifically tie it down to. And imagine when you're a kid, you're related to your parents, and then even if you have a clean relationship, okay, well, after you grow up, and then you're related to the society, you're related to your career, you're related to your studies, and then when you have dating, you're related to your girlfriend, and then you have a family, then you have a new family, then you have kids. This relationship have responsibility though. And when you talk about responsibility, there's expectation. Different parties have different expectation. The wife has certain expectations of the husband. The husband has certain expectations of the wife. And the parents have expectations of the children have expectations of the parents. All these created contradictions. All these created suffering. Of course, in the process of interacting with relationships, sometimes we have happiness. But this happiness is fleeting. This happiness is not permanent. This happiness, it's very intricate. We try to simplify our relationship when we practice the Buddhist teaching. That's the reason why we renounce the world by saying become a monk or a nun. Then we have broken up the family relationship. It does not mean that we deny mom and dad. We still have mom and dad. We still love them. But we don't want to involve with the intricacies of this relationship. You have to divorce your wife, your husband, to get into the eternal practice of becoming a monk or a nun, and you want to give up your relationship. So we want to give up relationship. You have to give up in order to achieve at the right understanding. It does not mean that you hate this relationship. It's different. You don't want to have the intricacies of this relationship so that you can practice the spiritual enlightened way. That's the reason why a prince called Siddhartha Gautama gave up the relationship as a king, as a future king, as a prince. All his relationship with all these courtesans, with all these wives and mistresses in the palace, gave up all the relationship of luxuries and all that, and went into the woods to practice his enlightenment endeavor. And after 8 years of severe practice, he became successful in overcoming mental afflictions and become the Buddha, transcending life and death, and not to be rolled into the karmic energy of samsara, life and death. So I guess relationship could be very intricate. Most relationships turn sour after a while, very complicated. However, don't attach to relationship. I always have ladies and men coming up. They came up to me and said, I had a divorce, and my wife divorced me, and we had a third party, and we end up in very unhappy relationship, and we got divorced. And my response is, I said, congratulations. You are free from the relationship. You are free from the bondage of a marriage. You are free to practice. You have freedom. Congratulations. And as I explained and explained, he said, oh yeah, I think that's right. And then he said, okay, I gave up this relationship. And then he's gone with a happy feeling. But no sooner did the feeling linger, he struck up another relationship. And he got into troubles again. So what can I do? All right, so I don't know how to answer this question. Get away from the relationship. Get ordained and shave away all your hair and get away all this relationship and become a nun or a monk. It doesn't mean that you don't have mom and dad, you still love them, but you are on a higher level now. You are in pursuit of that spiritual odyssey to become enlightened. You want to get away from samsara of life and death. You want to get away from reincarnation. You want to be aloof from all these sufferings. And what is more important, not just for your own self, for all sentient beings. We have a feeling of not just liberating ourselves. We want to help others to liberate from the bondage of relationship. Can you do that? Next question. If dealing with a person who has many attachments, how do we deal with that person using compassion? If you're using compassion, the first word that comes to my attention when I'm answering this question is forgiveness. Can you use forgiveness because you were saying that he has many attachments, right? Forgiveness, understanding. This is a general question that require a lot of specific studies of how to do it. I think the first thing, to simplify my answer is, change yourself first. Don't expect others to change. I want my husband to be more lovable. I want my husband to love me more. I want this, I want that, I want this, I want that. Why don't you say, I change myself and I'm satisfied with my current situation. I want to improve, but I want to become more compassionate. I want to have more loving kindness. I want to be more altruistic instead of being egoistic, and change myself first. If I can change myself, I can tolerate others better. I can radiate my loving kindness better. If you haven't changed yourself and expect your husband, your children, your dad, your mom to change, to tailor to your own needs, you're not practicing it. You're just being selfish. You want others to change to suit to your own needs. Change yourself, be more patient, to be more tolerable, be more compassionate, be more forgiving, and then wonders will come out. Because by changing yourself, you are at the same time giving. You can only change yourself. You can only give more by changing yourself. And what bounce out, if you bounce out compassion, it will bounce back to you manifold. This is what I learned when I was at Vernon, to refresh my memory. The Newton's theory of kinetic energy. An action goes out will be counterforced by an equal and opposite reaction. You give out some loving kindness, and the loving kindness will bounce back to you. You give out fury, selfishness, violence, the violence will bounce back to you. And it bounces back manifold more. It's just like a ripple effect. If throw a stone into a pond, it ripples out, many ripples out, goes to the edge, it bounces back to the center. Manifold. Do your thoughts eventually stop as you grow in your meditation practice? Depends on if you practice it well. Are you practicing the right introspection, the right meditation? Watch out. Many people teach you from a book. Many people teach you from a video. Many people, after they watch a certain video and some books, they open up a meditation center and start to teach. So, if you receive the wrong meditation practice, it will only get worse. So make sure that you have the right introspection, the right meditation practice in accordance with the Buddha's teaching. And you have to have the right judgment as to whether your mentor is really giving the right practice. You should know. If what they're asking is just $120 per month, a session of 2 hours per session, and 4 sessions per, how many sessions per year, and you got to pay up first, then you have to think about it. And if they say, okay, when you come to meditation, you have to buy a cushion from me, and that cushion is $40, and if you come on Saturday and Sunday, then they would give you a discount of 10% and that kind of thing. They're only looking for money. Or they say, if you have the right meditation, you will get supernatural power. You have clairvoyance, you have audience, you will have all kinds of natural powers. You'll be more successful. You'll make more money. You think that's the right meditation? Remember, meditation is to let go, to give up. The more you give up, the more successful you will be. Give up your emotions. Give up your jealousy, your hatred, your greediness. Give that all up. Meditation is to give up bad things, not to acquire. Learning, ordinary learning is to acquire. I want to learn how to install a computer. Then I will have to learn how to buy my disk drive, how to get all these equipments from different channels. I learned how to do it, right? This is to acquire, to get. But meditation is not learning how to acquire. Meditation is learning how to let go, how to give up. Give up your jealousy, give up your hatred, give up your anger, give up your anxiety. It's a process of giving up. Next question. Is there a book that you would recommend that contains the principle you spoke about during morning session? Most people are always in this lifetime in the process of looking for books. I remember when I was, since being a teenager up to the age of 40, I have all my shelves filled up with videos and books and videos and books. And finally one day I said, I'm not looking for books anymore. Because every one of these books, I only read about 10 pages and then I put them down. And some I read maybe half of it. And books, sometimes they may give me the wrong information. I'm still looking for that book, how to pass the examination without studying hard. I always have been looking since grade 1. I don't like to study. I don't like to lock myself in a room study. I always look for what that book is called. I remember somebody told me that there's a book that teaches how to get an A in examination without studying hard. I can't find that book, even up to now. So don't blindly believe in a book. You have to practice it. Dear Venerable, I have a very long commute to and from work. Is it possible to meditate during the time while I'm driving? Don't close your eyes though. You're in trouble. If you're driving, you close. Oh, I want to shut out all my materiality. My eyes are attaching to forms, so no forms. Then you get into trouble. And don't shut up your ears because you can't see honking. Dangerous honking, reminding you to stop or reminding you not to bypass lanes. So you always have to be alert when you're driving. But at the same time, sometimes I can do a little bit of chanting. I can chant Om Mani Padme Hum. Because most people are multitask. They can chant at the same time when they're paying attention to the road. But some people, they cannot multitask. When they're doing something, for example, if they are preparing, if they're preparing food, they can talk to you at the same time. But some people, they cannot. So if you are not multitask, don't do it. Only if you are multitask. But most people, at least they can do two things at the same time. They can drive at the same time, and they can also chant at the same time. But I'm reminding you not to shut up your eyes, not to close your eyes and all that. So you still have to be alert. And if you are multitask, you can chant. Chanting is a kind of meditation too. But don't daydream when you are driving. And don't sleep when you are driving. People, if you're getting some seniors, when they're driving, when they're too tired, they would doze off in a sleep, and then they got accidents. So watch out. If you're sitting, when you're driving, you should really maybe doing chanting meditation. You can do chanting meditation. Om Mani Padme Hum chanting. You can listen back to the chanting. It's just like when you are turning on the radio, listen to some music when you're driving. But you can chant at the same time. And some people, they are so multitask that they practice singing while they're driving too. Many great singers, they practice singing when they're driving. I know of two singers, old singers, who actually got their training from singing while driving and become very famous singer. Elvis Presley. He was a truck driver on the road for a few years, and he was practicing every day when he was driving. Nobody could listen to him, he just drive. He became the king of rock and roll. And then there's another guy in Britain called, what is his name? Matt Monro. Have you ever heard of Matt Monro? So raise your hands if you know who is Matt Monro. So you're old enough. Huh? Born free, so you're old enough. Because Matt Monro passed away many years ago, and if he's still living, he's probably in his 80s. And he has so many good songs. Born Free, and From Russia with Love, and many. My Way even, all these. Matt Monro was a school bus driver for many years. He was known to be, what do you call that, singing while he was driving. They attached a nickname to it. And then he was drafted into the armies during the war or something. And he was stationed in Hong Kong, the British Navies or I don't know, Air Force. He was in Hong Kong, and when he made use of this part-time to sing in a pub. So he started his career in Hong Kong. Nobody knew about it, with a Filipino band. And he became so famous. First question. Hello, recent watcher. I'm recent watcher of the Venerable Buddhist videos. Thank you for them. Great lessons. My question. I am from the Tin Tai school. How does the Lotus Sutra's teaching, namely 3,000 rams in a single mind, relate to real world? Wow. Tin Tai school, all the 3,000 rams is in one thought. Do you still remember William Blake's poem? What he says is, I can see a world in a grain of sand. And a grain, the whole world is contained in a grain of sand. And a wildflower contains the whole nature. I can see millions of hours in a flash of a second. Because everything is in the mind. Everything, no matter how big, how small, it's all in the mind. So what it simply implies is one should turn to the mind for cultivation, not pursuing externality. If you're attaching to the Lotus Sutra, you're pursuing externalities too. Once you know that you have to return to your real mind, so you have to be careful with every thought that you have. If a thought of jealousy comes up, you're mindful of it, you know, stop, this thought of jealousy is leading me into a karmic world. So everything is within a thought. A thought gives rise to action or speech, right? Every action, every wholesome action, unwholesome action, every action that you're going to perform, every word that you're going to utter is from a thought. How can you do anything without a thought? So the origin is from a thought. So when these actions and speeches are always repeated, we always say it becomes a habit. When habits are all repeated, it becomes your personality. Your personality determines how successful you are or how miserable you are. So start with a thought. What kind of thought you have? Can you watch your own thought? What's the purpose of meditation? Meditation is just not cross your leg and do a good postures and getting blessings from Buddha and making yourself healthy and yoga. I'm putting in a yoga position and then I'm a good master in meditation. I can concentrate, I have supernatural power. Meditation is to be mindful, or should I use that word mindful, introspecting your own mind so that you know every thought that comes up. If an unwholesome thought comes up, you identified it, you don't want to follow the unwholesome thought. If a wholesome thought comes up, maybe for the time being you want to linger that wholesome thought and carry it into action and speech. So watch your mind. Buddhism is about introspecting your mind to make sure that you're returning to purity. You're not being polluted. You're not being polluted by the environments of emotions. Can you do that? First of all, start with yourself. Do you have emotions? How do you overcome emotional challenges? When emotions come up, do you let the emotions obsess you and lead you express your emotion in anger, in fury, in jealousy, in hatred, in greediness, in ignorance, in arrogance? Will you be able to be very observant of your own emotion, and only will you be able to control your unwholesome emotions and linger on your wholesome emotions? Some emotions are wholesome. Emotions of compassion, loving kindness, emotion of thoughtfulness, consideration, emotions of thinking of morality. So that's enough to answer this question. What it says is 3,000 rams in a single mind, in a single thought. My mind is so powerful that I can put Hong Kong into my mind right now. How big is Hong Kong? 7 million people, more than 7 million people on an island and an attachment to an island. But when I close my eyes, I have Jim Sa Jui on my mind. Jim Sa Jui, Hoi Pong Do, whatever, all of a sudden it's in my mind. But my mind is only a smaller the brain, but how come my mind can contain the whole Hong Kong right now? Not only Hong Kong, my mind can also contain at the same time California, Mexico. I've been to Mexico. My mind can contain enormous things. My mind can also contain a very minute thing. So how powerful your mind? Do you know how powerful your mind? Your mind can lead you to go to heaven. Your mind can also lead you to hell. Your mind can lead you to enlightenment. Your mind can also lead you to confusion. Can we change our minds so that every thought will be a wholesome thought, compassionate thought, loving kindness thought, non-violence thought, concession thought, kindness thought. What is the concept to be a good Buddhist besides being compassion? Thank you. I already talked about it in the Chinese New Year. To be very brief, if you want to be a good Buddhist, remember talk about 3 criteria. The first one is to be a good person. We don't want to be so high level, talk about fantastic concepts and theory. To be a good Buddhist, you have to be a good person. So what's the standard of being good? To you, what is good, to him could be bad, but what is your standard? We use morality as a standard. The norm is morality. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not lie. We have certain morality that human values have. Human has certain morality. Of course, the morality, the standard of morality differ in different countries, differ in different cultures. But there are certain morality that is almost applicable to all. Like killing people is immoral. How can you say killing people is good? Lying is not good. How can you say lying is good to my country? My country like lying, you think lying is not good? My country like lying. You think killing is not good? My country like killing. But there's certain normal, certain standard about morality. To be a good person. How to be a good person? The Buddha told us there are certain precepts you have to cultivate and observe. There are 5 basic ones, and of course there are many other ones, but there are 5 basic ones. Abstain from killing. Abstain from lying. Abstain from sexual misconduct. Abstain from intoxicants. Abstain from what? Another one. Stealing, yes. Abstain from stealing. There's certain basic values. So, to be a good person. What is the second criteria to be a good Buddhist? The first one is to be a good person, morality standard. The second one is what? To be happy. You are learning the Buddhism. You want to be happy, right? I haven't found anybody who said, I don't want to be happy. Anybody who said, I don't want to be happy? Everybody wants to be happy. To be happy, what do? To be happy, you must cultivate calming of one's mind. How can you be happy if your mind is not calmed down? If your mind is always agitated with anger, with arrogance, with selfishness, how can you be happy? So to be happy, you have to learn stabilization. Right? Stabilization, mind stabilization. So to be happy, there's certain ways how to make life happier. People call it meditation, but stabilization. Last but not least, what is the last one? To be wise. To be wise, you need the right introspection. So to be a good Buddhist, you ask me how to be a good Buddhist, to be a good person, to be happy, and to be wise. And these are only the general broad topics. Underneath it, there's a lot of things you have to do that I can't elaborate in here. There's so much to say about it. There's all in the Buddhist teaching. But if you want to remember the main points, to be a good person, to be a good Buddhist, you have to be a good person. You have to have values in a person. The difference between an animal and a human is humans have certain values. A dog would only look for food when it's hungry, would only get furious would only bark when they get furious. That's their value. But the human value is they want to know the value of existence. Why do I exist in this world? What values I should have? Humans have values. We should highly consider and evaluate these values and maintain the best moral values of humans. So to be a good person is to realize your values. If you don't even realize your values, you know why people committing suicide? They lose the values. In their depressions, they think that I'm absolutely useless. It's pointless, meaningless. I don't have a life. I'm useless. they don't remember those values that they have, the values of existence, the value of learning to get to the enlightenment part of life. So to be a good person, to be happy and to be wise. How does one differentiate between joyfulness, bliss, contentment, and indulgence of worldly pleasures when one feels happy? Take a look at the dictionary. I mean, you're asking me how to define joyfulness and the meaning between joyfulness and bliss. You always hang up with meaning of words. Why don't you just say blissful is joyful, content is okay? Why don't you learn to change your thinking? Why don't be sticking onto the meaning of a word that get you into trouble? And most people think that they memorize a book and they have learned a book. You know what is the content of the book, you have to practice according to the book. Not to hang on some definitions and meaning. You really have to practice it. You have to walk the board, not just talking about a board. You look at the map to Victoria and you're on a boat, you're always thinking about what is the street. The first street leads to Empress Hotel and the second street leads to another hotel. So I'll be caught in between two streets and what is this street? And you never get there. You walk there. You walk there, you can't find Empress Hotel, and they ask you, someone, where's Empress Hotel is pointing that to you. That's there. Then you walk there. If you look at the map and you never walk according to the map, you can never get there. You only look at your map and start asking all kinds of questions about a map. You better walk there and clarify when you are actually walking there. You haven't started your first step. Millions of miles begin with the first step. Millions of miles does not begin sitting down and reading on a map. You have to get your first step. First one, if nothing exists, what is the definition of existence? If nothing exists, what is the definition of existence? You really have to get into what commonly defined as existence. What is commonly defined as existence in a lot of dictionaries and encyclopedia may not be the definition of existence as defined by some philosophers or defined by the Buddha. But suffice it to say that existence is a delusion. We have so many Buddhist scriptures and a lot of philosophers telling us that existence is a dream. But we are living in a dream of existence. Understanding this existence is important to us. I think the very first lesson of learning philosophy is to learn the value and the perspective of existence. The difference between an animal and a human is because when an animal is hungry, when a dog is hungry, he just bark, he just want to eat. When the dog is furious, he just want to bark. I mean, a dog would not think about what is going to be tomorrow like. What are the values of existence? Why do I exist? Where do I come from? Where would I go from here? A dog would not think about that as defined by some biologists. I don't know. Maybe you think that my dog thinks like that. I don't know. Did a dog tell you he thinks like that? A dog will not say, where would I come from? Do I have a previous life? What is existence? So existence could be defined in so many ways by so many people. And if you really want to find out existence, first of all, you have to know the value of existence, the meaning and the significance of existence, and just trying to find out why we exist, how we exist, where we exist, and what is existence. It's good that you ask that question, because that's the questions that would trigger out a lot of wisdom, like you open up the tap of the wisdom well that will come out. So it's a good question, but it requires you to probe further into the meaning, the perspective, the when, why, how, where of existence. No one single definition would be satisfying. The Buddha said existence is a delusion of a dream. We are living in a dream of existence, but we exist. So that's it for now. Second question. Thank you for your teaching. Thank you so much for explaining the very difficult concept of return. If our introspective mind is empty, how do we go about experiencing this emptiness? What did I feel empty? Furthermore, how do we master it? Why do you have to master emptiness? Our perspective mind is how do we go about experiencing emptiness? You already have experienced emptiness by listening to some concept about it, and you may have already have some taste of what emptiness is all about. What is emptiness? Emptiness is devoid of an inherent nature. We don't have an inherent nature. So we exist on causality. We exist in conditions. And how do we go about it? Continue to probe into it, to research about it. And the question, I have so many questions to answer, and there's a ceremony coming up, so I have to be brief and to the point. And you have to explore more into emptiness. And how do you go about experiencing it? Find out more about it. When you find out more about this concept experience of emptiness, and then think about life. What is the meaning of sunyata in life? What is the impermanence of life? What is the sufferings of life? What is the non-self nature of life? And remember, we have the 4 seal marks of Buddhism. The first one is impermanence, wu chang. The second one is wu wo, non-self. The third one, anicca. The third one is suffering. The fourth one is we can transcend all this by going to the right path of enlightenment to get to nirvana. So there's so much to think and talk about. Next question. When you meditate, do you recommend that we sit in the full lotus position? Is there benefit in sitting in full lotus position? I don't know how your age. If you are in your 60s or 70s, forget it. I mean, if you are in the 60s and 40s, your girdles, your bones are so stiff that you don't attempt a full lotus position. A full lotus position, anybody who is taking up full lotus position should go through some training. Preferably when you are very young, then your bones are more flexible, and it's good for the full lotus position. Otherwise, a semi or half lotus position will do. And even if you can't even do a half lotus position, just sit down with both legs on the floor will do. Don't stick to these appearance of meditation. Find out why of meditation, the meaning of meditation. Not just in how you sit, what clothes to wear, where should you sit. Don't look at the surface. Look at the inherent meaning of meditation. Next question. Venerable, would Buddhist monks and nuns regret once having had a family before the ordination? We never regret them, no. If you are out of the family, you are out of the bondage of a family. You are free. That's the reason why when I heard someone So I heard a lot of stories of laymen and laywomen telling me that, oh, I'm depressed. Why are you depressed? I don't feel happy. Why are you not happy? I had a divorce. My wife divorced me, or my husband divorced me. And I always reply with the same answer: congratulations. You know why? You are free from the bondage of marriage. You know, in signing any contract, one person can own another person. What do you call that? Marriage certificate. One person can own another person. No. If you're out of the family, if you can step up with the family, you are free to practice. You're within the bondage of a family, you cannot practice as you want. Particularly if your wife is not Buddhist. I have quite a few laymen whose wife are other religions, and they always have argument about religions. But anyway, monks and nuns regret about having a family before? No. We say we already have paid our debts. We have already returned what we should returning. You are in the family, you haven't paid up your debts yet. You have the liability or you have the assets to receive. You may have accounts receivable, accounts payable. If you have accounts payable, you owe people. If you have accounts receivable, they owe you. So you're always trying to balance the general ledger. Your general ledger is not balanced yet, and you can't step out from the family. Our general ledger have all been clear. Congratulations to us that we don't have to get the bondage of a family. We can practice quite well. We never regret, because when you get out from the family, of course, you have to make the best arrangement before you get ordained to become monk or nun. You can't just abandon your family, relinquish your family bondage and say goodbye. I don't want to be responsible. If you still have kids, you cannot get out from the family. You have to be a responsible father. You have to be a responsible mom. You have to upkeep the family. You have to give love to your family, loving kindness, compassion, everything. You have to do everything that you, as a member of the family, should do. You cannot forsake your family, because you still have the accounts payable to pay up, or the accounts receivable to receive. You can't go. Wait till you finish all this, then you can become a monk or nun. We never feel regret about it. We feel happy about it. And we never hate any family members. And we want to put our love aside. Love is different from compassion, you know. Love is one-sided. Compassion is unconditional. That I have to explain in detail to you. Let's get to the second question. If both the Zen school and the Theravada school use meditation as a main practice, what makes Zen Mahayana? The division of Mahayana and Hinayana is in your own discriminating mind. When you are out from discrimination, you are fully awakened. Mahayana and Hinayana is in the way they practice, not in the destination, not in the attitude that they should be holding up to. Some people would like to say, I want to know how to swim before I help others, I rescue others. Some people are like that. I want to learn it first, master it first. And some people say, I want to learn and save others at the same time. I want to always put the interests of others in front of me. I want to learn and do it at the same time, not waiting I'm 100% safe before I save people. But some people say, I don't have to put myself in the safest place to save people. As long as I know that I will be safe, I will try my best to render my compassion out to save all sentient beings. That's just a slight difference. There's no problem in just looking after yourself first, right? If I have to know how to swim before I rescue others, it's fine too. If you say, no, I want to do it at the same time, there's so many people out there I want to save. If I have to wait another 10, 20 years to save people, then I may have missed a lot of people who get drowned. But I want to do it now. Next question. Thank you again for your insight. In your opinion, what is the significance of the Lotus Sutra expounded during the last 5 years of the Buddha? Is the alaya consciousness the same as the subconsciousness that psychologists talk about? The alaya consciousness the psychologists talk about the subconsciousness. Subconsciousness, if you go by, I think it's either Nietzsche, I'm not sure. They call it the ego and the superego, the subterranean consciousness. I think they're not clear in whether they refer this to a lie consciousness. But you can say that subconsciousness is hidden underneath, is right underneath the other foregoing consciousnesses. This requires a lot of, raise this question up later because it requires me a long time to explain it to you. The significance of the Lotus Sutra, there's so much meaning in it. Thank you for your teaching. I have heard that there's a dark side meditation. How can that be, and could you kindly explain? Since it's very difficult to reach enlightenment by meditation alone, what can we do to ensure that we are heading towards Buddha's Pure Land, especially for those at the end of life? Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, okay. So there's a dark side of meditation. Usually in many meditation literature, they were quite hesitant to explain the dark side of meditation because they don't want to scare you. And especially, oh, maybe I think I should be daring enough to say that, especially Chinese Buddhism. They painted a lot of rosy side of meditation, and maybe they don't want to discourage people from doing meditation. And they always mention the benefits of meditation. Or meditation can make you become more diligent, have more wisdom. Meditation can make you calm down better. Meditation, they can even say, meditation will make you become healthy, make you become more beautiful than before. It's the same as yoga, etc., etc. They painted a lot of good stuff, good things about meditation. Especially on the Chinese side, which is good. I like it. But if you have not had the right teacher, then you could have gone astray. You may have done something wrong that would really brought you a lot of what would be classified as sickness syndrome, or even mental sickness syndrome. But then, if you look at the Western literature of meditation, many people also give you the dark side of meditation, and they always and we call that. Some people call that the Kundalini syndrome. What is a Kundalini syndrome? A Kundalini syndrome is if in your meditation you have gone so deep and you haven't had a good teacher to direct you, you could. I always give an example. It's difficult to explain. What is Kundalini? Kundalini is actually a coil. It's a Sanskrit word. It's a coil of energy. You have certain chakras, certain locations where you have energy, and a human body is Kundalini is when you were in the mother's body inside as a baby. Then you were actually assimilating the mom's nutrition inside, and once you came out, you're being cut off. With the belly button is the place where you become cut off, and you got stuck in there, And then, if you're going through meditation, you're actually going to clear physically, to clear all these plucked up points. And another example to give you is, imagine that life is not just one lifetime. We've been developing from previous life onto this life. We don't just came out from nowhere, just from our mom's belly. We came out. No, we have carried our karma, reincarnate as an embryo in the mom's body, and then came out. We have many lives before, and in all this many immeasurable lives, we have committed a lot of karmic energy through thoughts, through speech, and through our actions. We have committed a lot of these. And the nature of this karmic energy created, if we look at it from a morality side, is either wholesome or good, unwholesome, bad, or neutral. And in many cases, you may have committed more unwholesome than wholesome. What are these unwholesome karmic energy that you created? For example, killing animals for food. People slaughter animals for food, and you kill. Many weeks ago, I happened to come across a video on YouTube in a village. Women took up the task of killing pigs, and the way they kill pigs was horrible. It's very cruel. I don't want to see it again. It's good for me. The reason why I want to see it is I want to explain that, how cruelty could be if you slaughter animals for food. So we have done a lot of killing, we have done a lot of lying, we have created a lot of bad karmic energy for sexual misconduct, for example. And we even think that sexual misconduct was a good thing. Erroneously, we don't know. It's not good for you. The reason why we are in the world of desire is because we already have committed that kind of relationship and we came back again. Very complicated. So in other words, when we got inside, I'm talking about Kundalini, but I have to go back a little bit so that you know what Kundalini means. So we carry a lot of karmic energy onto the present. And when you created all this karma, it's just like a computer where you key in from the keyboard and everything gets registered into the disk drive. It won't go away. Every bad thought that you germinate, good or bad actions, everything got registered in a memory, just as the computer register off everything you key from the keyboard. And all this garbage, greediness, hatred, jealousy, arrogance, many of these things will register in there. It is a huge garbage tank with a lot of garbage in it. And if you have done meditation and you have done so deeply into it, all those who have just superficially do meditation, they won't have even a chance to open up the garbage, the gate of the immeasurable garbage tank. If you have done, for example, 5 hours per day of meditation, really have concentrated good, and you do samatha vipassana, then all of a sudden you came into the garbage tank and you open up the garbage tank. You were overwhelmed with all this karmic energy that you created in the past. All this depression, hatred, jealousy, arrogance, millions of mental hindrances, mental afflictions. They were garbage energy in there. They rushed at you. And you have to clean them up. So Kundalini awakening, many people say, is a cleaning process. Particularly those who learn meditation and Qigong at the same time, you can easily get into Kundalini syndrome. And once you get into Kundalini syndrome, all of a sudden your Qi will be flowing all over the place. All of a sudden you have a huge headache, or your depression became even more serious. And all of a sudden you become an introvert. You were an extrovert. You like to talk to people. All of a sudden you didn't want to talk to anybody. All of a sudden you didn't want to mix up with anybody in a social relationship. You change your personality. And every day you could go through some physical discomfort. You have to yell out. You become more jealous. But when you are normal again, you're just like a normal person. And if you want to read books about Kundalini awakening, you can always get into Greenwell. I think it's, I forgot, there was a professor, a lady who went through Kundalini awakening, and she went through in more or less a good way. Some people went through it in a good way, where they didn't have to suffer that much. Some people suffer so much physically and mentally. For how long? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, could be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, some until death. But, for example, there was a very famous philosopher who passed away about 40, 50 years ago, very famous one, Krishnamurti, the Indian philosopher, very famous and almost like close to a saint. And he went through Kundalini, and every night he had to yell out in agony for a few hours. Like, yell in agony. He was really yelling out in agony with pain. And then the next morning it was okay again. And some people could suffer from chronic fatigue. You had to sleep 15 hours per day, and you still feel that as if you didn't have enough sleep. And a lot of syndromes that it's unbearable. But many of these people who experience Kundalini awakening, after they gradually recover from it, and if you interview them and say, is it worth going through? He said, it was painful, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Because you're cleaning up the garbage. When they were suffering, they were really suffering. It's an agony. It's painful. But once they have gone through it, and gradually recover from it, they say, I was thankful for such an experience. I cleaned up all my bad karma, most of my bad karma. So if you were willing to go through this hardship, and then going back, looking back, it's worth it, it's okay. And I suspect that, I haven't read it from literature of the Buddhist monk, very high level Buddhist monks. Many of them went through that. That's the reason why in the poems they say, what did they say? In most of them, I summarize the poems in a few words. I have to think in Chinese before I can translate it. 不是一番寒徹骨，怎得梅花撲鼻香? If you're not going through painful experiences, you won't slip in the fragrance of the flowers. In other words, you have to go through stormy nights, stormy weather. You have to go through a lot of hurdles in order to realize enlightenment. They all went through it, and they think it's worth it. You have to die all the time, died a few times. Doesn't mean physically death. You mean like you have to go through this dying experiences a few times. And also, Kundalini awakening also happened to people in many strange ways. There were books written about a guy got struck by lightning, standing near the phone booth, and all of a sudden he had a Kundalini awakening. He was more intelligent than before. It was like superpower memory, supernatural memory. So all this Kundalini awakening could also happen after an accident that people have. Something happened to the brain. So, if you're not prepared, I suggest that don't go through it. It's a painful experiences. I haven't gone through these experiences before. I may have gone through some similar, gradual, but some people really met it with hardships, and when they recover, I know some people who have gone through this, and they couldn't spend their time in the practice. They took music and they become an expert in music. For an average person to learn, for example, a guitar, it took him 3 years to learn a guitar. He was able to master the guitar in 1 month. It took some people half a year to do ukulele, musical instruments. He could learn it in a few days. So some people to learn the theory of music, all those the dots, all these things, the chords and the frets and all those people don't know, he could understand it within 1 week. So all of a sudden everything changed, the whole world changed. So how can, no, that's, I don't know how detailed you want me to explain it. It's a dark side meditation. You may suffer physically and mentally. Plus, if you don't have a good teacher who have experienced it, they cannot help you. Because many people teach from just reading a book. They teach you from watching a video. They watch a video, they read a book, and they set up an institute of meditation, and you go and learn meditation. When you have problems, they couldn't solve the problems. It's very difficult to find really advanced, good teachers nowadays. If you run into problems, they can save you. But read Greenwell's book on Kundalini awakening, and she will tell you a lot. She conducted 3,000 cases of Kundalini awakening. There are people who have gone through it peacefully. There are people who have gone through it painfully. But most of them said good experiences, valuable experiences. But if you can't go through the storm, don't do it. But then, should I meditate? Yes, you should meditate. But don't get too deep into it. Don't get obsessed with it. And some people always say, oh, I like to meditate, you know. And for some people, I know a friend who usually had very strong willpower in doing anything. Said if he wanted to do this business, he wanted it to be successful, he would spend 24 hours per day to make sure that he spent all the time to make sure they're successful. His very firm mind, very high willpower. And one day he was told that meditation was good for him. He took up meditation. He applied the same willpower in meditation, hoping that he could get enlightenment as fast as possible. He went into problem. Because his willpower pushed him so hard at it that he got obsessed with it. He meditated 5 hours per day, 7 days per week. Because it was so much. Meditation is like boiling a pot of water. Once the fire has to be right. Once it reaches a boiling point, you have to reduce the temperature, reduce the fire to let it just boil. If you overboil it, it will spill. If you don't have enough fire in it, it won't get boiled. So you have to have the right temperature, the right fire. It's difficult. What is in between is aging. Yeah. It's a fact. I'm not being pessimistic. We have our past is at birth, and then our future is death. That's almost for sure. And in between is aging. Well, that's only the negative side of it. Of course, in between, you make a lot of money, you go on to Italy, free coins in the fountain, you know, you go everywhere, oh, playful, you go on parties, you're drinking, you strike up new acquaintances, you have a boyfriend, a girlfriend, you go to parties, and you're involved in many, many, many things that involve you in, sometimes in happiness, sometimes in suffering, and yes, but all these is fleeting. And in the process of doing all these things, we are creating karma. We may not even know about it. When we are hunting in the woods, killing the deers, the moose, you are actually sacrificing the life of animals at your own entertainment. And you don't even know that's not right. You think that it's an enjoyment. because your senses feel happy. Your senses feel happy that you're in control, but you're committing a lot of killing karma that would finally bounce back to you. It's not scary, it's causation. All right, I have a few questions and I have to answer these. I have 4 questions. The first question is, thank you, Venerable, for your teaching. I've heard some people use a mantra to meditate, such as Om Mani Padme Hum. That seems like a great idea because we are shooting 2 birds with 1 stone. No killing or hunting animal. You're just giving an analogy, an example. In other words, what you're saying is, if you are chanting, you are meditating and chanting at the same time, all right? We are then using a powerful mantra during meditation. Yeah, some people do it like that, and actually some people call it a sound meditation, because we have a silent meditation. People say silent meditation, sitting meditation. People used to say a silent meditation. Chanting meditation is something like a sound meditation. There's such a thing, yes. Sound is a mystery. Sound is a mystery of the universe that a lot of scientists do tap into the mystics of sound. And we know for a fact that sound is vibration. Right? Nowadays, in the field of medicine, we are also exploring into vibrational medicine, which studies how sound can have healing effect. Right now, we're using ultrasound to break bladder stones, You don't need to go through an operation. You don't need to cut the body and then take out the stone. You can actually break through it without operation. That's the power of sound. How do you conjure up certain machine making vibrational frequency to achieve the effect of healing? So sound is good if you know how to use it. We still need certain time to talk about sound meditation or mantra meditation, or some people even call it the sound therapy. Some people call meditation as a consciousness therapy, and some people call mantra chanting as a sound therapy. Depends on how you call it. But let me tell you what I think. Sound produced naturally is more powerful than sound human-made. If you make sound through machines, it's quite different from sounds made from the mind, from the mouth, from your speech. And sound that is generated through consciousness is more powerful than sound generated through a machine. And what do we learn from this? What kind of lesson we learn from this? If we think that machine from sound is not as effective as machine from consciousness, we would say, wow, ultrasound is already powerful enough because it breaks through the bladder stones. But how about if I chant and produce the sound through my own consciousness, when I chant Om Mani Padme Hum, when I chant Namo Amitofo, would that be powerful? That's extremely powerful. And then you say, hey, Reverend, how do you know sound produced from consciousness is more powerful than sound produced from machine? What kind of proof you have? A speech produced from someone who is so eloquent, so articulate, so influential, so charismatic, that he can affect millions of people. In the Second World War, when Hitler was giving a speech, he could mesmerize thousands and thousands of soldiers to go into a war, to do something that he wanted done. You saw how powerful it is? A speech can drive a whole millions of soldiers to march to death or to march for liberation. Words, sound, the mesmerization of sound. But there's so much to explore into. It's interesting, but I agree with you. You can use mantra chanting in your meditation. So never underestimate your own chanting. When you chant a mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. But don't say that chanting is more effective than my consciousness meditation. So I don't need to meditate, I only need to chant. Consciousness meditation is also directly from the mind. Sound is produced through mind. Consciousness meditation maybe, if not exactly, is from the mind, right? How do you produce sound? Sound is from the mind converted into a speech. But if it is really from the source, would it be more powerful? I don't know. Some scientists may have to tell me. Read a book. I read a book written by Jonathan Goleman. The name of the book is called Healing Sounds. Jonathan Goleman. He's a sound expert. He's spent a lot of time on studying sound and the healing effect of sound. Maybe you can get him to read something like that. And there's a lot of books written in the Vedantic literature, in the Bhagavad Gita, in a lot of ancient sutras of India, that sound is a mystery. Long time ago, thousands of years ago. So the subject is so deep, so interesting, so scientific. You have to explore into it. In the 5 precepts, some crimes are very heavy. Can we ever do enough to be forgiven? Who forgive you? You say to become forgiven. Who forgive you and who is to become forgiven? If so, what can we do and how do we know we've been forgiven? If not, why is there no mercy? The most important is not to think that someone like God will forgive you. If you have done something wrong, you mean your crime vanishes because of a creator forgiving you? How can if a creator can wash away everything that you have done by just giving you the forgiveness, there shouldn't be anybody suffering any crimes. Because everybody would have been forgiven already. You don't even have to ask. The forgiveness must be sought after by repentance, by changeability. You must improve yourself not to do the same thing again. Not just, whenever I've done something wrong, forgive me. Next time you're going to do it again, forgive me. Next time you do it again, forgive me. Forgiveness is to seek repentance. What is repentance? You commit not to do it again. You commit to know that you've done the wrong thing. And you will not repeat the same mistake again. That's what we mean by forgiven. Not just, you forgive me and then, my husband forgives me, or my wife forgive me because I have a girlfriend and I was forgiven. I can go to a 3rd girlfriend, 4th girlfriend because you always forgive me anyway. No. You have to make sure that the forgiveness is firm in not committing the same mistake again. Or, what is even more, not only do you not to commit the same mistake again, you exactly do the opposite. What do I mean by that? Say you kill an animal. You kill an animal. You kill a dog, a deer, for example. Then you've committed killing, right? Then you ask for not forgiveness, repentance, which means that as an evidence in front of the Buddha, as an evidence in front of a priest, that's what we call confession, that I've done this on a certain date. I intentionally killed a deer by shooting. I'm not going to do it again because I think it's cruel. And you are my witness, you are my evidence that I have committed myself not to do the same killing again. That is to repent. But more than repentant is passive. You're not just not doing it again, but you have to be actively improving it. In addition to committing yourself not to do the same mistake again in killing, you want to save and protect animals. You want to advocate in protection of animals. You want to be more active in protecting animals. You would say, don't kill any deer for fun. Don't skin the seal alive for their fur. Don't do that. Other than not doing it, I'm not killing. As long as I'm not killing, I'm okay. Not enough. You're not killing it, but you have to promote compassion to animals. You have to do two things at the same time. That's what we mean by repentance. Forgiveness is just passive. You have to be actively protecting animals, not just abstain from killing. You understand what I mean? That's repentance, not just forgiveness. All right. I have a few questions. First one, you have mentioned introspection is the origin of wisdom. Is the wisdom directly equals to the IQ level of our modern society, or means something more? Do I need to have wisdom to do introspection? No, it's very difficult to explain by words, but let me try to explain it by words. There's a difference between intelligence and wisdom. Intelligence is temporal, relating to the world. Intelligence is acquired. Intelligence could be learned. And combined with the intelligence of previous lives that you brought forward, that would enhance your intelligence, what I would call by intelligence. But wisdom is something beyond. It's trans-intelligence, which means that it's not only about temporal affair, not only about death, life and death. It's about beyond life and death. It's about beyond human wisdom. It's something like more spiritual. And people like to call it transcendental. Transcendental. What do we mean by transcendental? It's beyond the senses. We think that we acquire wisdom through what? We acquire wisdom through our eyes, our nose, our ears. Intelligence have only been accumulated through the senses, right? If you don't have any eyes, how can you read? If you don't listen to your teacher, how can you learn? If you don't speak, how can you debate? So you learn everything through your senses. It's a sensual intelligence. But wisdom is something different. Wisdom is, in Buddhist language, is prajna. What is prajna? It's beyond your ordinary temporal human senses. We call it prajna. So that's the reason why we have a sutra that is called Prajna Paramitta. Prajna Paramitta Hridaya Sutra. Bora, Bolo Mi Do Xin Jing in the Chinese language. In the Sanskrit language is Prajna Paramitta Hridaya Sutra. What is Prajna? It's transcendental wisdom that goes beyond intelligence. Paramitta is leading you from the shore of confusion to the shore of enlightenment. Oh, I can go on and on, but I just want to give you an example and I finish this for sure. A scientist who created the atomic bomb, hydrogen bomb, is extremely intelligent. If you're not intelligent, you cannot create an atomic bomb, hydrogen bomb, or whatever you want to call it, artificial intelligence and all that, you know, they're very intelligent. But he's very intelligent, he may not have any wisdom. You know why? He created the atomic bomb to bomb out the other country and occupy them and make them slavery. They want to gain from the intelligence. That's not wisdom at all. That's just intelligence. You see the difference between wisdom and intelligence? You misuse your intelligence by hurting other people. The Buddha said, all wisdom must be used for the benefit of mankind. All wisdom must be used to transcend suffering. All political systems, economic systems must have the wisdom in it so that it transcends all sufferings. That's wisdom. So what you're asking me, what is IQ? IQ is intelligence. Intelligent quotient, right? Is that what IQ is? And right now they create another term which is called emotional quotient, is EQ. You may have high IQ, but you have low EQ. Most people are like that. And I was told that, what is this scientist? The scientist who created E equal to MC square. I forgot the name. Huh? Einstein has extremely high IQ, but has quite low EQ. That's what he told me. That's somebody told me. So that's the reason why never underestimate your own kids, because he may not have have EQ. He may have very high IQ, but he has no EQ, but he's very intelligent. Some people who has autism may have extremely high IQ. Oh, I've seen people like that. I've seen people who are just about 6 years old, and he asks all kind of questions, and what is this and what is that? And then I asked him, how come you're always analyzing everything? When you look at the spider web, you say, oh, that's a spider web. But the spider will not be caught in his own web because he knows the root that is not sticky. Only the mosquitoes will get into the sticky roots. He himself, because he created the web, he will not get into the sticky root. He will always bypass it. Oh, I said, you know that? I never know that. The spider can do something like that? How come you're analyzing everything you see? And when I talk about blueberries, he said, blueberries can only be grown in certain soil. And BC has good soil for it. Wow, I said, I don't know anything about soil. He analyzed everything. And I said, well, have you come up to anything that you cannot analyze? You know what the answer to me is? If you come up with something that you cannot analyze, that becomes dangerous. Oh, shoot. Wow, that's an intelligent answer. He said, if you cannot come up with anything that you can analyze, that thing becomes quite dangerous. You've got to watch out. Isn't that logical? Let me read out a question to you. Are there many interpretations of sunyata or just one? Sunyata is a Sanskrit word. You know what Sanskrit is, right? It's a classical Indian language at the time of the Buddha. At the time of the Buddha, there were so many dialects, maybe more than 100 dialects. And usually there are two languages spoken at the time of the Buddha. One is Pali, the other is Sanskrit. Pali belongs to the common populace, the common mass of people. And Sanskrit belongs more or less a higher level to the royal family and all the priests and monks and all that. And sunyata is a Sanskrit word. If you look into the dictionary, you can, sometimes if you want to find a word of Sanskrit, you can always get into the dictionary, put in the word sunyata, and it would come up with pop out some meaning. The meaning is, usually it is like this: devoid of inherent existence. Something that does not have its genuine, real existence. In the Chinese language, 空, 什么是空? It's easier to understand sunyata if you go through some experiences in life. For example, if you are just a teenager who hasn't really encountered too much hardship, you probably don't believe in sunyata because you grew up in a rosy garden. And many, many years ago, right in there was a youngster asking questions, and we were talking about sunyata, and one of the meaning of sunyata is because of sunyata, we suffer. We have a lot of sufferings. And the young lady there, she didn't agree. She said, we don't have any suffering. How come you are pessimistic? How come the Buddha always say that we have suffering? Because sunyata, suffering is only one aspect of the explanation of sunyata. So, in other words, if you go by just the language, it's very difficult to understand sunyata. So you really have to go through life. And that young lady was, only about 18. Her first year at university, she was very intelligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have got into UPC at the age of 18. So she must have under a lot of nurturing by her parents, which I found out to be true later. And she said, I don't agree with the Buddha that there are sufferings in this world. I feel happy. And then I said, at that time, I was so involved with other explanations that I couldn't give her the details of how sufferings are, what are sufferings. For example, we have sufferings like aging is suffering, sickness is suffering, death is suffering, departure from beloved ones, when your beloved one dies is suffering, catastrophe, earthquake, wars, internal strifes, genocide, homicide. I didn't want to go into the detail because of other explanations to do. And then she got up, she left. She didn't agree because she didn't believe in suffering. She was too young. And later I found out from other friends that were by her side that she came from a country that her father was so rich and she was driving a Ferrari in the parking lot, and she was living in a Shaughnessy house all by herself. The parents were back in the country making money, and you know what I mean? The country that's, making all the money and put the child in here so that they go back to the country to make money. And she said, she always expressed that I feel happy. And then we say, sometimes you were sick. Yes, I was sick sometimes. But when I sick, I feel happy too. Because why? Because when I got sick, then my parents would come to visit me. My parents would fly to see how sick I was. So that's the time when I have a little bit free time with my parents. Otherwise, I feel quite happy. She was always brought up in a rosy garden. Some teenagers have gone through very tough times, I have seen some of my schoolmates at university. They didn't have money to pay the tuition. They have to do a lot of extra work. They have to do part-time work. They're worrying about how to pay the tuition fee. And, lots of problems. But some were living in a rosy garden all the time that they didn't know what suffering is all about. So you really have to have experiences in life to understand some meaning of Buddhism. But assuming that you are old enough to know better, that was what we say. What is sunyata? It gives the meaning of impermanence. Hong means everything is impermanent. There's nothing that is permanent. Did you find in anything in this world that is permanent? How permanent are your body? How long would you live? You live up to 100 years? People live up to 70 years in the ancient days, and now they live up, because of medical advancement, live up to 100 years, but you still have to die. So impermanence is one aspect of sunyata. Changeability is one aspect of sunyata. Everything is up to change. You think your husband will love you all the time? It may change. Your wife may change. 50% of all marriages end up in divorce. And changes happen all the time. When you have your first dating, everything was so rosy, and then after a certain time you get married, and then you have children, and after the children, okay, one child was autistic, the other child was okay, and then you have to go through how to look after this autistic child. And then there's another family, they have problems and problems and problems, and it comes up right after your marriage. So always say that, which some people blame me for saying it, marriage is the graveyard of love. Don't you believe in that? Of course you won't. But let's get the facts done. I mean, we don't say that love is no good. Love is only good if it is reciprocated. You love your husband and your husband loves you. If it's only one-sided, you hate it. If love is only one-sided, you hate it, you don't like it. And we can turn love into compassion, you know. Compassion is unconditional. If you can render your love unconditionally, that is compassion and not love anymore. So we have a lot to talk about. Sunyata is impermanent, it's changeability. And why is it changeable? Everything is subject to conditionality, based on conditions. We live based on conditions. Our body lives based on conditions. If the conditions are not right, if the conditions fall apart, we don't live anymore. So we exist on conditionality. And because of impermanence, because of changeability, all that brings us suffering. Because things change. You want to do good business, then you may have to file a bankruptcy. What are the reasons for it? Many, many reasons of that. And one member of the family died because of certain reasons, maybe because of sickness, because of depression, because of hatred, and all that, and you were so grief-stricken. And you suffer. But you don't know that is sunyata. That's all changeable. And all this conditionality is based on certain conditions that you have. You have cultivated these conditions yourself. And you brought all this karma in this world, and as a consequence, you suffer from the karma that you brought into this world. So sunyata is something that is so complicated, so lengthy that we have to talk about. It requires so much of your experiences in life to actually know the meaning of it. And that's the reason why people who believe in Buddhism are those who are at least middle-aged. It's good for youngsters to learn about Buddhism. If youngsters start to know about Buddhism, it would be very valuable to their life in the future. Because then they know how to be happy, how to be good, how to be more intelligent, how to be compassionate, how to help others. But this is not the case right now. So we need actual experiences to find out suffering. More and more I find out suffering. You know, when I first started this temple 39 years ago, I started with a lot of people who help out. And 90% of them died already. Only about 10%. Probably I'm the only one right now. All those pioneers who started this temple, I can remember 6 of them, they're all dead. I'm the 7th. And everything changes all the time. And we've gone through a lot of hardships in life. If I look back, it's suffering. But faced with this suffering, what do? We cried, we feel emotional, we learn from these sufferings. We know that we have to build up wisdom. And we also raise questions as to how do I get away from this suffering? How come humans have life and death? Can we transcend life and death? Can we change suffering into something blissful? How do we live happily? How do we learn to be happy? What's the definition of happiness? Is happiness defined by money, reputation, big house? As I said, as the example, we talked about this a few days ago. I talked about it with some of my friends right at the restaurant, right there at the back. When they were young, they were making money. Whenever they travel, really, they go economy. And as they grow older, they make more money and they become a millionaire. Then they say, I want to go business class. And then after a while, they want to be first class. And after a while, first class is no good anymore. Because some of my friends have a private airplane. I want to have a private airplane. You would never feel happy in your insatiable desire because there's always people who are richer than you. There are always people who are poorer than you. Where do you put yourself? If you put yourself in the evaluation of richness, of material, of a big house, a big boat, or big estates that you inherit from someone, you're not happy. You're not happy. So what is happiness? What's the definition of happiness? If being rich is all the happiness, you should have read some of these interview reports of these rich people. I read a report. They interview a rich person in Hong Kong, and it's Mr. Lee. And Mr. Lee, you have billions of dollars. What's the time when you are very happy? Are you happy now with all the billions and billions of dollars that you have now? Yeah, I remember the time when I feel happy is when I first started my business and I was so young, and I was licking my ice cream cone walking in the park. That was my happiest moment. I had so much that I have to worry about. I don't feel happy right now. So you ask some of those people, is happiness defined in terms of money? How about the richest person in the finance? What is his name? Huh?
Buffett?
Buffett, yeah. And Buffett said in his interview that you cannot measure happiness by money. Actually, sometimes you create a lot of bad karma from the money. Because if you have a lot of money and you're young and you're a man, a lot of women will be coming to you. They would be attracted to you. And then you're in trouble. You cannot stand the attraction. And then you would do all kinds of things that make you commit all this karmic energy. And if all your friends are bad, they were in a competition game for more money and reputation and sex and whatnot, then you're buried in the belief of materiality. You continue to make all these karmic offenses, karmic energy that would bind you in life and death. You know what is meditation? What is the objective of meditation? Why do we meditate? To meditate is, I want to get health. I want to get peace. I want to get this, get that. Because people told me meditation will make me beautiful. I don't have to go for facial, because if I meditate, I'll relax my muscles and I look beautiful. Is that the objective of meditation? Meditation is not to get. Meditation is to let go. Leave this. Don't want this. Abandon this. No attachment, no addiction, no killing, no lying, no cursing. Meditation is to let go, not to get. But when people come to the meditation classes, what do I get from here? What kind of benefits are there in meditation? Do I get to be more intelligent? If I get to be more intelligent, I can make more money, right? Will I be more healthy? If I get more healthy in my meditation, then I won't be sick. Will I stay younger if I meditate? People told me that if you are getting older and older, if you meditate, you will look younger and younger. So everything to think about is meditation is to get. People believe in Buddhism. Why? Because they want to get blessings from the Buddha. If you believe in Buddhism because you want to acquire, that's not right. That increases your greediness for acquisition. Buddhism is to let go. Buddhism is to abandon. People say, I'm depressed, what should I do? And some people say, oh, just let go, just let go. I cannot let go because I'm depressed. Just a word of let go and I can let go. I'm depressed. How can you just let go, let go? How? If you are suffering from depression, the first thing is to embrace it. Befriend with your depression. Accept it. Get familiar with it. Pat his shoulder and say, friend, you're with me and I'm okay. Don't hate your friend. Don't hate your depression. Accept it, embrace it, live with it, get used to it. And finally, you won't hang on to it. But if you repulsed it, you hate it, you cried on it, you're adding emotion onto emotion. It's just like you're adding violence to violence. You can't add violence to violence. You have to absorb it, tolerate it, live with it. Don't hate it. Live with it. Befriend with it. And if you befriend with it, you get so familiar with it. You don't hate it anymore. That also helps you to forsake your hatred, to quiet down your emotion, to quiet down your fear of death. All those who are impressed, all those who are depressed, they are afraid of death. What happens if I go crazy? I go mental asylum. What happens? They always have fear. When you embrace your fear, you're not fearful of it anymore because you know your fear. What is life? If you're only going through breakfast, lunch, dinner, and friends, and then you die 100 years later, is that the only meaning of life? Is that the only meaning of existence? We have a body. There was a Swiss writer who said, our body is a traveling bag of our existence. We're a traveler. We don't want to travel in this life and death anymore, the Buddha said. Don't travel in reincarnation, life and death anymore. Go beyond it. And he was in search of such a method to go beyond life and death. But how many people listened? They still stick on to the addiction of money and wealth and sex and beauty. What can we do? Well, there's a lot to prowl. There's a lot to walk. There's a lot to know. It's interesting. Don't you find life is interesting? Life is like a script that you have to write it out. You can always change your script. Don't think that I have a bad script when I start off. Now, oh, I got stuck. You can always change your script. You are your own script writer. Write your script in such a way that you gear yourself towards wisdom, enlightenment, not a script towards attachment to certain things. You are the director also. You're the audience. You do everything. Life is in the palm of your hand. To see the world in a grain of sand, and heaven in a wildflower, eternity in the palm of your hand, and infinity for an hour. That's William Blake. Everything is in your hand. Are you willing to change it? Changeability. Yeah, you have a question, yes?
Yes. There are many schools of philosophy. So would you say that logic is one of the schools? And if it is, therefore the Buddhist philosophy is one of the ways of explaining emptiness. Emptiness is one of the ways of explanation.
The logic is the method of thinking. The method of thinking. And in Buddhism, in ancient Buddhism, they already have logic. And in Heitu, yes, in the Sanskrit language is Heitu, that is the study of the system of things, long time ago. And then later in modern philosophy, they logic developed from philosophy. To start with, it's philosophy, and then they have logic. And even in logic, they split it into symbolic logic and many, many other logics. Logic is human thinking. But logic is also from the mano and the manas. In other words, from the mind that is involved with emotions and rationality and emotion, all mixture. But it's a system and a method of thinking. And Buddhism, of course, has its own thinking. But Buddhism has a set of logic. I just explained the probabilities about mind and how this originated from. That is more or less to do with logic. The logic of probability. For example, do you remember the one we have? The original thought, does it flows from the mind that starts with original thought, or from the mind that not starting with the original thought? So they have, if A and B is equal to C, it's that kind of thing. There's logic in Buddhism. Logic in Buddhism is one school of thought, a very profound school of thought. It's a school of thought by itself, very profound school of thought. many years earlier than logic, even the development of logic. Yeah. Yeah?
My second question is, after you let go of everything, and then there's still the heavens, different layers of heavens.
You have three layers of existence, yeah. Say that again, what's your question?
My question was, in the lecture today, you mentioned about the let go of different layers of experience or existence.
Yeah, there are certain levels of dhyana, or certain levels of meditative state. Say, assuming that we are a body with many clothes of self, ego on it. Clothes number 1, ego. Number 2, number 3, lots of clothes in here. We shut off these clothes, take off these clothes and become lighter. So we take off the clothes of desire, take off the clothes of greediness, and then we elevate our thinking. We purify our thinking from one level to another. As you purify the thinking, you become more blissful. We don't have any existence. We struggle to exist. Well, we have to think about that. We don't have any existence. We struggle to exist. So we still have existence then, because we struggle to exist. But this existence is conditional, and this existence is ephemeral, short. But then, what actually is existence? The difference between an animal and a human is the animal wants food when it's hungry. The animals become ferocious when it's being attacked. He may not be thinking of tomorrow. He may not be thinking of the value of existence. Why do I exist? Where do I come from? Where am I going after this existence? But the human does. The human thinks. Just as Socrates said, I think, therefore I am. The difference between a human and an animal is this: the human think about the value of existence, how we exist, how we struggle to exist. So are you interested in existence, or you just struggle to exist? When you struggle to exist, then you are mixed with struggling for money, reputation, a marriage, raising a family, getting a job, and then working your way through by all means, sometimes by tricky means. You may be hurting the interests of others and egotizing your own interest. And finally, you're from a hospital, and then you end up in the hospital. You come out of this world naked, and you go away, finally, without anything at all. So where are your apartments? Where are your houses? Where are your jewelries? What's the value of the struggle that you have struggled? I think we should all learn about existence and not just involved in the struggling, trying to exist. But here, let's answer this question first. My question is, could you please advise on how a meditator should view energy, sensations in the body when meditating? My consistent experience is I feel a tingling in the base of my spine and then energy moving up and down my spine. My inner voice is not fearful. What should I do? Is it my inner voice is not fearful, right? My inner voice is not fearful. That means you're not fearful at all, but you have that kind of experience, a tingling experience in your spine, and that seems to be energy sensations going around the body. Sometimes people call this energy sensation qi. This a qi would going through from the crown of my head to the anus part, going in a circle, sometimes it's going clockwise and sometimes it's anti-clockwise. It's going that, and sometimes the energy could be following the moving, but it itself has a spine of its own, has its own axis. So in other words, it's axis within axis, windmill within a windmill, and this windmill is always turning and turning and turning and turning, and that's the windmill of your life, of our life. And everybody has qi, everybody has that energy. But that energy cannot be seen. Nobody can see energy, we can only feel energy. And some people call the energy when you die is in the form of a soul going out of your body. I mean, there's all kinds of explanations about the energy. Anyway, if you have energy sensation, that's normal. And only for those who are conscious of his own energy will feel the energy. Only for those who are conscious of his own emotions can change emotion. If you're not even conscious your emotion exists, you don't even know your emotion exists, how can you change it? If you're not conscious of yourself being jealous, being greedy, being sensuous, being fearful, you're not on your way to knowing it. So your faculty of knowing has established that you know the sensation. You know what is happening inside. And some people don't even know. They have their energy. They don't even know about it. So how good is it to know the energy? Well, knowing the energy is you know that your body, feeling, your physical, and your mentality has an interaction. It is not independent of each other. They are dependent on each other. And your psyche will affect your physical. In other words, your spiritual will affect your physical. And now your psyche is very conscious of your physical, which is a good thing. But then, this energy is something that the Buddha told us a lot about this, and yet it has to be proven. It has to be proven by the scientists. This energy is going through transformation. This energy is not constant. This energy is changing all the time. And this energy sometimes is being polluted by wholesome thinking, unwholesome thinking, and neutral thinking. And how does it work? Say, they say that many people who are doing meditation say that, or even in some sutras, that the more you are in meditation, the more you're conscious of yourself, the more you feel up with this energy. And if this energy is always trying to clear up all this, the whole body for you without you knowing it. So first of all, this energy is a good thing because it cleared up whatever blockages in you, this kind of energy. But sometimes when they go to blockages, they have to break through it. So there's sometimes an energy will come to a place, for example, you have muscle pain in here, it may be more painful because your energy is rushing through it. So actually, your energy is actually helping you without you knowing it, but it has to work through all those blockages. Now we're talking about the physical blockages, but then you also have mental blockages too. Physical blockages is more or less easier to clear because it's just about the body, the present body. But mental blockages relates to previous lives. So in other words, some of the energy, not some of the energy, means more parts of the energy is being brought forward from previous life into this life in the form of energy. So imagine if you are transferring all these chips from this drive and this chip is just a mini thing, but it has stored thousands of years in it. And it gets in your energy, get all the storage. And when you're meditating, you have an intention to strive for enlightenment, purity of mind, peacefulness of mind. You're actually in the process of transforming your energy by clearing out pollutants. So if you have jealousy before, you have jealousy, hatred, fear, all those mental afflictions that you have, you actually brought forward into this life in the process of meditating, because then now you know your energy in clearing it. When you are clearing it, it's not, sometimes it may not be a wonderful feeling. Sometimes it's a wonderful feeling, sometimes it may not be. And many people put different terms and put different names to explain this. And some of these people call it Kundalini awakening too. And when you get deep into cleaning up your garbage in your immeasurable, imagine everybody has an immeasurable garbage tank in which they have garbage to clean up. And this garbage is immeasurable because it's been brought forward by previous lives too. Your jealousy, your hatred, your arrogance, your anxiety, your fear, your depression, your whatever you can think of, they're all stored in that garbage tank. And if you're getting more and more spiritual, you're actually opening up the gate of the garbage tank and trying to clean it up. And sometimes you open the gate and you're overwhelmed by this garbage. You're getting more depressed. You're getting more anger. Because it's cleaning up. It's a cleaning transformation. So that's the reason why we have to go through Kundalini awakening. Is you may have to go through it for years. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 4 years. But you're actually cleaning up your own garbage. But if once Kundalini awakening has been awakened, you really have to know how to deal with it. Because some people may be going through a very traumatic life. Some people may, because you have to clean up all garbage. You may not be able to stand it. You're so overwhelmed by hatred from previous life, by jealousy, by all this, you feel miserable. But if you say, there are many studies that describe this kind of feelings. For example, there was a lady by the name Bonnie Greenwell. She was a PhD in psychology, and she went through actually this kind of chi and linear awakening and meditation, and she went through in a blissful way, more blissful than the others, very blissful way. Whereas some people went through it in terrible ways, traumatic ways. Many sleepless nights, months of sleepless nights, lost his job, mind disoriented, social life is all destroyed. But then after a few years, 15, 10 years, when you look back, I appreciate what I have gone through. I clean up all this garbage. I'm a different man. I'm more happy. I see things differently now because he cleaned up his garbage. So there's always hurdles that you have to go through. Getting to the path of enlightenment and purification, you have to go through storms. Sometimes it could be very stormy. But to some people it's blissful. Some people they could encounter very little trauma and more bliss. So it's actually in between the two extremes, a lot of in between. So good to refer to, say, Bonnie Greenwell, Kundalini awakening guy. She went through blissful circumstances, and she studied 3,000 cases of people who have energy sensations. They call it Kundalini awakening. The Buddha called it in a different name. Just problems in meditation that you have to watch out. Particularly for those who do not observe precepts and get into meditation. In other words, certain practitioner, she's still involved with relationships all the time, eating, drinking, partying, all that. So it's all polluted with the present karma. How could he be cleaning out previous life's karma? So that's the reason why when we just talk about in meditation, the first thing to do is observance of moral precepts. That's the number one external factor that you have to go through. You cannot on the one hand, you're meditating for purity. On the other hand, you always mix up with relationship with boyfriends, girlfriends, eating, drinking, you're contradicting. You're morally inept for cleaning up. You're adding on garbage to it. You're polluting not in the garbage tank. You're polluting all the peripheral without even getting into the garbage tank. So you cannot achieve it. So you have to, first of all, have to have a high morality standard. Sometimes, if you don't have a high morality standard, you could go astray. You could be leading into terrible situations. So that's the reason why the Buddha, remember 2,600 years ago, the Buddha one day said that in your present lifetime that you have to clean away the garbage in order to get enlightenment is extremely difficult because you didn't have enough time to do that. In our present one life, in order to clean up the whole immeasurable garbage tank garbage, because one cannot attain Buddhahood or enlightenment or nirvana without cleaning up your old karma. But imagine how much is your old karma. The garbage tank is immeasurable. So the Buddha already predicted it. He said that more and more in the later generations, sentient beings have no time for practice. Imagine how much time you spend on practicing. You have a family, you have a job, you have responsibilities, you have to make money, and you are involved with all different activities. You're only meditating for 15 minutes per day, and you're talking about being a Buddha? Talking about enlightenment, purification, by spending only 15 minutes on meditation, or even half an hour meditation, and the rest go partying, and you become a Buddha? No. It's a cleaning. The Buddhahood is a cleaning and transformation process of your previous old karma. Being a monk is easier. You're not involved with anything else except cleaning up, except spiritual transformation. So there's so many things that you have to watch out for. That's the reason why the Buddha said 2,600 years ago, he said, it's extremely difficult to be a Buddha in one's lifetime because you don't have enough time to practice. So you have to immigrate to a place where there's no more reincarnation first. And some people call that the heaven. It's a name. Many religions give it a different name. Some people call it heaven. Some people call it the land of bliss. They call it whatever you want to call it. It's just you want to go to a place where you're not subject to samsara, life and death anymore. Because if you're subject to reincarnation, this life you are Mr. A, next life you're Mr. B. This life you did something like this, which carry you into the next life, you did something even worse. You're always in a cycle of reincarnation of life and death. One life you could be an animal even. And the other life you could be suffering in inferno. So you're always subject to reincarnation. The first is to get out of hell, to give you an analogy, to get out of the inferno of this world first. Get out from jail first. Get out from jail, you have the freedom to practice. Now you're in jail, you don't even know. We're all in jail. We're in the jail of this karmic bondage. We're all in jail. We may not know about it. We're all in jail. The jail of our own emotions. The jail of our own karmic energy that binds us. That's why we're suffering. That's why we always have a life and death. We have a beginning of birth and we have the ending of death. And in between, no exception. Aging and sickness. It's not pessimistic. People say, it's pessimistic. You're always thinking of life. Every time when I talk about, when you talk about Buddhism, it's aging, life, aging and death and sickness and terrible, terrible. That's a fact of life. We cannot just avoid this and going partying because we all have to die. We have to die one day, not just that, we'll be aging. We'll be sick. Everything is changing. So the Buddha said, immigrate to that place where there's no more reincarnation. And that place is in the Pure Land. And that's the reason why, and that Pure Land, you need to connect with that Pure Land, just as you need a telephone number to connect a certain location. You have to dial up. You have to connect your frequency. You imagine the magic of frequency. There's a frequency for your soul too, a frequency for your energy, a frequency for your consciousness. You know that there's a frequency to contact another person, but you don't know, but may not know that there's also a frequency to connect yourself with that place where there's no reincarnation after death. But you need conditions. There's certain conditions. Everybody has to die anyway. Why don't we, after this life, no more suffering, to go to that place where there's no more suffering? You're not Buddha yet, but in that place you have to learn to be a Buddha. So how do we get there? We have to connect our frequency with that. Just as you connect your Fido, your Rogers, whatever you wanted, with that frequency, with that phone number. It's all in the sutras, how you connect the frequency. It's just like you have to go to a Fido shop to get on the line. It's a very simple analogy. You think you can just take your phone and you can call anybody? You have to hook it up. You have to pair with that channel. You have to pair with that channel of infinity, that channel of eternity. It's all in your hand. Remember William Blake? Infinity in your hand and eternity in an hour. The infinity and the eternity is in nobody's hand, in your own hand. To see a grain, to see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wildflower. Eternity in the palm of your hand, and infinity in an hour. It's all in your hands. But are you willing to do it? Nobody can do it. I can do it for you in Fido, on your phone, but I can't do it for you to go to the Pure Land. You have to read the sutra to find out what are the conditions for it that I can go there. You will be studying conditions for Fido and Rogers, but you're not studying conditions for going to the Pure Land after death. Who cares about death? Nobody cares. When it comes, it just comes. But should we all be cared about death? The Buddha cared about not only his own death, he cares about the death of all sentient beings so that they don't have to die again. Because he found that heaven, people call it heaven, he found that land of bliss. It's all in Amitabha Sutra. It's all in the Contemplation Sutra. Sensations is not bad, but you really have to watch out for it. The only thing that you should worry, if you open that door, I don't know if you are ready for the trauma that you have to go through, just as in some people's Kundalini awakening. So sometimes you see, in ancient days, all those experienced meditators, it seems to me that they didn't want to mention too much about those problems because they don't want to scare people away. Because if they tell you all these hurdles that you have to go through after you have taken the first step, nobody would do it. Because they think that if you can take that first step, you will automatically be jumping over those hurdles. But there are books who mention a little bit about it. They don't want to give you all that negative so that they scare you away. But I think it's fair to say that you need to know something about it because you don't want to run into problems. Because nowadays it's difficult to get a good teacher. If you run into that kind of problem, you have no teachers to go for, then you're done for. You don't know what to do. But if you really know how to do it, they all say, all those who experience this, they say, you'll be coming out smelling like roses in your enlightenment if you overcome them. They all say that this kind of experience are valuable, even though I suffer from it. I suffer for 15 years, 5 years, 2 years, 3 years, but it's worth it. Get to read that book. Or if you want to go through, to see how people go through difficult times, not blissful times, you get into some of those talk by Craig Holiday, Craig Holiday, and he gave a lot of traumatic experiences that he experienced. Again, on the YouTube, he actually talked about it. And it was terrible that he went through. He couldn't sleep for many months. He lost his job because he couldn't perform his duties. And but he finally said, when I recall back, it's valuable experience that I've gone through. Even though it's traumatic, it's terrible when I was going through it, but it's worth it, he says. A lot of people say it's worth it even though I've gone through it in pain. Some people even have physical pain, psychological pain, but they say it's worth it. Read those two experiences. They didn't call them Buddhists, but what they talk about is Buddhism. Good afternoon, Venerable. I have been researching a 10-day Vipassana retreat to attend. Do you have any advice regarding making this decision, how to properly respond and gain the most benefit from the experience? Well, I think that's a decision that you yourself have to make. It depends on many things. Who is teaching the retreat, or what kind of retreat? Really, that decision is for you to make, but you must know how to discern whether it is authentic or not authentic. We don't know until you join it, or you can research the background of who is organizing it, and is it free or is it complimentary? It does not matter whether it's free or complimentary. Sometimes they charge money. It does not mean that it's bad. I mean, and on the other hand, if it doesn't charge money at all, it may not be good. You know, so don't just evaluate the retreat on a monetary reason. Don't be led astray into something that is not spoken by the Buddha, because there are a lot of teachers who are not really teachers. As I said, some teachers teach from a book. Some teachers teach from some video that they've seen. And then they set up a center. And then in the center, they created many things. Some people maybe, they create a center and then they say, this is Qigong. And then other than meditation, you need this Qigong exercise. And this Qigong, they get a Qigong teacher to teach Qigong. They get a Shaolin monk to play Kung Fu. And then they get acupuncture. They get many institutes are using activities to attract people too. Because people like to be, some people like boisterous participation of certain things. There's a lot of Zen these days, tea Zen, music Zen, flower arrangement Zen, and what else? Vegetarian meal Zen, and so many Zens that you don't, you wonder how many Zens are there that Buddha was talking about. They borrow the word Zen and window dress everything that you've been talking about. People are like that. And they may be on a profit motive too. I think if you've been learning it, why don't we just stick to everyday life? Do properly with your everyday life. Do your meditation properly. Say, since you have to go to a 10-day retreat, you may have to go there. You can't do anything. Why don't you say, I'm going to aside 2 hours for my sitting meditation and 1 hour for my chanting meditation, and I'm my own teacher. I'm going peaceful. Instead of going to a center, I'm at home choosing a good place be doing 1 hour meditation, 1 hour chanting, and 1 hour prostration, and just live peacefully, live agreeing to everything I do, live peacefully. We haven't been peaceful every day. All the time we're externally looking for things, always external things that we look for teacher, look for books, look for better saying. Why don't we just sit down and with what we've got already? We know the Anapanasati. Why don't I do a good Anapanasati? Maybe I should be satisfied with what I've learned now and just practice what I learned. And don't look for more and more and more. It's always teacher and teacher and teacher. Just have what you've got in here, simple life, and go Anapanasati, go stabilization. Maybe do the counting. Go to do the counting and the following and the stabilization, and then use the object of concentration. The counting is the object of concentration, and use some good concepts for emptiness, impermanence, and sit peacefully, and then walk along the seawall. Walk along the seawall and try to be very peaceful in what you're doing. Live your present moment. Some people jog for an hour along the seawall. Is that the seawall where the Sunny Park is? And just walk on it, observe how people are doing, and walk peacefully. Enjoy whatever you've got instead of hurrying to a center. Drive there and get a lift there, and then a set of new rules for you to obey, register, and then you talk to all these different people and mix up with different people. It's nothing but a social gathering. That's not the place that you should go. Be yourself. You already got what you've got. With the simple techniques that the Buddha told us, use these techniques to polish them. Don't go anywhere. Just be yourself. Learn what you've already got. Appreciate your present moment. Be here and now. You're peaceful right now, right here. Don't worry about the past. Don't agonize on whatever past. Don't worry about the future. Just live at your present moment. Or reflect on something you're unhappy about and say, this kind of happiness, I should have abandoned it a long time ago. Now I look back at it, it's so simple. It's just passed away. I feel delightful about it. Like yesterday, I was at the supermarket. I was at Whole Food at Park Royal, North Van. I was walking around before I go to Bowen Island, and all of a sudden I feel everything should be so peaceful. And I feel that, I don't know why the smile just rushed up in my face. And I feel I got no complaint. I got nothing to worry about for that half an hour when I was doing shopping. And I said, I'm looking for herbal medicine tea. I was drinking pura tea and all this Chinese tea, and say, why don't I do something different? And look at this tea and say, oh, it's provided by nature. Everything here is so peaceful. Everything is so delightful. I have no worry for the half an hour. I was walking around with no worry, with not any attribute of worry in my mind for half an hour. And that's peaceful. That's happiness. Why do I have to look for somewhere? You've got that in you too. Enjoy your present moment. Sometimes it happens to people, to everybody. Enjoy your present moment. Treat it as peace, treat it as delight, treat it as bliss. And whatever past that agonizes you, let that drift off, and peacefully, delightfully, and no worry, let that go away. It may come back tomorrow then, right? I don't know, But just let it go away. Whatever past, go away. Immediately you can see it. William Blake, it's the same thing. You can see a word in a grain of sand. All of a sudden, this world is so peaceful. I'm holding something in my hand. It's so peaceful, and I can see heaven in a flower. When I look at these flowers, on the section of all these flowers, it's so good. Heaven in the flowers, whole infinity in the palm of your hand. I didn't see the passage of time, infinity in my hand, and eternity in an hour. What is eternity? This hour, I think, is eternity. So peaceful, so without afflictions. That's good.
Earlier in the session, Reverend was saying that it's not good to personalize all our senses by our ego.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, is it not possible that sometimes you personalize your senses with loving kindness? Then does that make it all right? Or
Well, personally, if I'm just giving an example, personally, I love loving kindness. For example, I'm Mr. A, and I love compassion, loving kindness, and I still personalize, but I personalize with loving kindness, with compassion. That's not personalized anymore. You already dissolve your personalization with loving kindness, because your loving kindness is rendered to all without any person. In other words, you're not picking up an individual to personalize the loving kindness. All of a sudden, you feel that my compassion rendered to all. My loving kindness, I want to render to everybody. Then it's not personalization anymore. You have changed the personalization into altruistic compassion to everybody. It's not personalized anymore. When you start to personalize, I love this, I hate this. This isn't what I want, this isn't what I want. And yesterday something happened to me that I hated. And tomorrow what will happen to me, I don't like it. I hope that kind of mishap will not happen to me. Then you personalize it. You're not personalized when you have loving kindness, because you change your personalization into non-selfish compassion to all. Even in the thinking, you haven't done anything, right? But all of a sudden, the whole world, I want to feel that I want to help the whole world. I want to feel that if I have the ability, I want to contribute whatever I have to the whole world. That's change the thought of compassion, the thought of loving kindness. It's not personalization anymore. You have changed it. You have changed your thought from an individual thought to a collective thought. So it's not personalized anymore. Another question comes up: if I don't start to personalize, then people will take advantage of me. Or if that comes, some question takes up. People, I have to defend myself. That's the reason that I have to personalize. Well, it's difficult not to personalize. It's right to defend yourself, but in the process of defending yourself, you don't hurt others, because you're not a saint as yet. You still have a protection alarm in you, which is quite normal, because I'm not a saint yet. I'm just working towards that path. So I still have I'm still a person. I'm working towards that path. That's the reason why we have to continue to practice it. It doesn't come in a day. You try to depersonalize everything, but it doesn't come all the time, because you have been building up the habits of personalization since many lifetimes ago. You can't just do it this lifetime, it's all gone. No. Because we still have that immeasurable garbage tank in us, and that tank is called personalization, stigmatization, selfishness, and you have to clean it up. You can only clean it bit by bit. You can only clean it with the passage of time. There was a talk given 6 months ago, right? No? How many months ago? Or 2 months ago? Huh? 3 months ago, we went to Vernon. It was a beautiful trip, because we're climbing mountain tops, not with legs, with the car. We're going up to the mountain tops, and wow, it's so scenic. Everywhere we're looking at clouds and mountaintops, and temperature drops. All of a sudden, it can go up 20, 30 degrees. It's very exciting. So we passing Kamloops. Is it Kamloops? No, Kelowna. Passing Kelowna, I've never seen a city so organized. The roads are so wide, with so many lakes surrounding it. Passing Kelowna, and we go to Vernon, and I was at Vernon giving that talk to a group of local Canadians. And that was actually my first trip to, my first talk to a group that is completely Canadian. I couldn't find a Chinese in there except for our own crew. Yeah, it's all Canadian, and there's some all walks of life. Later, I learned that there was a psychiatrist in there, and there maybe with some doctors, some teachers, and students, and all walks of life. And I gave a 2-hour talk, and then I started to do my Q&A, and they stay until everything is all done. I mean, 3 hours, sitting in there for 3 hours, and it's a good memory. It's a good memory, and they seem to like what I was talking about. So that's it. So that's a record of the Vernon trip, and we plan to do some more of this kind of because that could help a lot of teenagers. Actually, the case that triggered my going over there, I was invited by a family whose daughter committed suicide because of depression. She committed suicide because of depression. So, and then the dad saw me on YouTube, and he found that I gave lectures on how to overcome depressions and emotional challenges, and he found it to be, quite suitable to the situation. So I was invited to go over there. I went to schools too. I went to 2 schools, and I really liked the first school that I went to. And they were sitting in there, listening very attentively. They were sitting on the floor, and I was talking, and they were actually listening. And then I gave the talk in the morning, and in the evening, of course, there was a kid who was asking questions, and then in the evening, we saw him attending to the lecture. Dressing up, very serious about it, and combing hairs, and everything is. What a contrast. When he was sitting on the floor listening to me, it was like a sloppy basketball player, lying around and reluctant to listen and all that. And all of a sudden, after the talk in the evening, he showed up with $20 in his hands. He wanted to buy a ticket, get in there. So we were all impressed by him. So it's exciting. Anyway, I have one question in here that I would like to answer. Dear Venerable, you are right that the concept of returning is not easy to understand. Thank you for using Madhyamaka Sastra to explain this concept to us. Even would believe what Buddha taught me. Would you spend some lessons to go through more details in Madhyamaka Sastra, because it helps me to think and think more logically. Yeah. Well, it's good to go through Madhyamaka Sastra, but it is so the details of it are so analytical, and it contains so much jargon that it may challenge the patience of a lot of people, because it contains a lot of philosophical arguments, a lot of theses about logic, like P and not P, and P and not P, and both P and not P is true, and all that. It's very complicated. It's really complicated, and some people may go to sleep, after listening to that. It's challenging when you listen to only just about half an hour, and it seems to be quite logical. It runs the gamut of all alternatives in thinking about something, but I think it's good to just touch on it, Some people say, do I have to understand Madhyamaka Karika in order to understand Buddhism? Because most of it is logical argument given by very abstruse and profound philosophers in ancient India, Nagarjuna and Vasubandhu and Asanga. All these are famous philosophers of logic. People in India, they study logic long before the Western world brought logic. And they didn't call it logic, they call it what? Hetu Vidya. Hetu Vidya. Hetu is conditionality, understanding the causes of things. Vidya is to understand it. Hetu Vidya. That's the reason why we call ignorance avidya. Avidya means not understanding it. So they want to bring up logical understanding to understand the Buddhist teaching. And they involve a lot of deep thinking that some people find it very difficult to understand. So maybe we'll think about occasionally bringing it up sometimes, but we don't want to deal with it. There are some propositions in there I don't even understand to the present day. I try to. There are certain things in there that I still have to struggle to understand it. Because I think in those days, thousands of years ago, people were very intelligent in logic and in philosophy, because their life is not as complicated as now. Given the advance of technology and all that, life is getting very complicated. We always determine the complexity of life by the amount of keys that we carry. Do they carry any keys in the ancient times? Now you have a bunch of keys. You see Patrick, that is responsible for keys in the temple. He carried 200 keys. How many doors? You count the number of doors that we have. There's one key to each door. And when you finish lunch, you count the number of doors in the temple. And you will find that there's more than 200. So there are 200 keys in the key box. We haven't counted the vehicle's key. We have the mini excavator key, we have the forklift key. And he will go crazy if he lost a key. Or if someone brought a key to start the car and forgot to put the keys back, who took the key? Or a lot of management to do. You think building up a temple is easy? There's a lot of management to do. Building up a temple is not just build up a temple and that's it and let it prosper. No. You have to maintain it. Maintenance is very difficult to do. So when people come in and they start to say, hey, how come this is dirty? How come this is not fixed yet? How come that tree is withered? How come the rhododendron hasn't been put in the right kind of soil? How come this? How come that? I said, why don't you come in to help? We're running short of staff. We already have 25 staff in here, including volunteers. We can't finish all the job. Look at our roofs that we have to prepare. We have to repair. And how come people get foul in a slow season because you haven't put enough salt on it. In the morning, we'll put in 1 ton of salt, but they disappear and it slows again. So how can we keep up with it? We're putting up salt on icy road. So it's caveat emptor. Let buyers beware. Caveat emptor. There's such a thing. But we can't catch up with it. We tried our best, we still haven't got enough time to match up to what we want to do. Plus, we got to have an expenditure to meet. Every repair needs money to upkeep. It's not just talking about it. You have to run enough budget, run enough money to get everything going. So people come in here, they just enjoy. This is good, this is bad, this is good, lunch, free lunches and all that. There's a lot of people who are so generous to donate. They donate for the sake of the Buddhist teaching to be promoted to the majority so that we all learn to be a good person. We all learn to uphold our values of life. We want all to understand the problems of life and we are in a better position to solve these problems. We are in the business, quote unquote, we call it business. We are in the business of improving the values of life. That's what religion is doing. That's what philanthropy charity is doing. All right, I'm supposed to answer this question, and it's not to talk about our problems, or your problems, or the society's problems. Sometimes I think it's not our problem; it's the society's problem. Maybe we'll do it sometime later. Any more question? Yes?
Do you have the talk from Venerable on YouTube?
We have a dog?
The talk in Venerable.
The Vernon talk.
The Vernon talk?
YouTube yet.
Not yet. You know, it has to go. We have a team of people. That kind of talk, we still have to video editing it, making sure that all these things all got filtered out, and then we have to put in the right music. We have to put in the right intro, and the music we can just download from anybody's music. Every episode is our own created music. You may not realize it. Every piece of music was written by us. You cannot just steal somebody else's music and put in our. You know how many episodes we have in our YouTube? More than 300. I gave out over the 20 years many talks, maybe more than 200-300 talks. And every one of these has music, the intro music, and also these, what do you call that, the video introduction to it. And we have to adjust the lighting, and we have to have a shooting crew, a camera, a mic. We have to use, if it's an audio production, we have to use, say, a TW87 mic, not just an ordinary dynamic mic. We have to use what do you call that? A repercussion. There's so many mics. 2 days ago, I went into a Tom Lee shop, and we were shopping for a mic. Wow, there's 60 categories of mic, and it ranges from 30,000 to 300. There's so many. In audio production, you really have to pay a lot of attention to your mic, to your compressor, to your preamp, to lots of work to do. You think you just see YouTube and that's it? I want to see this. I want to listen to this. You know how much work is done? We spend many hours doing it. Many hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours have been put onto these episodes to be shown on YouTube, and audio and everything. It's a very high budget. A lot of money is involved. A lot of people donate. A lot of activities are required to generate the donation. Lots and lots of things. Building a temple, when I first built the temple, I thought, after I build this temple, I can retire. And then after I built this temple, I discovered that I'm hooked up with everything. I can't get rid of it. I'm on the hook, so to speak. This is I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but it's a lot of work to do. And if you want to improve it, which we always want to do, you always have to upgrade it. I'm learning all this video editing and audio editing and all this equipment that I have to do and all that. I'm still in the process. You think I only talk? I still have to research as like a sound engineer into how to do a better job with it, how to make the sounds real, how to put up acoustics in the studio in order to avoid the echo, the reflections. But I find it to be amusing to learn all these. The only thing is I didn't have enough time to learn all these. I only can touch a little bit of everything. I'm a jack of all trades without specializing in anything. I'm a garden designer, but I can't really probe into the real design. You know, the garden that we did, we only did it in a month. We did it all by ourselves. If we have to get a subcontractor to do it, it's probably about $100,000, but we did it with just $10,000, maybe less. We designed it, we bought the rocks. You know how I chose every boulder? I actually went up to the quarry. I went up to the mountain, I picked all this, every rock, huge piece boulder, you think we just say, hey, Jack, send me 20 tons of boulders, and then I'll meet you in my parking lot. No. I actually went up to the Bowen Island quarry, where we have explosives all over the place on the distance. I was climbing up to this boulders, and I spray a cross on each boulder. And then later they pick out those crossed out rocks and send it to me. And if I buy a piece of rock in here, it's 25 cents per pound. If I buy that, it's 25 cents per ton. So which one you prefer? So it's worth going up to the quarry to climb with those boulders to get a cheaper price. Plus you can pick up your own style too. I like certain style, but I find it to be amusing. I don't find it to be a tough work to do. It's always interesting to climb the mountain. I shouldn't be talking about that. So any more questions? No? So we finish for the day. I like the monkey story, and that's a story that can indicate insatiable desires. I was in Malaysia last month, and I saw coconut trees, but I didn't see any monkeys. And probably that's the old way of getting monkeys. Because nowadays, I don't think they need monkeys to get the coconuts. They have technology good enough to catch it without the coconuts. My first question, I have two questions in here. The first question is, how was your trip to Malaysia? Who are your audience? Oh, yeah, I just came back from Malaysia. Last month, I was in Malaysia. I was invited 1 year ago by the Malaysian Buddhist Society Association to go to 5 cities to give lectures 1 year ago, and I finished just last month. We went to Butterworth, Penang, Ipoh, Kuala Lumpur, and Malacca. 5 cities in about 10 days. In 10 days, so I think I gave total lectures of about 7 to 8. And who are the audience? I have a total audience of about 2,200 in total. And I have different experiences in different cities. And it's a long story. And I have also some mystical experiences that I encountered when I was in Malacca. And that will have to be shared later with you, and just to keep you in suspense so that you come for the next time. Anyway, so we have a lot of experiences in Malaysia. And when we first landed in Penang, P-E-N-A-N-G, Penang. Penang it's a city. It's a very large city. Penang is a city. That has the highest number of Buddhist congregation in whole of Malaysia. In other words, most of the Buddhist associations, the temples, all concentrated more or less in Penang. And Penang is a very old city. I still remember 100 years ago, reviewing the history of Malaysia, most of the Chinese first went to Penang. And it's like a Chinese city. Speaking a few languages, of course. The Malaysians, they are languages talented. They speak English, they speak Malay, they speak Mandarin or Chinese, and they speak Cantonese, and somehow they also speak Chaozhou Hua. A lot of dialects. They speak a lot of dialects. And so we landed in Penang, and I still remember when I first landed in Penang, there was at noontime, and the few monks received us and took us to a vegetarian restaurant. And I think that was one of the best restaurants in Penang, because we're eating stuff like flowers of bamboo canes and something like that, and they're really delicious. And very old traditional vegetarian shop. And then the monk who was the leader of the group told us that in Penang we don't have a lot of Buddhists. Most of the people in here are Muslims. They don't expect a large audience, he said. He said, I have been a teacher for 15 years around here, and every time when I taught, there are about 7 or 8. I thought it's 700 or 800, but it's 7 or 8. In the Chinese language, it's 700人，我以为是 700 or 800. Actually, it's 7 or 8 people. And sometimes, if the weather is not nice, you may have 15. Well, how come the weather is not nice? They have nowhere else to go. So they just go to the lectures. And so he did not want to disappoint me, because don't expect a huge audience. And also, your first trip is in Butterworth. The distance between Butterworth and Penang is just about a bridge away. That's one of the longest bridge connecting Penang City and Butterworth. Butterworth is a smaller city named after a governor, a British governor at that time, and his name is Butterworth. And I think he was responsible for planning to build that bridge. And Butterworth is a center for shipping and logistics, shipping logistics, and it's a quiet city, but it's very clean. It's a clean city, and the traffic on the bridge is always jammed. So it took us about an hour and a half or 2 hours to drive that bridge. And if there's no traffic jam, it will be just about 20 minutes. But then it took an hour and a half. And so on that night, we tested the sound systems and everything, and we expect to see what happened, how many people will show up. And then suddenly a small group show up, and that group was from Singapore. 3 people. They actually fly from Singapore and coming to Butterworth. And finally, I have an audience of about 260 people. 260 people show up. And after the talk, the president of the society of the Buddhist Society said, "Oh, that was really good. That was really good. We've never had that before. We have no such, a number of audience before." But anyway. And when we're in Penang, we visit ancient temples. And one day in Ipoh, I-P-O-H, Ipoh. And Ipoh is just like Canada. Quiet, peaceful, fresh air, bungalows. And what is interesting to me, they speak Cantonese. Everybody speaks Cantonese in Ipoh. So I don't have to speak in Putonghua. I don't even have to speak in English. So it will be free for me. That's my mother tongue. So I can just talk and talk. And about 500 people, more than 500 people show up. And they have open public eateries that are really attractive. And a huge place, it's open with only, with a cover. And they have, because Ipoh, it's at the foot of mountainous areas. So they have the best water system, because water flows from the lakes in the mountain. And also they have fresh air in the mountain. And the food is fantastic. As good as the good food in Hong Kong. Really good. And when I was in Ipoh, I encountered something uncanny, inscrutable, because I was looking for rocks. I was trying to get rocks for a rock garden that I planned to build a rock garden in there, on the farm. and I was trying to get some good rocks from China. And before I went to Malaysia, I inquired about it, and one rock of 2 tons cost about 30,000 renminbi. Very expensive. Very, very expensive. So when I was in Yipo, and there was a participant who used to be a deputy minister of foreign affairs or something, who was sitting by my side, in a vegetarian restaurant. And I was talking about, because Yipo was at the foot of a mountain, I thought there must be a lot of rocks and landscaping rocks and stones. And I said, I'm looking for rocks. Oh, you're looking for rocks? Oh, that's good. And here we're famous for rocks. And you want to talk to the president of our rock society? Oh, I said, of course. I want to talk to anybody who is in the rock society, So he just called, and 15 minutes later, the president of the rock society of Ipoh showed up, sitting by the side of the minister. We're talking, and then he said, I have a whole galaxy of rocks, a lot of rocks in my garden. So do you want to take a look? I said, of course I want to take a look. So we went over there and see his rocks garden. He had hundreds of rocks. And we saw every rock, and the highest rock is about 8 feet with different shapes. And I said, I'm more interested in this part. This is really good rocks. And I said, I'm really interested in it. I said, okay, then those are yours. I said, oh, it's free. It's free, but then you have to pay for the transportation. I said, of course. So, but that's not enough. He said, okay, we have a vice president of the Rock Society. He had his rocks for sale. I don't sell my rocks. I only give rocks to those people I'm interested in talking. So you're interested in talking to me, definitely, right? Yes, okay, so I got those rocks. So I got all those rocks from the president, and then we went to the vice president's collection of rocks, and we got about 20 of these rocks. And of course, they charge for it, but a reasonable price. So right now, I think people in Yipo are arranging for the shipment of those rocks. And I said it's not easy, because you have to spray it and make sure that all the soil is washed off from the rocks. And also you have to put crates around it to make sure that it doesn't break when you ship it, when you hoist it up onto the container. So a lot of work to be done. Unfortunately, we have very good volunteers, so they're helping out. And so we will have a good collection of rocks for the rock gardens in the future, and that's what we plan to do in there, So there's a lot more to say about this trip, and maybe we'll leave it for the next time, because we need to go home, right? It's lunchtime. Yeah. The next question is in Pudonghua. It all says that, well, why did we come to this world? If I'm in a dream, how much of the dream I can control, and how much of the dream that I cannot control? Can I choose my own life? And if I'm awakened from the dream, what will I be? How does it look like when I'm awakened from the dream? Those are interesting questions that require 1 semester to answer. How can we, give an answer for that? But then we said, okay, why do we come to this world? Why do we get reborn into this world? We come to this world bringing with us. We have no choice. Our karma brought us to this world. What is karma? Karma is an accumulation of your behavior, your speech, and your thought that you have been accumulating in previous lives to this life. And we can, if you want to divine or to explain what karma is, it's like an energy. We have been cultivating energy from previous lives. If we look at the whole world, it's like at least we have what we call, it's a 4-dimensional world, we call it. We live in a 4-dimensional world. And of course, in some sutras, we talk about 12 dimensions. What are these 4 dimensions? 4 dimensions is the width, the length, and the breadth. The width, the length, and the breadth. 3 dimensions. The width, the length, and the breadth is what? It's space, right? Everything is space. We have the space of a length, the width, and the breadth. So it's space. We're living in space. And how about the 4th dimension? Time. We're also living in time. And what is time? Time itself is 3-dimensional. The past, the present, and the future. So we're living in this 4 dimensions. On the one side we have space. On the other side we have time. And we're living in it. And we're living in it. Why do we get involved in the 4-dimensional world? Because the behavior, the karmic energy that we have accumulated brought us here, not God. It's not God's energy. It's your own energy. You think about it. If you have been brought here by God or created by God, why do you have to suffer? If you are a real father of your children, you wouldn't have created a bad child and then test the child and send him to hell or send him to heaven. You have created a perfect child. Right? So you accumulated your karma from previous life because of cause and effect. And the nature of this karma is either good, bad, not ugly, good, bad, and neutral. So if you have a lot of bad karma, which means that you cultivate a lot of bad causes, in this life you'll be suffering because of what you have done in the past. Good, vice versa, good karma will bring you have good life. And we're in between. Most of us, we're in between. We did some good things and some bad things, and that's the reason why sometimes we suffer. And some people are richer than the others, some people are more healthier than the others, some people look handsome, some people look ugly. We are different because our karmic energy, everybody is different. And that's why we come to this world. We brought our karmic energy into this world. We cannot control it. And it says, if we're living in a dream, how much of the dream we can control and how much of this dream we cannot control? Half and half. The part that you cannot control is the part that you have already done. How can you redo yesterday's done? What has been done, how can you redo it? You can commit not to do it again, but you cannot change yesterday's happening. So you have to suffer as a result of yesterday's deeds, then you have to suffer. You cannot control yesterday. Then you have to suffer. So why do you cry over yesterday's bad deeds? You can learn not to commit it again, but there's no point in crying it, because crying it does not mean that you have to go through it. You don't have to go through it. So we cannot change what's been done, but we can change for the future. We can improve now. So the future is in your hands. The present is in your hands. So there's a part that we can control and the parts we cannot control. What happened when we awakened from the dream? And I said, I'm not awakened yet. How can I tell you? I'm still in my dream, but I know I'm in a dream. You may not know you're in a dream. That's the reason why Socrates, not Descartes, Socrates said, Apollo said Socrates is the most intelligent person because he knows he's ignorant. And Socrates is going about a market I'm looking for people. Who are these people? People who know they're ignorant. People who know that they're in a dream. But people do not know that they're in a dream. Socrates is the wisest because he knows he's in a dream. For people who knows they're in a dream, they are the wiser people because they want to get awakened from a dream. But those who are in a dream, you never know that you are in a dream. You're still looking for that dream of what? That dream of looking for wealth, sexual misconduct, relationships, material gains. selfishness, depression, anxiety, fear, you are in a dream. It is time that we should seek for awakening, seeking for that awakening. Don't dream anymore. We are a dreamer. Imagine that we're not a dreamer. That song imagines that everybody is a dreamer. You see, did you hear that song called Imagine? Imagine that I'm not alone. I'm not the only dreamer, but we are all the dreamer. That was many years ago. That was more than 10 years ago. That episodes on the Four Noble Truth. But it still applies. I think that it's good to follow the Four Noble Truth. Please continue telling us about your Malaysian Dharma talk. Recently, a few days ago, we finished writing up 4,600 words, Chinese characters, of our tour of Malaysia, and someone is translating it into English, and then we'll post it on under the bridge, under the corridor, and you can take a look at it, and with photographs too. We went to 5 cities: Butterworth, Penang, Kuala Lumpur, and Malacca, and what else was that? Ipoh, yeah, Ipoh. Have you been to Malaysia? Raise your hands if you've been to Malaysia. Yeah, you've been to Malaysia, yeah. We fly to Penang, and then we went to different places by driving. It's a tiring trip, but it's worth it. We went to different places and talked to different groups of people, and we have a lot of experiences, of course. I was invited by the Malaysian Buddhist Association 1 year ago. Next year, maybe I'm going to Singapore on a request next year, and maybe to Indonesia too. So we will see. In Malaysia, they speak a few languages: Chinese, Cantonese, and Mandarin, and also some Chinese, especially younger Chinese, they don't speak Chinese language. They speak Malay and English too. When I was at Kuala Lumpur, I lectured in English. And so I've been using different languages, and that is an advantage in promoting the Dharma. This is the International Buddhist Society. We plan to do more talks and put it on website, put it in different internets, particularly the YouTube. I have a lot of lectures on YouTube, hundreds of them over the 15 years. I have hundreds of lectures on YouTube. And you can, yeah, and also on our website, in English, in Cantonese, and Putonghua. Yeah.
Venerable, you were talking about a mystical experience that you had.
Mystical experiences. Mystical experiences, I have one in Malacca. Did I talk about it before? No. We were touring, and of course Malacca was the final stop, Malacca. And Malacca is at the tip of Malaysia. And according to Chinese history, when the Navy fleet, when they travel from China exploring different parts of the world, the first stop, the Chinese junks, the first stop was at Malacca. They refuel it, and then they stop for a couple of days and watch the wind direction, because in those days junks depend on wind movement, and then they went to different places. And then they brought a lot of staple products from China, and from all these different countries, they brought back spices, coffee, and all that. So Malacca, it's an ancient city. It is quite beautiful, an ancient city at the tip, close to the ocean. So that was our final stay. When we were at Malacca, we stayed in a small hotel. They call it a small boutique hotel. And we find that hotel to be so wonderful because we were born and raised up in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong was a British colony with hotels like constructed according to the colonial style. And in Malacca, the hotel that we stay is a colonial, small but quite good. It's a boutique hotel. Very good service and very good afternoon tea, British afternoon tea, and it's quite good. It's not expensive too. It's quite close to the ocean. And then there was the final trip, and of course after lectures we went to some place like not Chinatown, but some Chinese shops to shop around to see if there are any ancient Buddhist statues that we can see, rosary beads and counting beads and Buddhist beads. And we've been to so many shops in Malacca. We feel a little tired, after lectures, and we were driving by a small shop. When we were driving by a small shop, I just took a glance on the side, on my left-hand side, and I saw something that, that's a shop, I want to go in there. I want to go in that small little gloomy shop. It's not a conspicuously lit up shop. It's just an ordinary, small, dark, shop with a little bit of antique, but not wonderful pieces of antique, just ordinary some antique, some chairs and all that. So someone was driving and we were sitting in a van, and I took a glance and I want to go into that shop. And all these other who travels with me, no, we have been so tired already. So we have already gone in that shop. It's a little tiring. Maybe we shouldn't have gone. We shouldn't go in. I said, no. I still feel that I have to go in. So the car was actually a few yards away when the driver came to a stop. So I got off the car, and all these members, some of the members, they follow, and we went into the shop. So when I walked into the shop, a gloomy shop with one lady sitting in the middle, sitting down and listening to something. So I was walking in the shop, and all of a sudden I heard my own voice. I heard my own voice talking. And later I find out that half a minute, a few seconds ago, the lady just flipped onto YouTube and listened to my lectures. And he used to be listening my lectures on YouTube in Chinese. So the moment when I stepped in, he flipped onto the YouTube channel, and I was walking in there, I was browsing. How come I could hear my own voice? And then I walked close to the lady, I said, I was that person. And she was looking up at me, you were what? I was that person who was talking. Oh, he was amazed in consternation. He said, oh yeah, you are that person? Oh, that's Venerable Guan Cheng. Yeah, I'm Venerable Guan Cheng. You are from Canada, right? Well, how can you, because all of a sudden, someone from Canada standing by my side, and I was looking at that YouTube, that little computer. He had an iPad. I don't know, maybe an iPad or a computer. He was looking at me, and all of a sudden I appear right next to her. She was so surprised. So, and then, of course, we talked. And then later I found out that she is a very devout Buddhist, and she chanted the mantra of compassion every day, 21 times every day. And he had a little shrine in the middle of the shop at the back where he was bowing and prostrating and chanting every day to Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. The 48 hands, Avalokitesvara, Guan Yin Pusa, 48 Bei Guan Yin, a bronze statue. And they were in the middle with an incense burner. And then I discovered that there were two bronze statues. One is the White Tara, and the other is Siddhigarbha Bodhisattva. So I said, wow, these are two bronze statues that are so good. Why don't you put it on the altar, your own altar there, for prostration and for your mantra chanting? And she said, Yeah, I wanted to do it, but I dare not do it. I dare not move it. I wanted someone to move it for me, and I was trying to invite a monk to come in and to move it. And you've come, so can you? So I said, I'll move them for you. So I took out the statues and put it on the altar, and then I chant the mantra of compassion. So all these things happen. It seems to be so. It happened on causality. In other words, how could someone who is thousands of miles away in Canada all of a sudden appear in front? And he was looking at the iPad at that moment, and the same person talking. And she always wanted someone to put the two statues on the altar. And here I came. Actually, it seems that my objective to come is to put those statues on the altar table for her. So she was so surprised. And then later I thought of how can all these causes put together, because I was planning not to go in, and I was advised not to go in, but I still insisted on going in. Even the car was about a few yards away, the car stopped and I had to walk back. So if I say, okay, since we are so tired, maybe I don't want to look at that shop. But I don't know why I insisted on looking into that shop. And I thought of energy. I thought of when you link to certain energy, you were listening to that person, there's an energy linkage. And then if that energy appears to be so close to you, the energy will draw in, right? Just automatically, spontaneously. So if that energy was just traveling in front of the shop, it must be pulled in, right? So energy of the same force would pull together. If the energy is repulsive, it may repulse each other. But the energy is there's a togetherness in that kind of energy to pull the energy together. Plus, she has the wish to be fulfilled. She wants a monk or someone of a higher level than her, that's what she thought, who could help her to put two statues onto her altar table. And she was chanting the mantra every day with devotion. So that must be something like, it must be an arrangement that she could not miss, because somehow there could be a mystical force that puts the whole thing together. And that force, superstitiously, you may think that there's a God, there's an angel, but I tend to think of it scientifically. I think there's a saying, birds of the same feather flock together. That means if the energy are somehow related, even though there's so many thousands of miles away, when they come close, it's like a magnet that would attract it into the same place. Imagine there's thousands of shops around. How could I just walk in that moment and she switched onto YouTube, and then bang, I appear right beside her. She was so surprised. Someone she was listening to every day, thousands of miles away in Canada, suddenly appeared in Malacca. And she said, wait, I want to give you a gift. So she gave me a Buddhist beads, that size, that length. He said, I store these beads in there for 10 years. I would like to offer it to you. Really, please accept it. I like you to accept it. So I accepted it. Later, I gave it to somebody, who leads the Buddhist beads. And then she also gave me what do you call that? The heavenly beads. The heavenly beads. The one eye heavenly beads. I want you to take it because you remember our encounter. We encounter each other in here. So she took a few pictures. Unfortunately, we forgot to take pictures. We only took pictures with her camera, with her iPhone. So we didn't have any record. We didn't. And you took the picture for her, right? But why didn't you use your cell phone so that we have a picture as a proof of that lady, a Chinese lady, but a local born native in Malacca. So if we talk about mystical experiences, that's the experiences that we have when we're in Malacca. And I think it's so inscrutable, it's so unbelievable how that thing can happen, because it happened just within 1 or 2 seconds. If we drove by without stopping, nothing would happen like that. And I insisted on going back, even though I was advised not to do so. Oh, no, don't go down, we're too tired, let's carry on. And I said, you don't want to go down because you're tired, but I want to go. So I actually stepped down the car and I went in. I feel so active. I feel that I feel I'm not tired. So I wanted to go in. And a promise was fulfilled. She wanted the 2 statues to be put on the altar table. And visited by someone she was listening to every day on YouTube, who lived thousands of miles away in Canada, traveling to Malacca. So that's a coincidence, right? Yeah. So next time our meditation will be on a summary, and today we finished counting. So we have 6 doors to meditation. 天台中止观法门, 6 doors. And the first door is counting. And one should really be familiar with counting before going into following. For those who come for the first time, you should know that the objective of Buddhism is not just to prostrate and just to find out how to live a happier life in this life. Buddhism concerns 3 dimensions of time: the past, the present, and the future. Don't just be concerned about this life, because this life will come to an end after 100 years. And the Buddha said, life is not just one time. If you are not enlightened, you will carry your karma into the next life. And what will the next life be like? We don't know. It depends on what you have done in this life. So the Buddha taught us to end the suffering of reincarnation. But then there's so much to talk about, because people still think that this is a perfect world that they can achieve happiness. They think that happiness is here for you to take. Happiness is here for you to foster. Happiness is only temporary. And each person's definition of happiness is really different. But we all know that this world is a world of suffering. This is an imperfect world. Not only is the world imperfect, every individual is imperfect. The reason why that we're going through suffering, because we're living as an imperfect person, living in an imperfect world. Can you recognize that imperfection? Or you still think that every day you think that this world is happy, I'm looking for what is happiness, I'm driving a good car, and I'm going to be promoted, I'm going to make so much dollar tomorrow, and I'm going to travel everywhere and all that. You think happiness is only in the enjoyment of your senses? Your eyes like something, your ears like, your nose or taste, only the sensory perception. If you define happiness as only sensory perception, that is a very preliminary, a service, not an in-depth kind of definition. If you still think that everything is perfect, you haven't lived. This world is imperfect. Not only is the community, not only is the family imperfect, the community is imperfect. Not only is community imperfect, the country is imperfect. Not only the country, the whole world is imperfect. That's the reason why we have wars, we have genocide, we have natural disasters, and families. I haven't seen one family that is perfect. How can a family be perfect when you have aging, sickness, death in every family? Grieving, frustrations, abuses, fights, divorces, all kinds of things happen. And the objective of Buddhism is to, after living this imperfect life, you still have to live this life. You live this life with what? With a good will. With a good will to survive. With a good will to lead to compassion of not just for yourself, for all the whole world, for everybody. You still live out this life with meaning, with compassion, with benevolence. But you remind yourself that's not enough. You want to make sure that you are going after this life into a perfect, we don't even know what is perfect, but a life that is away from this imperfect world. There's so much to talk about in how to arrive at perfection. In spite of the fact that perfection is something unachievable in here.